Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Chapter 1151, Good Morning, Sunshine. On the ground, Altair froze. Her legs refused to move, and her eyes couldn't look away. The massive dragon in front of her stood as tall as the mountain behind, almost a kilometer tall and several kilometers long. Even if she were in her draconic form, he'll be able to swallow her with a single bite. But unlike Gaia, who attacked, she could feel something else in her bones. Arad was still asleep, or at least didn't fully wake up. His gaze, while sharp and heavy, was that of inspection and not of malice. She had never felt such a painful and uncomfortable gaze thrown at her, but at least knew what to do. She slowly moved back, shifted to her dragonic form, and started moving away from Gaia. Arad recognized her as one of his kind, so he wouldn't attack, and his attention had shifted to her. She has to keep his eyes away from Gaia until he wakes up. What's more, Arad knows her unlike Gaia. Right now, something must be slowly turning inside his sleepy brain, trying to search his memories and recognize her. 3 weeks of hibernation and an evolution that's bound to make him more confused and disoriented than a human waking up from a coma. The problem with Arad is that he isn't a human that 2 doctors or a few straps can keep from lashing out. He was a titanic dragon capable of destroying kingdoms with a single breath. With her tail rattling, she moved further and further away from Gaia as Arad's massive head followed her. She gulped. What? The worst that can happen. I'll just have to keep him busy for a few seconds. How much time had passed since I arrived? 5 seconds, damn it. How long will it take his brain to wake up? It was then that she felt something strange. The desert was empty, but she seemed to have hit something, and this thing she hit, it felt like scales. All blood drained from her limbs as she slowly turned back. Another titanic dragon was standing there. The exact copy of Arad. She didn't notice him as her gaze was focused on Arad. Arad's head turned back to Gaia as his clone kept an eye on Altair. This was bad, and Altair tried to speak but couldn't. Her throat dried and her vision started to narrow, focused on the dragon in front of her. For a moment she considered fighting back, but that won't buy her time. Worst, she could end up like Gaia with a hole in her torso. Or worse, eaten alive. But to their luck, it was then that Arad's eyes shifted from draconic, cat-like eyes into round humanoid ones. The pressure on the 2 faded, and the dragon slowly pulled his head back. The clone also disappeared as if it never existed. It took Arad 11 seconds to fully orient himself. Half of it was thanks to Altair's presence. He knew her, and her presence helped pull him back to reality. This, he said, his voice almost shattering Altair's ears. As he noticed her flinch, he then started whispering. The desert, right? Gaia sighed, lay on her back, and looked at him with a tired face. Good morning, sunshine? Want to apologize for putting your foot through my torso? Arad blinked. He couldn't exactly remember how he woke up, but a strange sense was left in his hazy mind. Yeah, I can see traces of my magic on you, but I believe you attacked me first. A large smile appeared on her face. I attack whoever I want, even you. And who said that sniffing the back of a lady's neck isn't a reason to be attacked? She sat up with an energetic thud and glanced at him. So where is my apology? After looking at her for a second, Arad could recognize the strong spiritual magic in her. You're the Earth Spirit Queen? He lifted an eyebrow, but in his draconic form it was just a large bone plate that was above his eye. Mother Earth now apologize. Arad's eyes looked at her, the ground beneath his claws, the mountain destroyed behind his back, and the sparks of his magic still burning in her flesh stone. Whatever her body was made from. I'm sorry for everything. Can you shift back to your humanoid form? Altair was already in her human form, and she approached. It's hard to talk to you like this. He was indeed too large, loud, and gave them a sense of danger. I'm looking for clothes in my stomach. It has grown much larger, and my body seems to have grown as well. He went silent for a moment and then sighed, almost blowing the 2 away. I found some clothes, but I don't like them that much." He sighed, slowly shifting back to a human. The two gasped, seeing him finally, in his humanoid form, sear the Nova afire. Yet Ared had grown taller again, and now stood at almost 10 feet tall. His muscular body grew a bit leaner, and he now had a thin beard on his face. He looked older, more mature, with a sharper face and silky black hair. But the two couldn't help but laugh. Gaia even rolled on the ground, holding her stomach in pain. Ared was wearing one of Ayla's robes, and it barely reached his knees. All of his clothes don't fit him anymore. He could have just worn his scales, but Altair could see through that, and he wouldn't be walking naked at her side and expecting her to keep a straight face. The robe was simple and white, but still. Ared looked at them for a moment. "If you have a better idea, then enlighten me." Gaia was still laughing, with tears flowing from her eyes. "Listen, didn't you learn size magic from that fairy plum? Use that to get a bit smaller?" Ared held his face. "You're right, damn it." He did wake up, but his mind still isn't fully there, and he could guess why, the evolution of his brain that Arya talked about. The large information she dumped into his mind, and his new sharp senses that his brain needed to sort. Ared's body grew a bit smaller, and a new set of clothes appeared on him. This time his regular clothes, but now, as he returned to his height of around 7 feet, he looked a bit thinner than before. "Will you keep growing larger?" Altair asked with a worried face. Ared thought about it for a moment. He now understood his body enough to reply, "Depends on how much of my full power I want to use in the humanoid form." But before he could explain more, Gaia stopped laughing, wiped the tears off her face, and waved her hand. Suddenly, a large pile of uranium ore appeared beside them. "First, your breakfast, well, 2 bites at least, but I can give you more." Chapter 1152. Back from Slumber. Arad almost finished the whole uranium pile on his own, but he did leave some for Altair. She was far younger, but she still could use it. In fact, from now on, she might need it more than he does. "You said you'll give me more." "How is that?" Cirth the Covelfire. Ed might still be a bit disoriented and would need an hour or two to fully wake up, but he didn't miss her comment earlier. This fairy in front of him was the Earth Spirit Queen, Mother Earth herself. While he met several powerful and influential people, if there is one being he should respect a lot, it's her. They live on her back, after all. "It is not that hard," Gaia replied with a smile. "It'll just take me a bit of time to bring them all the way here. Those are mined deep underground. They're hard to extract without causing a lot of damage to me." She leaned back, supported by her powerful arms. Gaia's eyes looked at Arad once more. She could feel how powerful he was. Earlier she could barely survive his initial attack, and he was just reacting to her. She can't imagine how it'll feel having him as an enemy. Technically, she knew. She talked with Arad's wives, and especially Gammond, who told her how Arad could destroy a whole planet. Even if Gaia was Earth itself, an adult void dragon was already a planetary threat. "Is that so?" Arad munched on some of the ores, by the way. "If you were here, does this mean you always guard void dragons evolving to adulthood, taking into account that the females carry worlds like you?" "Not really. I watched over 5 void dragons." Gaia looked at Altair. "A dragon and 2 drakinas left centuries ago." She looked at Arad silently for a while. "But you smell like the one that was before those 3? A wicked and disrespectful viper of a drakina." "I smell like her?" "Must have been your mother. I find it appalling that it runs in blood. I got injured by both of you." She looked at him with a smile. "But my Arad, you're at least respectful. Your mother can't really say the same." What was she like? Gaia thought about it for a while. Unlike you, her evolution took about 3 years. She was the first one I got to watch over, and to my bad luck, the order came after she went into hibernation. She shivered. When she woke up, she immediately attacked me, thinking I was a threat. I tried to talk some sense to her, but I ended up with a foot shoved up my ass. Arad shook his head, not wanting to learn how. Wait, I do have an older brother. Didn't he evolve before me? That pale one? Gaia shook her. He did, but inside a locked magical space that he created. I wasn't able to get close. Reaching adulthood requires a lot of those oars, and I don't know where he got enough to sustain himself. She pointed at the oars. I've fed your egg almost 100 times more than this. Brother is amazing. He is always doing his own thing. Arad smiled, finished what remained of the oars, and stood. Time to head back home. For one thing, Merlin should be waiting. It'll take a while for us to fly there. Altair stood, looked at him with a shy smile, and then turned to Gaia. Will you return with us? Sure, why not? It'll be a nice trip. Arad looked at them and smiled. Who said anything about flying? He extended his hands to them. Several moments later, inside the bustling castle of Arad, something was happening. Altair made her way to the private quarter, while Arad followed the closest scent of one of his wives. The large stone stairs of the castle were illuminated by rows of magical crystals, and several maids and armed guards were running around. From the strange smell in the air, a strange guest must be here. The sun is up, but the halls smell of rain. It was somewhat familiar, but not the same. He soon reached a massive wooden door decorated with several steel latches and gold engraving. In front of it, 2 armored knights stood, each of them holding a spear in hand. The 2 looked at Arad as he approached, and one lifted his spear, blocking the door. Arad stopped in front of the door, and the knight growled, "Who are you?" Get back, only, before he could finish speaking, his friend grabbed him by the head and whispered, "Put your spear down. That's him." It was then that the knight's eyes opened wide. It took him a few seconds to recognize Arad. Arad pushed the spear away and glanced at the 2 knights with a smile. I believe I can go wherever I want in my castle. Besides, I smell one of my wives inside. Arad grabbed the door's handle and pushed it open, barging into the room inside. Around a massive round table, several people gathered. The most noted of them all were King Baltos, Princess Isdis, Strom Titan, Princess Tile, and several nobles who looked somewhat familiar. The meeting stopped, and everyone fell silent as the door was rudely pushed open. All of them glared at the door. Baltos chuckled and Isdis smiled. It has been a long time, but he was back. Arad looked at everyone in the room, his eyes checking everyone. The nobles took a second to recognize him, and all of them paled. "How are you doing, Isdis?" "I'm back." Isdis wanted to jump at him, but this was an important meeting. They can leave the warm union for later. "I've been doing well. It's a good thing you've returned. This here." She pointed at the overly large woman barely fitting into her chair. She looked to be almost 12 feet tall, her skin a pale shade of gray, and her hair white and curly. The woman stood to greet him, but Arad spoke first. "You smell close to him? Zeus, the Storm Titan King. It has been a long while since I've last seen him. How is he doing?" The woman's face contorted. She stood from her chair and gave Arad a gentle bow. "Princess Tile of the Strom Titans. Zeus is my grandfather. It's an honor to meet you. Baron Arad Orion and Princess Isdis's husband. Welcome to our land." He approached the table and sat down, a chair magically appearing beneath him. Princess Tile sat down and cleared her throat, trying to resume the discussion. Arad's arrival was unexpected, but it served in her favor. Finally, someone with real power instead of that woman, Isdis. She is sure they kept Arad away from the meeting just so he won't know about it. Didn't answer my question. How is Zeus doing? Arad's eyes shifted back to the Strom princess, slowly growing impatient. Grandfather is doing well? Old age is catching up to him, but he is healthier than all of the other titans his age. She quickly regained her composure, looking at Arad with a passive face. I'll come visit him soon, now that I have time. Arad looked at the princess and then at Balos. I was thinking of making a trip around the world. Visit the Titans, half angel and half devils, the Halfling Hills, and even Star Island of the Chromatic Dragons. You're welcome in our kingdom any time, Baron Arad. The princess looked at him, lingered for a moment, then shifted her gaze to Isdis. About my rejected request, chapter 1153, coiled like a snake. Isdis kept her stern face, her cold blue eyes looking at Tyal with cold indifference. Yes. Since Arad is back, we should start from the beginning, shall we? Silence fell for a few moments before Tyal finally opened up with a smug remark. Naval navigation, aerial navigation, the storm crystals, and the great ivory marble of the Thunder Mountains, several rare services, powerful energy crystals, and near-indestructible building materials. How do you intend to compensate for such a loss? All of the nobles paled Isdis and Tyal were locked in a deathly staring contest, while Baltos looked exhausted, his eyes wandering away with dark spots beneath them. Arid studied Isdis and Tyal, quickly noticing that while Isdis hid all of her emotions behind an indifferent mask, she was shaking her foot beneath the table. Tyal, on the other hand, seemed to be thrilled, and she wasn't happy before he came. It's clear since he could tell she was growing for an hour before he arrived. Her eyebrows still had faint marks. Arid could either ask directly or listen and try to understand what was going on. Tyal mentioned compensation. Did something happen while he was asleep? A conflict with the Storm Titans? Naval and aerial navigation, I can handle that with ease, Arad said with a passive face, mimicking Isdis's indifferent expression. For those storm crystals and ivory marble, what do they do? He was directing the question at Isdis or Tyal, but at the nobles. One of the nobles gasped. Storm crystals are powerful magic crystals that store lightning and can be used to power several magic devices. The ivory marble is a special type of stone harvested from the Storm Titans mountains. It's far more durable than normal stone, looks better, and can resist magic pretty well. A fireball can't scratch a wall made from ivory marble. Sirsh, the novel fire.net, harvested. Arad's gaze shifted to Isdis. What is this about? Did they lose a shipment on our land? No, she came here to establish a political relationship. Isdis's eyes slowly turned to Tyal through marriage. Those are the basic offerings of the Storm Titans. Tyal spoke next, her eyes focused on Arad. And I got rejected. Do you believe it? I was even told that you aren't here. I'm sure there was a misunderstanding of sorts. So, you rejected her? Arad looked at Isdis and she replied clearly, Yes. Then why are you having this meeting here? Arad's words sent a shiver down Teral's spine. She could see a clear bafflement on his face. How can't he understand what had Isdis deprived his kingdom of? She is here to file a complaint and appeal the rejection. I didn't completely reject her, though. I said that she would be a concubine, but not a wife. Isdis sighed. And here we are. Arad's gaze shifted back to Tyal. If she said no, then it means no. He paused for a few moments, and then fixed his eyes on her. So you're telling me you're here trying to force her hand by offering some benefits? Before Tyal could say anything, he continued. Let's say I wasn't here, and you convinced her to change her mind. Later, I found out. Do you know what would have happened? Tyal froze in her place. I would have kicked you out so hard that you'll fly back to where you came from. Tyal remained silent for a moment, then growled, I'm not the only one here doing this. Are you going to kick them all? Arad looked at her for a second and then at Isdis. He shook his head. She doesn't get it at all. He sighed. You want to be a wife? Live with her under the same roof? Yet instead of trying to work with her, you're here trying to force her to put up with whatever made her refuse by sheer benefits. Arad leaned back on his chair. Isdis, why was she rejected? Did she ask for an explanation? No, she didn't ask. I rejected her for several reasons. For example, we don't have a place for her to live, and Alice Dagon took that spot. And the most important reason is the world's power balance. The Storm Titans are one of the strongest in the world, and getting an official wife from them would make it seem like we're trying to conquer the world. Isdis rubbed her forehead. There are many other reasons, ones that I can say and others that I can't, because I'm not certain of them. Tyal was about to speak, but she opened her mouth and then remained silent. So, as long as we don't make it public. The deal itself won't be affected. Isdis stared at Tyal with her passive face. Yes, but there are many more reasons why I rejected your request. So as long as they can all be resolved, you've still got a shot. Tyal looked down and then took a deep breath. Please excuse me. Can we discuss this at a later date with all the details? Even with her pale skin and expressionless face, Arid could smell and hear them, her heartbeat, her sweat, and the faint twitches of her eyes. Of course, I'll send you a letter, Isdis replied, and soon the meeting ended. She was left alone with Arad, so after a warm greeting she looked at him with a serious face. There is a rumor that the Storm Titans are in a civil war. Tyal's father is trying to overthrow his father, Zeus. I bet he sent her here to get power for the cause. I don't want to support any side. Isdis looked at him, and Arad sighed, so that's why, as expected, I can count on you. Arad looked out of the window. I'll go check on Zeus later. For now, where is everyone? Looking for Merlin. She looked at him with a smug face. Don't worry, the day is about to end. She reached up and gently touched his cheek. Are you growing a majestic mane now? I'd say you're looking more like Alcott. Arad smiled. He doesn't decide how his human body looks. Of course he can change at will, but this was the default, minus the size magic that shrinks him. I don't know. I'll let you and the rest decide. He rubbed his beard and then looked at the window. Merlin is one thing, but I didn't expect you to be here. Am I understanding this wrong or right? Who are you talking to? Isdis couldn't see anyone outside the window. The window was at least 30 meters above the ground. It was then that the clouds seemed to shift and the air grew stale. Isdis felt like she saw something move outside, and she wasn't wrong. Suddenly, a large green dragon head appeared out of nowhere. Arad looked at Clog with a smile. Your claws aren't scratching my castle, are they? Everyone in the castle gasped as they saw the massive green dracina coiled around the castle, upside down like a titanic snake. Chapter 1154. The Witch Doctor. So, what if they were scratching it? A large smile appeared on Clog's massive draconic face. Her eyes lit narrowed and she suddenly started to glow. From a gust of green toxic smoke, she flew into the window and appeared standing in front of Arad, a 10-foot-tall woman with majestic green hair, glowing eyes, and the most intimidating smile Arad had seen in his life. Her teeth were still as sharp as those of sharks. She took one step forward, her high heels clanging on the stone floor. With them, she stood at almost 11 feet tall. To her, most humans looked far too short, and even Arad, at 7 feet tall, could barely reach her chest with his head. I came here for many reasons, but the one you're thinking about can wait. She looked down, her glowing eyes fixed on him. Otherwise, we can get it done here and now. Arad smiled. He knew that Clog was having trouble taking a humanoid form. Looking at her teeth, he could guess that this transformation either isn't complete or she still has some problems with it. But that didn't matter. One thing was obvious now. Clog is indeed larger than normal for her age and kind. It wasn't a hard comparison. Most dragons don't decide their basic human shape. The size relative remains the same, so an average dragon should be as tall as an average human. Arad himself was a giant, but now he was using size magic to fit into his clothes. First things first. He looked at her with a smile. Congratulations for getting a humanoid body. She extended her arms and looked down at herself with pride. Masterful, isn't it? What do you think? Arad took a step closer, looked at her chest, then her arms. He reached up and opened her mouth and took a glance inside, sniffed her from several spots, then wrapped his arms around her thighs and lifted her. Isdis was sitting in there, watching, as he inspected her for a few moments. What are you doing? She asked, and Arad looked at her as he was squeezing Clog's calves, SeerTheNovelFire.net. Checking her human form. Many things are wrong, he said. First, you smell like dragons. Your teeth are those of a dragon. There are some scales apparent around your whole body. If someone looked close enough, you don't have nails but short claws, and what matters most, your weight. Clog shook her head. Sadly, I wasn't able to get it lower. She weighs over 400 kilograms. Whatever magic she used to polymorph didn't work that well in that regard. Izdis looked closer and could see some of the things that Arad talked about. How long can you remain in human form? As long as I want problem. I don't have that much power in it. The moment I start trying to access my draconic power, I start morphing back. She lifted her arm and scales covered it as her fingers turned into talons and nails into claws. See? Her arm quickly turned back human. But you still hold more strength than a normal human? Arad squeezed her arm for a moment and then asked, So, you're here for? Several things. A disease broke out, and I contained it. You don't have to worry about it now. I gave advice and taught the people here preventative measures. A smile covered her face. Real reason? I came to mate. Why would I be posted in your territory if not for that? Arad looked at Clog, then his eyes shifted to Izdis. My wife is right there behind you? Clog looked at Izdis with a smile, then turned back to Arad. Honey, do you think I'm that insensitive? I've seen many nobles and royal houses crumble because of things like this. I made sure that everyone accepted me before you returned. She giggled. Even your father calls me daughter-in-law. Arad sighed, holding his head between his hands. Even Alcott seems to have gotten involved. But what can he do? His father was bound to act when a dragon as powerful as Clog arrived. But you know. He looked at her, and she nodded. Turns, and I was listening. Let's go see Merlin. You've got a lot of work waiting for you. They headed downstairs, and all the guards who saw them approaching had to step away. The sight of their future queen, their great emperor, and the radiant witch doctor sent a shiver down their spines, especially the witch doctor, as the commoner started calling her. Almost all of the doors in the castle were built to be larger than normal, almost 3 meters tall, only for Arad, accounting for the horns in his half-dragon form. But in the end, they've ended up needing them for Clog. Soon, Izdis stopped and looked at Arad. This is where we separate. The sun is still up, and the paperwork won't do itself. Clog would take you to Merlin. She should be with the others as Arad and Clog walked alone through the castle's hallways. He looked at her. Are you serious about this? About the mating? Of course. Where would I find a dragon like you? I've spent centuries alone, and I'm already as ancient as I could be. She leaned toward him and whispered, You know what? We Dracaenas love a strong dragon that can throw us around. He sighed, Fine, since you've spoken with everyone. After a moment, they reached one of the lower rooms. Before even getting inside, he could smell it, a lot of beer. He looked at Clog and sighed, opening the door. Inside, multiple women were sitting around a large table. Merlin looked utterly exhausted with her head resting on the table. Beside her, Amber was lifting a large mug of beer. The barrels at the counter at the side of the room were almost empty. On the other side of the table, 2 elves sat, one pale blonde with glowing green eyes. She was the elvish High Queen Cyrilla, and for some reason she looked a bit worried. Beside her, the dark elf Queen Jasmine relaxed, her chair almost falling as her feet rested on the table, a happy smile on her face. Dalla and some elvish maids were standing around serving them beer, drinks, or sweets, all except the Cyrilla, who only drank green tea. Jasmine seemed to be drinking a black liquid that Arad barely recognized, coffee as if that wasn't enough on a table behind them. A drunk Lunara and a drunk Zephyr were arm wrestling with a massive pile of gold beside them. What is going on? Arad sighed, and Clog patted him on the shoulder. The end of a long day of hard work, she walked forward. Take a seat. Chapter 1155. A massive soul. Arad's eyes slowly darted around the room. He finally sighed and looked at Clog. End of day or not, how come Lunara is drunk? He could smell something odd from the beer, and that odd thing smelled like a certain green Dracaena that was sitting right beside him. Sarab the Novifier. Yet. She never got drunk since she became a demon lord. So when she found out that I could reduce her resistance and allow her to get drunk, you can see the result. Behind them, Lunara was arm-wrestling Zephyr, who was strangely winning. Arad reached forward and knocked on Merlin's head. Wake up. Are you asleep? Merlin didn't smell of beer and alcohol like everyone else, but she seemed to be low on mana. Even in her fight with him, she never seemed to run out. What would be draining her to this point? Arad had no idea. Merlin slowly lifted her head with a pained groan. The migraine assaulting her head was slowly growing weaker, but she couldn't rest yet. Who, Arad? She immediately gasped. Cyrilla looked at her with a smile. He's been here for a minute. Are your senses that low? Merlin scratched her head and massaged her temples. I don't have either mana or energy to maintain a single scrying spell, let alone my usual array. She rubbed her face and sighed. Her gaze then stopped at Arad. What's up with the beard? Still undecided. I can just get rid of it. He rubbed his beard and then looked at them. So? No one told me anything in detail. But I can already guess some Izdis had once told him about Cyrilla and Jasmine's arrival when they were in Hati's house. But seeing all of them here was quite abnormal. In short, we're all for Izdis's crowning. Baltos wants to retire. He said that building the new capital should be a part of Izdis's legacy and not his. An achievement like that would earn her the people's trust. But there was another thing on Merlin's mind since Arad returned, the reason for his absence. How are you? You look a bit thinner than before. Arad clenched his fist. Not from starvation. I never felt better. Many things have changed now that I have become an adult void dragon. But the most important of them all is that I don't have access to the system. Name Arid Orion Race Void Dragon Stage Adult World Cores 0/1. For a start, Arid's first goal should be finding, liberating, and consuming a whole world. Arya had told him about how much power a single world can grant everything from a safe retreat to an endless stream of mana. But that wasn't all that he got. Instead of the system that grants people power, what he sees now is still a system made by Arya. But this one reads and displays his vitals more like a diagnosis of his body and mind. Curses, Prickleichi. Prickleichi, once the great old one, was cast away by the unholy jester of 1,000 eyes into the trial of wits. Little did the unholy jester know the great old one had a thing for the accursed. By blood and fur buried in the black depths, the great old one gave birth to a new life. As Arad expected, most of his skills and abilities have disappeared. He could still feel and use them, but not in the same way he was before. The power of Gemini, for example, instead of feeling a torrent of magic flow into his soul from an unknown source, he could feel it forming directly inside his soul. With that came a deeper understanding of many things. The first of them was his soul. He had one massive soul, far bigger than anyone he had ever seen before. If Merlin's soul before him was an apple, his soul was the moon. He could now directly see the souls of people, and what he wanted to do the most now is find Tina and get a good look at her dying soul. Maybe he'll be able to learn something or figure out a way to help her. The second largest soul here was Zephyr's soul, which was almost as massive as his, explaining how oppressive her power was. He could also see several golden, black, and red strands dancing in her green soul. That explained several things to him. She was cursed, blessed, and touched by an abominable force. Arad's own soul was pitch black like a massive black hole that roars silently in the black night sky, surrounded by a blinding accretion disk of glowing magic. After seeing this, he could finally understand the process of absorbing souls to grow older. He was simply feeding this massive black hole of a soul that he had. The more he fed it, the larger it grew. But thanks to geometry, the larger it grew, the more souls it needed to grow further. But that wasn't everything. Arad noticed more than one strange thing about his soul. He didn't have just one, but three. All of them had mixed into the massive black hole. The first was massive and burning with a dark purple magic, his dragon soul. The second was relatively small, the size of an adult person, and pure white, his human soul. The third one was hard to see, transparent, and devoid of all power, empty as a soul could be. But it still seemed to exist, as if waiting to be filled with something. Several souls orbited his soul as well. Doma's soul was massive, as large as a whole continent, and engulfed in the blinding pink flame of cursed magic. She's soul was as large as a small house, brown and dripping with red blood, but it held in place. And in the outer edges, Arad could see thousands and thousands of souls flying around, the souls of the vampires resting inside his soul. One of them was especially massive, Akasha's soul. At that moment, Jasmine kicked him on the shoulder. "What's up, handsome? Glaring at us with that hungry stare of yours. We can be eaten, but not now." She leaned forward, finally taking her legs from the table, and smacked him on the back. Arad shook his head, waved his hand, and said in a calm voice, "I can see souls, the flow of magic, and the structure of matter." A mug formed in his hand, followed by a stream of wine that seemed to appear out of thin air. He took a sip and then gave the mug to Jasmine. "Taste this." She took a sip, and it was normal red wine, if a bit too sweet for her taste. Wine a bit fruity. Arad shook his head. "That doesn't matter." He touched the surface of the wine with his finger and asked her to taste it again. This time she immediately spat it out. It wasn't because he put his finger in it, but because what she tasted wasn't wine but vinegar. Chapter 1156, 1156, in details. What was that? Jasmine put the mug back down, and Arad reached forward once more, this time turning the vinegar back to wine. "I'm still working on it." "No, that's a lie. This is the first time I used this power, and I don't even know what I can achieve with it. Arad would need several days to get used to his body and power. Even the system didn't seem to just show him a spread of all his powers. He instead needed to concentrate on a single power, isolate it from his soul, and inspect it. Arya would then give him an explanation or a description if one existed. That meant two things. The first is that she doesn't have access to freely see his powers, and the second is that all of his powers were strange, not common. Now that's impressive. Do you know how much money you'll make? Jasmine sighed. Well, that won't matter to you anyway. She looked at Cyrilla with a large smile on her face. Cyrilla noticed the Dark Queen's gaze and sighed. Jasmine, fine. She then looked at Arad. I hope you didn't forget. You'll need to fly me to the top branches of the World Tree. Serarch, the Novifier. I didn't forget. You'll expect to hear the elf goddess's voice there. Arad could remember her request, but Cyrilla shook her head. I suspect that we'll meet the goddess herself. She then leaned back on her chair. Only she can help. What's the problem? Arad asked. And Cyrilla looked at everyone, then said with a grim face, The tree's Miko saw her death a year from now. When that happens, the current ruler of the elves needs to climb the tree to get the new fruit. From that fruit, a new Miko would be born. Jasmine sighed. The trip is harrowing and exhausting. All rulers who attempted it returned, but all of them died weeks after from their wounds and exhaustion. Jasmine's gaze shifted to Arad, but those rules didn't have a dragon capable of burning the world down. Cyrilla nodded, and Arad knew what she needed from him. She needed him to take her up the tree and protect her from whatever terror guarded the upper branches. Did those rulers say anything about what they faced? No, the records say they collapsed right after their return. They remained bedridden in the short days. They remained alive after their return. Cyrilla sighed. I asked the goddess, and she said that it's a trial of a ruler's might, resources, and intelligence. Cyrilla asked if Arad would count as a resource, and the goddess approved. There were no rules about that. Some kings before her even took several parties of powerful adventurers with them. Arad's eyes shifted to another person that he hadn't seen in a while, Amber, who was still drinking at his side. Amber, I've got some news. She looked at him, drunk. Kusuth, the goddess of fire, wants me to take you to the elemental plane of fire to visit her priests. Apparently, your family, Burnhill, are their descendants. The drunkard's smile quickly faded away as the flames in her body burned the toxin away. Wait. She almost immediately returned to her senses. Just hearing the goddess's name made her fire grow a bit stronger and shook her conscience from the hallucination of the alcohol. Merlin looked at him with a worried face. There is no air there, only fire instead of it, not to mention the heat. I can make my own air. Arad replied with a calm face and looked at Zephyr. I'll also take her with me if I can. Zephyr, who had just defeated Lunara flew toward and shrank back to her small fairy size. She flew around his head like an excited bee. The elemental plane of fire? I haven't visited it in a long time. Everyone except Arad gasped. Wait, you went there? Zephyr, who had already started drinking the mug of wine that Arad made, looked at them. It was a long time ago. Don't worry about it. She turned toward Merlin. Instead of thinking about me, shouldn't you be telling him about Nina? Hearing those words and feeling a sense of urgency from Zephyr, a wave of magic rushed out of Arad's body. Everyone felt it, and Dalla was harmed the most as she was the weakest in the room. She felt weak and dizzy, leaning on the table to support herself, and a low groan escaped her lips. Calm down. I'll explain in detail. She gave Zephyr a sharp glare and then started explaining everything that happened to Nina. The hunger, how she asked to be chained there, her strange body, and her ever-growing power. With each word, Arad seemed to be getting more and more worried. After Merlin finished her explanation, Arad stood, muscles rolling beneath his skin like worms. Just being close to him, everyone felt like their faces were right beside a powerful, loaded spring that's about to explode and rip them apart. Whatever the problem was, Arad was going to punch it away. Seeing that Clog seemed to get a bit excited, and she pulled her chair close to him. She reached up with her hand and grabbed him by the shoulder. Sit down. This would have to wait until the morning. His eyes shifted toward her with rage. I'm not letting Nina sit chained down there any longer. Clog giggled. Don't look at me like that. I might start stripping. She shook her head. Anyway, Merlin's magic is the only thing we're sure can contain her. And she doesn't have enough mana or energy to create those chains again. Merlin is the second plan to whatever you're thinking. Without her, you'll have to kill Nina if your plan fails. Clog watched as Arad sat down. She smiled. You know, the beard looks good on you. Especially when you're angry, it makes you more menacing. Arad sighed, pushing all worry to the back of his head. Fine, but I need more details about the chains and the situation. Merlin went into detail about her chains, and Arad listened with a focused stare that looked so terrifying that Merlin found it hard to focus. Meanwhile, Clog spends her time caressing his arms and chest, checking the new and sprawling muscular structure beneath his skin. Chapter 1157, a 157, a simple plan. As Merlin explained how her chains work and how they could keep Nina in one place, Clog kept checking Arad's arms, but in the middle she added something. Even her powerful poisons weren't able to put Nina to sleep or numb her hunger. Green dragons were also called poison dragons. Their poisons and toxins were powerful and versatile. Just how they could make a demon lord drunk, they could paralyze, put people to sleep, or outright kill them. They were walking chemical weapons, and Clog was more skilled than most. Seer Thew Navilfire. Ned Clog lacked the talent for magic, but her body was special. She had grown much larger than her kind and boasted a higher physical strength and endurance. That powerful body allowed her to generate stronger and more specialized poisons. Neither Arad nor Aisha could challenge her in making poisons, even if the latter had decades to perfect alchemy. That meant several things for Nina, once her tolerance for poison had been extremely high. Now that he had become an adult and could see the structure of matter, he could tell at a glance, just as immortality is a myth. Poison immunity is nothing but an illusion, with how many different poisons exist, and they could be tailored and modified. A creature can never be fully immune. Even green dragons aren't immune to poisons. Their bodies just identify the poison and create an antidote in seconds. Theoretically, you can poison a poison dragon to death by making a poison complicated enough that they can't make an antidote in time. The moment he spoke, Clog stared at him. You can understand that. Arad nodded, and a large grin appeared on her face. I've seen green worms unable to understand that one key point about their bodies, and here you seem to get it. She leaned on his. You're right. Nina isn't immune to poisons. It's just that her blood devours anything foreign in a fraction of a second. The poison didn't even have the chance to spread an inch in her veins before being turned into her lunch. Arad remained silent for a while, remembering what he did inside Zul's body. The legions of wild blood cells, the killer T cells, all of them fought to defeat the sprawling mass of mutated cells. He then remembered how She's blood acted, how Nina's blood acted, where she got it, and then, as if something clicked inside his head, he stood. I got it, but it'll take time to prepare. His eyes shifted to Zephyr. Zephyr, can I use your size magic? He asked, and the half-drunk fairy looked at him, lifted an eyebrow, and tilted her head. But you're already using size magic. She didn't miss the fact that he was using size magic to make himself smaller enough to fit into his clothes. I can use it, but at a very small scale, I'll lose a lot of my power. Not to mention that I just woke up. I can't control my magic that well yet, he replied, and she nodded, flying to him and taking a seat on his head. Then you want me to make you smaller and be the one concentrating on the magic. That would leave you enough brain power to focus on other things. Cyrilla sighed. Do you know what you're asking? She then looked at Arad. Zephyr is already contracted with Aella. She sure can help you, but that is at least insulting to her. Spirits are born from mana and magic. It is like asking a woman for a one-night stand. No matter how long Arad thought about, he couldn't understand what Spirit liked and hated, but judging by Zephyr's silence, Cyrilla was somewhat right. I know what you want. Cyrilla leaned forward. You want her to make you smaller, and then you'll inject yourself into Nina's blood to see why poison can't work. You'll then work with Clog to make a medicine to help her with the hunger. She looked at Zephyr, but that would require Zephyr to stay inside you to keep her magic without failing to detect you. She reasons her magic never misses because her targets always have contact with air. Zephyr growled, but then shrugged. Who cares about that? I'll do it no problem, in fact. You all might not know, but Arad and I already have a daughter. The room froze, and Merlin sighed. Uwaku, she is a nymph that was born from Arad's beauty and Zephyr's magic. From Arad's side, she might not be a true daughter, but from Zephyr's side, she is as much a daughter as they get. While spirits can reproduce sexually, they can also do it magically. The latter one is hard, but can even be achieved without a partner. Everyone remained silent for a while, and then Jasmine cried, Wait, you have a daughter now? And a nymph. Where is she? Zephyr pointed down. In the forest of Arad. She is so beautiful that looking at her kills mortals. Their brains can't fathom her brilliance and just get fried. She also inherited some of Arad's void power. But before she could finish, Cyrilla snatched her away. Wait, does Aella know about this? She shook the little fairy and squeezed her like an empty toothpaste tube. She does. Zephyr grew smaller and escaped Cyrilla's grasp. She didn't seem to mind, though, and I have a contract with her, so I'll know if she was really bothered. As Cyrilla and Jasmine were trying to understand what had happened, Zephyr flew back and sat on Arad's head. Arad, see all of them in this room. If you can take only one and leave the rest, which one would you pick? Merlin excluded. She is already one of your wives. When everyone in the room heard the question, they all froze. All of them were here for that reason after all, and each one of them intended on becoming one of Arad's wives. If that's the case, Arad started looking around. His eyes seemed to stop on Cyrilla, but he wasn't looking at her, but at the one standing behind her. I would have to take Dalla. Chapter 158. 1158. Royal Quarter. As the night slowly passed, Arad had gone around the castle, met all of his wives, and even managed to take a look at the sprawling city that slowly grew behind the mighty stone walls. He was now standing at the balcony of his room, or as Izdis called it, the royal quarter. The balcony itself was made of large marble slabs and the size of a full room. It extended almost 3 meters outward and was 5 meters wide, with stone rails and even a large leather cover that could be rolled back. Arad stood there, resting both hands on the rails as he looked at the distant horizon, his gaze reaching the distant mountains. While he seemed still for a bit, He was currently busy, the purple glimmer in his eyes flashing every few seconds. At the massive doors of the balcony, two armored elvish handmaidens stood. Both of them wore heavy plate armor and carried long halberds with bows on their back. From the tiny slits of the visors, their eyes remained fixed on Arad's back, watching the strange muscles twitch beneath his skin. The handmaidens were the personal guards of the elvish queens. The one on the right worked for Cyrilla, the one on the left was a dark elf who came with Jasmine. From what it seems, the two queens asked that their trusted ladies be stationed at Arad's room for protection. Arad did ask the two women what they were here really for, and with a troubled look, they spilled the beans rather quickly. They were sent by the queens to observe Merlin's eventful night and give the queens tips so they can fare better in their inevitable turn. Merlin didn't seem to mind, so the two ended up staying. Inside the vast, almost 50-meter-wide room, countless maids stood at the walls, motionless with their eyes closed. The room was relatively empty, with two massive beams emerging in the center, supporting its massive domed ceiling. At the center of the left wall from the balcony stood a comically large bed, almost 5 meters wide and 6 meters long. The wood frame seemed to be supported by straps of solid steel and glowing magic enchantments. On the soft, demonic silk blankets, a naked Merlin rested, looking at a crystal orb with a curious smile on her face. She wasn't alone. Nage and Ombre were at her sides, both of them naked and staring at the orb with her. Their eyes focused so much that they couldn't even blink. "How long will it take you?" Merlin pushed Nage a bit and looked at Arad, who was on the balcony. It took him a few moments to respond. Several minutes. She looked down at herself, and then her eyes shifted aside to one of the maids. No, on a closer look, that one wasn't a maid, but a nun. The nun approached with weary steps. The moment she stood at the bed, she opened her eyes. "Did you need anything from me? You sure I'm fine?" Merlin twisted her torso and showed her butt to the nun. The holy woman grimaced and nodded. "Luckily, your bones are all healed." Her gaze shifted to Arad. "She is fine now." Arad finally moved and slowly turned, the purple flash in his eyes fading. A deep sigh escaped his lips and he walked into the room. The moment he did, the two handmaidens turned, pulled two small scrolls, and got ready to scribble notes. Merlin looked at him with a grin. "I'll keep my magic to myself. That won't happen again." She waved her hand to him, but he stopped approaching, right after waking up. Arad still found it hard to control his power, and when Merlin used a spell on him in bed for whatever reason, she wanted to use it, his thrust got powerful enough to shatter her hip. Even with how enthusiastic Merlin was, she was still on the fragile side. That thrust might have been weak for Merida or Eris, but it was more than enough to harm the others. What was that spell, even? Arad finally approached the bed and sat down. The two Taros moved away and got to the other side, allowing Merlin to crawl to his side. "A relaxing spell. You looked a bit worried about Nina and all of the other stuff. Just wanted to give you a few moments of respite." She laid her head on his thigh and looked up at him. "Didn't expect that one of those worries I washed away was your worry about harming me with all those muscles of yours." Merlin sighed, stretched her arms and smiled. "I hate to say it, but compared to you, most of us are delicate and fragile." She looked at her pale body, soft skin and plump flesh. Several layers of powerful muscles rolled on her frame, but none compared to what a powerful human could be. She could wrestle a fighter down, but in the grand scheme of things, she was the second weakest of Arad's wives. Arad reached down and patted her head. "That doesn't matter." She lifted her foot up and then swung it down, prompting her body to sit up. "Up for a round two? I'm ready," she said with a smile, and the two terrors behind them sighed. Nige looked at her. What round two? Her face was pale, grim, and a bit horrified. Ombre nodded. "It was one thrust. You lost both your virginity and hip bone." And unlike Nige, Ombre moved a bit forward and sat between Arad and Merlin. "You can be a bit rough with me, though. I won't break as easily as her." The smug smile on her ghostly dark face seemed a bit alluring, but only before Merlin pulled her away by the hair. "You two are here to support me if I need help." She looked at them, "and I don't need it." That proud smile disappeared when Neej approached and slapped her butt, causing the pale wizard to cry in pain and roll away. "Healed? Maybe still in pain, though?" Arid looked at the nun and she sighed. "Residual pain. She is fully healed." Merlin quickly calmed down, lifted her legs up, and waved her hands to Arad. "What are you waiting for?" About an hour later, someone knocked on the door. One of the maids standing at the wall twitched, and she then slowly opened her eyes. She avoided looking at the bed, but she could still clearly hear everything. Even though she asked to work here, fully aware of everything, she didn't expect things to be taking this long. As she moved, her shoes left the tiny wet puddle that was beneath her feet. She stopped for a moment, looked down, and sighed, comforted by the fact that she wasn't the only one. All the maids were dripping wet. But she didn't have time for those thoughts. She had to reach the door. When she reached the door and asked who was outside, a familiar voice replied. She quickly reached forward and opened the door, letting Tina walk inside. Tina stopped and looked at the maid. "You look red." The maid opened her mouth as if about to say something, but then quickly closed it. She silently pointed to the bed and went back to stand in her spot. On the bed, Merlin was getting it handed to her at a terrifying speed. Inside this isolated room, she didn't even bother suppressing herself and screamed as loudly as her lungs could. She didn't even care what she was saying, and some things were appalling to even Tina. Luckily, it was about to end. Sierra, the Novel Ferenyo, Chapter 1159, Lifn 1559. Fractured soul. As Tina stood beside the bed, Arad finally pulled out of Merlin. The wizard's body convulsed as a white stream escaped her, followed by several twitches, moans, and groans. She spared the wizard a quick bow and immediately turned to Arad, ignoring the several maids who rushed from the walls to clean both Merlin and Arad. "You called me?" she said, and he nodded. "Just stay still. I'll look into something." Arad's eyes flashed with a purple light, and suddenly Tina felt a bit uncomfortable. "This is a bit strange. I'm looking at your soul." "Powerful souls won't even feel it, but weaker souls will," Arad replied, and Tina nodded. "A sense of dread, fear, and impending doom. It feels as if I was suddenly stripped down against my will." She stood still, looked around, and noticed one of the maids looked at her with a tired, pale face. Arad looked at the maid, and she approached. "He tested it on me earlier. I have to agree. Even if I don't mind stripping here, that just felt terrifying. Souls are vulnerable, the people's truth and weakness. It's something that you'll want to hide more than anything else." Arad kept looking at Tina, "unless you're strong enough." The maid returned to her post, and Tina nodded. "This feels awful, so please hurry. Me willing to let you look at my soul or not, I still can't shake the dreadful feeling." Soon, Arad finished looking at her soul. "I'm done." And Tina felt a deep sense of relief when he closed his eyes to the point that she felt on her knees, shivering. "So," she looked at him with a pale and worried face, "what did you see?" Arad reached forward. "Not here." He put his hand on her head, and she suddenly disappeared in a gust of black smoke. Arad, who was sitting on the bed with two maids cleaning his lower side, closed his eyes. Tina found herself standing on a patch of grass, staring at the night sky. But the more she looked at the stars, the more disturbed she felt. Something about them was wrong. Suddenly, Arad appeared beside her. "You're inside my stomach." Tina jumped as he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and when she caught her breath and looked around, she finally asked, "Those aren't stars, are they?" "No, they are masses of energy, white novas. Each can blow a city to ash." Arad looked at the sky with a smile. "I used all of my reserve in the Beastland, so I'm building more." "I see." She then turned toward him. "So, how is my soul?" Arad crossed his arms. "Honesty, bad, shattered into many small fragments. I can't even figure out what's holding your soul together." He looked at her once more, and the dreadful feeling assaulted her mind. This time it was several times stronger, and she cried. Arid immediately stopped looking at her soul, and she gasped for air. Being inside his stomach with nowhere to run only amplified the fear caused by Arid staring at her very being. "Are you okay?" Arid asked, and she nodded. That was strangely horrifying. She looked pale, exhausted, and utterly spent. But she still managed to sit and looked at him. "Please explain what you say, and don't look at my soul here. I might die of a heart attack next time." Ser the Novialfire. Net Arad sat down in front of her. "Imagine a lot of shattered glass shards all pressed into a ball. That's how your soul looks." Suddenly, several empty wine bottles appeared in front of him. He shattered them and then pressed them into a ball with gravity magic, just like this. "A normal soul should look smooth, right?" she asked, and Arad silently nodded. "I once had my human soul cleaved in half by that abomination Vorvados. But yours is shattered, as if smacked with a hammer." He scratched his head. "I can think of several ways to repair it, but none seem promising." "Like what?" Arad went on, and explained all of his theories. The first was that if Tina was a succubus, feeding several times would have fixed her soul. The same if she were a magic dragon, cultivating some souls would have made it easier for her soul to recover, but those solutions were out of the question. She is neither a succubus nor a dracana. Another solution would have been to turn her into a succubus, at least to something close. Merlin had managed to mix succubus blood into her own, but that probably was only possible with Merlin's powerful and healthy high human soul. Tina might end up dead. Turning her into a vampire or a werewolf might work, but he fears that due to the damage to her soul, she might end up going insane and turning feral. That's a risk they shouldn't take. He could also give her the divine portfolio of the four seasons, or at least one of them, but he bets that such a transformation would put a huge load on her already fractured soul and might kill her. Tina grew paler and paler with each theory, but soon Arad smiled. "While I can't find a way to fix your soul right away, since I can see souls now, that only means that I should be able to manipulate them soon. If just you looking at my soul is this scary, I doubt I'll be able to handle you fondling it." She threw her head back and then looked at him. "When that time comes, even if I look scared, just do it. It'll be over anyway." Arad nodded outside. Arad opened his eyes. The maids who were cleaning him were already standing in their spots at the wall. He threw his hand forward, and Tina appeared out of nowhere. "How did it go?" Merlin, who lying on the bed beside Arad, asked. Tina looked at her, the two frustrated horrors beside her. Those two clearly didn't get to enjoy anything, as well as expected. Arad sighed, and Merlin smiled at Tina. "We'll have to keep looking. Don't worry." Tina shook her head. "No, I would have asked for more." Chapter 1160, 1160. The three needs the morning came, and Arad walked down a seemingly endless staircase. Merlin floated behind him, gliding down as she didn't want to exhaust herself with the 10,000 stone steps to the depth of the earth, and her hips were still sore. Soon they were facing a stupendous steel door, and Arad could already sense the one behind it. Merlin waved her fingers, and the stupidly large door creaked open. Inside, Arad could see Nina chained to the ground and walls. Nina slowly opened her eyes and looked forward, spotting Arad and Merlin. "So he is back?" Her voice rang in Merlin's head. "I'll give him the spell, so just—" But before Merlin could finish talking, Arad's voice interrupted them. "No need. I can hear people's thoughts and project mine to them. It has several setbacks, but nothing I couldn't manage." Arad's eyes shifted between Merlin and Nina, and he quickly waved his hand. "Merlin, you can leave. I'll handle her, shatter the chain, and find how to fix this problem." Arad cracked his neck, and Merlin disappeared without saying a word. "Don't free me. I'll eat you alive, I know it." Her thoughts seemed strained, and peering deep made it clear. Even if she tried her hardest to speak, All that was going through her mind was a pure hunger and thirst for blood. She saw Arad as nothing more than a fatty piece of meat, and even if her conscious mind struggled against that thought, she couldn't shake it. You know, Arad's clothes started fading away. I too see my wives as food. I'm a dragon, after all. But unlike you, I can choose to eat other things. Soon, pieces of leather and hide started appearing on his body. Mira tastes the best so far. Just one lick and I can tell. His eyes shifted toward her. That's going to change, though. You smell much, much better. The chains strained and groaned as Arad approached and knelt in front of Nina, looking straight into her eyes. Who is the food and who is the eater? Who is the prey and who is the predator? Who is the strong and who is the weak? Arad caressed her face in his hands and asked, "Do you think it is wise to think you're not the one who is about to be eaten?" Looking deep into Arad's eyes, Nina could see the endless darkness of the abyss, the call of nothing, whispering to her undying body. She had seen Arad join the guild and slowly grow. He was weak at the start, far weaker than her. That was a mistake. And a huge one at that. Arad wasn't a human, the aloof face glaring at her, just like she is now. He was a monster, a horror beyond her wildest dreams. She was mad, insane to think he was in danger. Arad was the danger. On his part, Arad could clearly see Nina's soul, a massive radiant flare of pure light and willpower that shines like the bright sun. He had expected to see it corrupted by whatever it was that turned Nina into a hungry monster, but to his surprise, her soul looked far healthier than anyone he had ever seen. Nina's radiant soul seemed to seek three primal instincts. The primal instinct to seek food was the first, followed by the stalwart will to survive. Then lastly, the deep desire to breed and leave an offspring. If Nina doesn't have enough food to sustain her body, she won't survive. If she doesn't have a safe enough place, then she'll be in danger and must fight. And if she doesn't find a mate, then she'll wait. The Tarrasque cycle had now become clear. She wakes up and starts feeding to fulfill the first need. When her belly is full, she seeks a safe place that she can call a safe nest and wait for a mate. But since she was the last of her kind, no one would come, and she'll end up slumbering until the hunger returns. Luckily, Nina isn't the Tarrasque, but a human who carries its blood. Her eating countless massive monsters in days might have seemed terrifying, especially with her size. That's why she and others assumed that she could eat infinitely and never feel full. But by looking at her soul, Arad can tell otherwise. Mundane monster flesh isn't rich enough for the power hiding in her blood and muscles. She needs more than that. Sea Arch, the novel Ire. Net, Arad reached forward and patted her head. Just relax and don't worry about anything. He can fix her. Soon, the chains binding Nina shimmered with light and faded away with a loud bang. Merlin felt the chains shatter and her face paled, growing dimmer and darker as she got ready to protect the castle. She didn't even know how to do that. Nina is beneath the castle. As the chains disappeared, Nina bit the muzzle and shattered it. Silence fell as Arad stood there wearing just his barbarian clothes. Nina suddenly disappeared, and the next thing Arad could feel was her foot crashing into his chest, rattling his ribs like the first time she kicked him at the guild. He looked to be a second late to block her attack. Key word looked. Damn, you're heavy. Arad groaned, and Nina's glowing golden eyes shifted to look down. Her toes were floating just an inch above the solid floor. Arad had lifted her with gravity magic at the last second and killed almost all of the power behind her kick. He grabbed her by the ankle and teleported away. In the next second, Nina found herself falling with him from above the clouds. Nina's eyes burned red and her whole body flashed with power. Her veins bulged and her muscles expanded, her skin taking on a dark red color. Barbarian's rage, and this one looked especially powerful. Well, she is hungry, and I just called her heavy. She must be mad. Arad smiled and swung a fist at her face. In the next second, he was missing an arm. The two hit the sand with enough force to cause an earthquake. As the desert shuddered, Arad looked at the mountain he evolved in with a sad face. The poor thing had cracked in half from their fall. Several meters away from Arad, Nina was busy munching on his severed arm without a care in the world. Arad stood there with a smile on his face. The severed arm immediately regenerated. Mundane flesh might not be enough to fill you, but what about the flesh of a grown void dragon? Saturate to the brim with mana and energy. Arad looked at her, hoping that she would be satiated with just one arm. Chapter 11, 61. We know 161. She is growing. Arad kept his eyes on Nina. The faint purple glimmer in them remained strong as he inspected her soul. But that wasn't all. Like he could inspect mundane materials, even the bodies of living beings weren't that hard for him to see through. A part of his powerful vision was thanks to his Prickalichi curse, and the other was thanks to being a void dragon. Even cells had atoms, and those were filled with void. What he saw in Nina's body wasn't good. He grimaced. Not enough. It didn't matter how rich that arm of his was. All of its energy had been absorbed by Nina's body in seconds. Run. He could hear Nina growling at him in her thoughts, and he smiled with a giggle. Run? You're a bigger threat to the whole world than to me. He lifted one arm, extending it toward Nina. I might be overestimating my strength and underestimating yours. Nina stood, pushed one foot forward, and stood on her toes. The muscles beneath her tan skin rolled and twisted like steel wires. Arad could even hear her bones groaning under the stress. The soft stand shouldn't be able to provide enough support for her to use her full power and accelerate. But the Tarrasque was an innate earth magic user. If not a caster, the ground obeys her will in the same way Nina and the Tarrasque could swim through the ground unhindered. They could make the earth an absolute barrier for them to use as leverage. The sand beneath Nina's toes solidified to become harder than any metal, and she burst forward at a harrowing speed that burned the air around her. Nina's fist flew at Arad's face, not even giving the air a chance to explode into a sonic boom. This inhumane speed was nothing short of terrifying, but Arad could already see her moving, and even had time to inspect how her muscles were performing to reach such a level of power. The answer was simple, but complicated. She wasn't this powerful when Arad freed her from the chains. Her body had used the energy she got from eating his arm to rebuild her muscles to resemble those of the Tarrasque. Looking at Nina's soul, Arad was certain that she could never reach the Tarrasque's power. But getting close enough wasn't impossible. He suspects that she'll keep eating to provide her body with enough power to reach that stage, just like him before evolving. She needs sustenance to grow. But she doesn't have access to something as energy-dense as the cursed ores and therefore needs to eat a lot. Arad took a step to the side and punched Nina's fist aside. At the same time, he engulfed it in a small expansion to absorb the shock of the impact and keep her from blowing the sand into the sky. He had already harmed the poor desert too much, and she deserved to be treated better. Seeing that her punch failed, Nina immediately spun around and threw a round kick at Arad's chest. He was too tall for her to reach his neck with a kick while still keeping contact with the ground. Arad sidestepped her attack. He then threw his arm at her face as if trying to knock her to the ground. As he expected, her mouth opened far wider than any human mouth has the right to, and ripped his arm off with a single bite. Arad, who seemed unfazed, kept an eye on her face. What he saw was painful. All of her teeth were shattered when trying to bite through his hard scales and bones, but she still managed to do it. Arad wasn't trying to resist her bite, so he was a bit surprised by that. Nina's teeth regenerated before she could land, and she started chewing on the arm, her eyes still fixed on Arad since he wasn't making the initiative to attack. She kept eating. His arm regenerated in an instant. While Nina could chew metal and stone with ease, his arm was surprisingly tough on her teeth, so it took her a few seconds to eat it, especially with her teeth shattering and regenerating with each bite. Serth the Novel Fire Nyot, Arad, used that time to inspect her soul even more. Nina showed a sign of discomfort like everyone did, but it was more like a recognition than her caring about what he was doing. Arad was able to confirm one thing. Nina's soul was still bound to her body with a silver thread. She shouldn't be immune to death like the real Tarrasque is. Even her skin, which could reflect magic, didn't seem as powerful as the legends of the Tarrasque spoke. You're immune? No. You reflect magic from the 6th tier and below. Anything above that has enough mana concentration to bypass your reflective skin. Arad approached Nina, who was still eating his arm. She spared him a glance and kept eating. He crouched beside her and looked at her back, arms, and stomach. Even if he was this close, she didn't seem to mind, focusing on her food unless he attacked. The reflective skin was quite amazing. Arad had never seen such a thing before, a marvel of what living beings can achieve. But to Arad's poor luck, Nina was already about to finish her meal. He sighed, chopped his arm with a single swing of his claw, and put it in front of her. As Nina finished the arm, she picked up the new one and kept eating. Her teeth weren't shattering anymore. Arad didn't miss that. Her bones had already grown stronger and denser. The more he fed her, the stronger she became. Arad, your nose is an inch away from my back. Her voice rang in his head. Get away. What if I attacked you again? I'm checking your skin. Don't worry about me. But how does this even work? Your body is doing one thing while your mind is calm. I don't know. It is moving on its own. Then it's probably because all of your nerves can think. Merlin should be able to explain it when we return. Arad lifted one finger, extended a black claw out, and reached to Nina's back. He poked her, and she didn't react. He expected her to attack immediately, but she didn't. Does it hurt? Yes, but no. I can feel it, the pain, but it is not a bothersome feeling anymore. It is more like hearing someone speak. She remained silent for a moment. It's knowing that someone is touching me. I know it's there, and that's it, Arad. Cut a small piece of skin from her back, and she didn't react. It seems that as long as he doesn't interrupt her meal, then she won't attack back. And as expected, the wound closed almost instantly. Arad, however, was able to see beneath the skin for a moment and learned a lot. He also inspected the small piece he cut and was surprised. Your skin is like a mirror for magic. I never saw something like this before. Not that I lived long enough. He ate the small piece of skin, and his face twisted into a grimace. But let's just say it doesn't taste good. Chapter 1162. Like a ghost, Nina's skin worked like a mirror for magic. Any spell or mana that hits it reflects away from what Arad knew about the Tarrasque. That thing was supposed to be able to fling spells back at its caster. But Nina seems to be a bit different if she wants to send the spells back at the caster. She needs to angle her body right, as if trying to reflect light back at its source with a mirror. The skin seemed to be able to reflect any kind of magic and work on its own. Nina can't be healed or buffed by anyone, which seems to be the flaw of her skin. She can't pick and choose. By the time Arad finished inspecting her skin, Nina was already about to finish eating the third arm. With the first one, her muscles evolved, and with the second, her bones. The third one seemed to harden some of her organs. Arad jumped back, but before he could get away, Nina was already after him. This time faster than before, and with a much more vicious attitude. He was still calm and able to keep up with her, but she was already reaching a level of speed that was unheard of. This time Arad didn't feed her immediately and dodged her attacks for a few seconds, trying to assess and get used to her speed. She isn't his opponent now, but at the end, when her belly is full, he might end up struggling, if not losing. Now he has no way of knowing how he'll fare, so he is trying to study her body and find the weakness. It was then that Arad noticed something, and it made him both scared and happy. As Nina landed beside him on one foot, swinging a left hook at his liver, something about her seemed off. Nina's muscles moved as one, her bones tensed, and her skin seemed to glisten with sweat that immediately evaporated into a haze of mist due to how fast she moved. Arad's eyes didn't miss the change. This attack wasn't like any other. He was right. She is far different from any mundane, strong opponent. Nina's fist flew right through Arad's body and came from the other side. His eyes could seem beneath her skin, The muscles ruptured from going beyond their limit, but they were already healed before the acceleration died. In that one strike, Nina's muscles pushed beyond their limit were destroyed and healed 7 times. With each push accelerating her fist, accelerated further into a realm far beyond what should be possible with flesh and bones, as Nina's mouth opened wide, ready to gnaw at the spilling organs. She found nothing. She paused for a moment, looking at him with a confused face, droll flowing down her lips like rivers. Arad was standing there unharmed to Arad. She looked to have halted, but if anyone else was watching, they probably wouldn't even notice. And like a vicious monster, she immediately lunged back at him, throwing a storm of attacks, aiming to either kill or maim him. To her surprise, most of her attacks landed, but none of them managed to harm Arad. In fact, her attacks seemed to fly right through his body without leaving a wound. Unless Arad wants to get hit or gets caught off guard with a surprise or a sneak attack, he can choose to do 4 things. Like all other fighters, he can choose to dodge, block, or deflect the attack. The last and 4th option that is now open to him is to just let the attack fly through him in the same way Undine or Salamander were able to dodge attacks by turning their bodies into water and fire. Arad could do that with the void for him. It looks like the attacks are just flying through him. Of course, such a thing didn't come without risk. While it doesn't consume a lot of energy, he needs to tightly manage the time he remains incorporeal for it to be effective in combat. Otherwise, even his attacks won't land, not to mention that he would start sinking into the ground if not for gravity magic. Arad could hear Nina growl in her thoughts. She was, in fact, getting so angry that if she were in control, she might have swung at him herself. "Are you okay?" "I don't think I did anything scary, or at least rude." "Me looking at your skin should have been the thing to get you angry." He dodged one attack normally and asked, his voice buried beneath the growls and howls of the bestial woman swinging at his face. "It's like that day I fought a ghost for the first time. It kept mocking me. No matter how much I raged, how hard I swung, how fast I moved, or how angry I got, all of my attacks kept missing, until I was too tired to move." Arad could sense a deep sense of fear and dread from her thoughts. She was afraid of ghosts, the one thing she couldn't smash. Luckily, he wasn't a ghost. Back at the castle, Merlin was sitting at a marble table. Nage was standing at her side, pouring a stream of steaming hot tea into a fancy ceramic cup. Behind her, Ombre brushed her hair, making sure not to strain her goddess scalp. Each brush was calculated and immaculate. Even the maids standing around couldn't believe what their eyes were seeing. All of them thought that brushing hair was just that, brushing hair. A crystal orb floated in front of Merlin. In it, she could see Arad and Nina fighting. If she closed her eyes, she could sense the mana in their area tumbling. Nina was putting a huge strain on nature by forcefully using all of that earth magic to make the ground strong enough to be her footing. Sitting on the opposite side of Merlin, a tall woman with curly green hair sat. A delicate young woman strained to massage the giantess's shoulders, sweat pouring down her forehead. Even after several days of being picked up, that young lady never got used to the crammed schedule of serving the witch doctor Clog. Clog reached forward, picked an empty cup from the table, and put a finger in it. Soon the cup was filled with bubbling green poison. She lifted it and got it close to her nose, sniffing it. Clog smiled. What an aroma. She then put the cup back on the table. Clog lifted a finger and flicked it. "Drink it." Her words were directed at the woman massaging her shoulders. The woman's face contorted in disgust. That poison smelled foul. She would rather drink from the sewers than get that thing anywhere near her face. Even standing there, she could barely suppress her stomach from emptying itself. With shaking hands, she reached forward and grabbed the cup. A few drops spilled on the floor, and Clog looked down with a grimace. "You'll lick those drops as well. Each dose matters. See Arch the Novel Firenet." "Aren't you a bit harsh on her?" Merlin asked as she saw the woman's terrified, pale face. "She is the one who wanted this." Clog looked back at the woman with a smile. "What are you waiting for? Drink it." The woman closed her eyes and gulped the disgusting poison in a single gulp. Immediately the cup fell from her hands, and she fell on her face, crying as she could feel her stomach about to rupture. Clog, who caught the cup mid-fall, looked at her. "You didn't pass out this time? Good, you're getting used to it. Is she dying?" Merlin looked down at the convulsing woman. "Getting close to it. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger." She tapped the woman on the face with her foot. "Hurry, you got a cup to lick clean, those drops as well. When you become able to drink it without flinching, your cleansing would be over." Poor girl. Merlin sighed. I doubt she knew what trying to become a witch means. She looked at the girl with a sad face. "To be fair," Clog replied, "when she asked me to teach her first, I pulled all of her nails off and kicked her away to the other side of the forest. She still managed to crawl her way back to me and asked again. She was ready." Chapter 1163, Distant Reverberation. The maid stood, her eyes glowing with a faint hint of magic. Most witches learn witchcraft from a young age, usually 2 years old, but since she is in her late 20s, we'll have to speed that process up. Clog looked at the maid with a smile. "From what I knew, Eris became a witch on her own just recently," Merlin said, and Clog looked at her. "Are you comparing a vampire, half-dragon demigoddess with murderous tendencies to a young and fragile lass who can barely wash clothes without getting exhausted?" She laughed. Even without any conditioning, Eris's body was already as strong as, if not better than, what most witches dream of having. Sort the nouvelle firo. Net, the maid finally finished all of her poison and leaned on one of the chairs. If one looked closely, they could see something crawling in her veins, her skin and muscles contorting on their own, and a dreadful presence slowly seeping out of her body. "I never took a human student before. This should be fun. I hope she survives the trials." Clog leaned on her chair. It was then that the door opened, and Alla walked inside. "There you are. Did something happen?" Merlin asked, the crystal orb in front of her, still showing Arad and Nina fighting. Zephyr said that if those two kept fighting in the desert, some tremors might reach us. Gaia also confirmed that. "So I need you to give Losi some enchantments. Can we count on you?" Arad's castle was indeed built on Losi's back. She was a living being and not mundane ground. That's why Gaia can't do anything to support her even if she wanted. That only left the most talented wizard the castle has to offer, Merlin. She stood, stretched her arms, and then started floating. "I guess it'll take a couple of minutes. How much do we expect?" "Not much, a lesser to a medium earthquake. There are still several parts of the castle being built or finished, and that would damage them. We might even lose the dam. The beaver dam. No, the stone one between the mountains." With that, Merlin flew out of the window and left Clog and Aella inside. "How do you feel?" Clog slowly turned toward Aella with a grin. "It is a bit exhausting. At least Cyrilla and Jasmine are helping me out." While Isdis dealt with the political stuff and the management, Aella's job was to make sure everything in the castle ran smoothly, from the maids' shifts to what they'll cook for dinner, and to any repairs or internal orders that have to be decided quickly. Such a job wasn't easy, especially for someone inexperienced. To her luck, Cyrilla and Jasmine had years under their belts and were now helping her command the castle. It was then that a maid finally managed to catch up to Aella. Lady Aella, Lady Corey burned the meat she was supposed to freeze. Aella sighed and turned around. "If it is not that burnt, then throw it in whatever you're cooking for dinner. Make sure none of it finds its way to the elves." She walked out with the maid, mumbling. "The last thing I want to deal with now is a severe case of diarrhea from over 100 elves at once." Down at the base of the castle, a large workshop was getting built with tens of smiths, carpenters, and even more workers running around to deliver wood and oars. Sitting in the back room of the workshop with Gaia and Mora, Mira looked at a floating orb of pure fire. "Now this is scary." Gaia looked at the glowing fire with a worried face. "Should we get rid of it?" Mora threw a glance at Mira. "If you want to get rid of it, then I'll take it off your hands. It is too powerful for you to use." Mira reached forward with her hand, and the skin of her palm burned and turned into ash. She growled, but kept reaching forward until she grabbed the orb of fire with her hand. She then quickly pulled her hand away and watched the orb still burn. The skin of her hand quickly healed, but that didn't prevent Mira from shaking it to get rid of the pain. How am I supposed to use this thing? Throw it into the forge. She looked at Mira, and he sat down. Somewhat like that. It's a process. Mira would have to find adamantine, forge it into bricks, enchant them with fire resistance, build a forge from that, and then make a cooling system with ice magic to keep the bricks from shattering. Then she'll place the orb in the forge and start working. The first thing she must make would be Hell's iron to get that metal. She needs access to at least the third layer of Hell. She can then use that iron to make new bricks and a stronger forge, since hers won't last long under the searing heat of the fire orb. Only after that would she have a forge that could last a few months. But it is always recommended to look for fire stars in the elemental plane of fire to build a better forge and tools with. Mira sighed at the long process and turned around. Floating on the table behind her was a small black orb. It was a bit bigger than the fire orb. She then grabbed that black void and pushed it to the fire orb. Soon the fire orb got sucked into the void and disappeared. Mora looked at the void. He can do this as well? Temporary. He doesn't know how long this void will hold, but it'll be at least a week. She put it on a shelf. Ered had made that void for her to store the orb when he was out to fight Nina. It could barely fit the fire orb inside, but at least it has enough strength to resist its heat. It was basically an insulation layer made from pure void. It was then that the ground shook beneath their feet. Mira almost fell and barely managed to balance herself. "They are entering the second stage of the fight," Gaia said with a smile and looked into the distance, her eyes hiding a hint of magic. Chapter 1164, 164, the second phase. Arad and Nina's fight had indeed reached her second phase after eating more of his arms than he cared to count. She suddenly felt full, satiated. It was a feeling that she hadn't felt for weeks. To most humans, starvation and famine weren't that common a feeling. Rarely do people need to spend weeks without food. But Nina was thrown into an even greater level of starvation, and for such a long time that not having to deal with it was disorienting. Nina stood still for a few seconds, not moving an inch. Arad could even hear her thoughts getting messed up. She had gotten used to enduring the hunger, but now she felt empty. Arad, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. No matter what she was going to hunt, nothing compares to the flesh of a powerful void dragon. He was certain of that. Seeing how much she ate, it won't be strange for her to devour a whole mountain of monsters. That left Arad with a question, and a dire one. True, she can digest all of that food, but that alone didn't explain anything. Her body would have burst apart from all of that energy. Of course, unless Nina standing in front of him wasn't the real Nina. Or at least not the current real Nina. His expression slightly changed, and her feet started sinking into the ground. She had eaten her fill, and it was now to find a safe nest. This instinct had come from the ancient, long-forgotten Dark Ages. The Tarask is the last of her kind. A whole race of them had lived in the ancient past, the time when the whole world was overrun with abominations. They were Ao's pest control. They came out, ate as many hideous abominations as possible, then slid back into the safe bowels of the earth in a second. Nina disappeared into the depths. If she were allowed to reach a safe spot and hibernate, she probably wouldn't wake up for centuries. Arid can't let her do that, which means it was now the second phase of their fight. Arid suddenly disappeared into the ground as well, following her. As Nina sank into the ground, she finally came back to her senses. She still couldn't control what her violent body was doing, the same way a human can't help but laugh when tickled. But with her hunger no longer an issue, she could think better. Nina fully understood what she was doing now. Her body is looking for a suitable boulder, as close to the center of the earth as possible, just like how humans fear spiders and snakes. She understands that the surface isn't a safe place to hibernate. It never was. She was now only a few hundred meters beneath the surface and still sinking down, gliding through the ground unhindered. It was a strange but pleasant feeling, like falling onto a soft bed after an exhausting day. The Tarasques were also able to sense their kind beneath the ground, simply for the purpose of avoiding territorial disputes. But now, with them extinct, the earth felt empty. Nina could sense all of the Tarasques, including her own location, all three of them. She was the first, gliding down peacefully. Far deeper, she could sense the woman who trained her, the true Tarasque. But there is the third signal, right behind her. Nina slowed down, her eyes turned to look back with a menacing glare. A male Tarasque, and a powerful one, was approaching. She could feel it in her bones, fear, worry, expectations, and a sense of sheer dread. A hand landed on her shoulder, and Arad was there. "If I invited you to lunch, you can't just eat and leave." She stopped, and so did Arad. She was too hungry and starved before to feel it. But why did this one smell like a Tarasque? Why does he have the presence of one? She couldn't tell, only a faint hymn of familiar recognition kept ringing in the back of her head. Arad wasn't a Tarasque, he is a void dragon, but what he has is the soul of someone who almost became one. She resided in the depths of his soul. Using all of the power of her soul, he could only glance at one ability of the Tarasque Earth Glide, and he used that to chase after Nina. She's faint presence inside him got mixed with his draconic presence and was amplified several times, making it feel like he was a true Tarasque. Of course, until someone looks closer at him, the true Tarasque could tell the difference. Nina knew that Arad was a void dragon, but even she had started as a human before becoming like this. Nina's body, on the other hand, didn't understand the difference. He was already too close, invading her space in the safe depths of the earth. Nina expected her body to react in a more restrained way, seeing that there isn't any male Tarasque out there. She thought that this was Arad's plan to get her under control, but she was wrong about herself. A deep growl escaped her lips as spikes started growing from her back. Her eyes shifted, burning with a mad radiance. The response was violence. The earth shuddered and the sand shifted. A second later, Arad was flung out of the ground, his arms shattered. Right after him, a shockwave exploded and blasted all of the sand away. So much for protecting the desert. Arad's arms healed, and he turned into his draconic form, a titanic dragon that's several kilometers long from head to tail. His wings blocked the sun, casting a massive shadow over the desert. Seer, Thonoval Fear. From the ground, a massive maw emerged. Several hundred meters wide, riddled with several rows of sharp and jagged teeth. It looked like Earth itself had grown a mouth, but it was indeed a monster. The beast lunged from the earth like a sharp and closed its maws on Arad's neck, pulling back to the ground. As the two landed and the earth shattered, Arad could finally get a look at what kind of horror stood before him. "Explains where all those arms of mine went." The harrowing monstrosity walked on all four, with most of its weight supported by its powerful hind legs. Its body is covered by a thick layer of black, leathery skin. A large, spiked carapace with two massive spikes extending forward rested on her back, and two prominent black horns emerged from her forehead. With her thick tail extended for hundreds of meters behind her, Nina shifted her monstrous face, glaring at Arad with two burning red eyes. A deep, threatening growl escaped her maw. She could turn into a whole Tarasque, and unlike how Arad's draconic form was described as majestic and beautiful, all he could describe was Nina's Tarasque form as harrowing and terrifying. The second phase started, Clash of the Apex Predators. Chapter 1165, Clash of the Apex Predators. Arad flew up and looked down at Nina's monstrous form. Remembering how she's turned into what looked to be a bloodied, skinless, massive lizard, he can see a pattern. They are reptilian horrors. Powerful muscles, long limbs that end in sharp claws, a deadly maw, and a skin that could reflect magic, all in a body with so much regeneration that it seems immortal. Now she is the size of a mountain. No human kingdom can stop such a thing if it wants to rampage. Luckily, Arad isn't a human. His neck wasn't wounded by her last bite. He managed to become incorporeal at the last moment. The only reason she managed to shatter his arms at the start was that he was caught off guard. Sear theovalfire.net. First, Arad couldn't use Earth Glide as well as Nina does. She is the literal scion of the Tarrasque, while he merely holds the soul of a failed scion. Underground, she can move far faster than he, and he didn't expect her to lash out that violently. In fact, he did expect her reaction to be a bit gentler, considering he went through the trouble to look like a male Tarrasque. Of course he asked Nina about it. Her reply surprised him. She said, "I just finished taking a bath and I walked into my room wearing only a towel. It's time for me to sleep. But when I pulled the cover of my bed, I found a muscular stranger there. That's how it felt. And I too would have kicked the bastard away. Hopefully killed him in the process." He sighed and looked at her form, trying to find any weakness. He found only one that could be exploited. Thank the gods such a monster isn't a perfect being. What is the saving grace of all of this? She didn't have wings. Only the gods know what kind of horror a Tarrasque would be if it had wings and could fly. There was one problem that Arad didn't know. The Tarrasque didn't have wings because it didn't need to fly. Arad flapped his wings and used a void step to teleport a few kilometers into the sky. Technically, he could teleport up to 4,000 kilometers in any direction he wanted, but he only got up 100 kilometers in the sky. He could still see Nina below, but judging by how she explained her feelings, it's probably for the best to let her calm down a bit. He wants her to see him as a safe home, not a violent monster. It was then that the black dot on the ground disappeared and half of the desert shattered. Arad didn't have time to worry about his beautiful desert getting violated, because he was about to be joined with it. Nina was now at his side, already swinging her claws. The Tarrasque didn't have wings because it didn't need them. The monster can jump with enough force to reach the moon. Nina might not be that powerful, but she can also jump high enough to scare a void dragon who just became an adult. Arad was late to react, and her claw landed on his shoulder. It slashed through scales and flesh, but failed to saw through his bones. The force of the impact was enough to send him tumbling back to the ground. On that day, 2 living meteors fell on the desert, and the shock wave of their impact spread through the whole world. Arad was on the ground, and Nina was on top of him, already trying to close her maw on his head. He dodged one bite after another. "I take it back. You don't need wings. What the hell are you? A flea the size of a mountain. Fleas are just about 2 millimeters, 1 12-inch, and can jump up to 0.2 meters, 8 inches. That's almost 200 times their length." Nina, who was around a kilometer long, had just jumped 100 kilometers vertically with relative ease. Arad had seen many powerful creatures, but Nina's physical might be far beyond anything he had faced. He can just imagine it. What the world would have looked like with hundreds, if not thousands, of Tarrasques living in it. But now he doesn't have the time for imagination, because for the first time in his life, a woman has him pinned down. If it were another kind of being pinned down, he might even comply, but now she is trying to bite his face off, and that would be bad. As Arad dodged one bite after another, he had to think of a way to restrain Nina. The reason was simple. He can't attack her. Harming her would go against the idea of making himself a safe home for her. Merlin had managed to restrain Nina with her magic chains, and Arad now needs to do the same. The problem is, Nina has gotten several times stronger now that she is full. Those chains can't hold her anymore. Arad had thought about just making the chains stronger, but that isn't how Merlin's magic works. Merlin doesn't have the raw power to create such dreadful binding magic. All of her spells are extremely potent because she optimizes them for her targets. The chains worked so well because she made them specifically for the Nina she knew. Arad managed to roll and slip away from Nina's grasp that had left him with several nasty wounds on his chest from her claws, but he wasn't bothered by them. They immediately healed back physically. Binding Nina down is impossible. Even won't be able to hold her down for long enough so she calms down. The only solution seems to be high magic, magic far above the 6th tier where her skin won't reflect. Nina, now that you aren't hungry, you should have some control over your body. Try to will it to calm down, think of me, I'm not a threat. If you manage to calm the murderous impulses now, you might even fully regain control. Arad shouted at her and only got a grunt back. I'm trying, but it is not working. As hard as it seemed, Nina was doing her best. While Nina was a barbarian known for rage, blood, and brutality, she was surprisingly also known for patience. No barbarian has as much patience as her that how she could endure a desk job in the guild. That's why Arad still has a wife called Merida. Even Arad himself, at his start, might have ended up dead if Nina hadn't been patient enough to ignore his rude comments. Arad now has 2 things to do: restrain Nina without damaging her, and make sure their fight remains in the desert, where no one would get hurt. He already failed the second one. Back at the castle, Merlin flew down from the walls after setting the barrier and found Merida training in the forest nearby. I believe swinging a sword won't do you much good, she said with a smile. Merida stopped swinging and looked up at the flying wizard. True, but this is of habit. She sheathed the sword and looked at her. The tremors have grown silent? Your magic? Indeed, you like it? Merlin finally landed at her side. Yes, make it easier to concentrate. Merida then slowly looked at Merlin. She remained silent for a few seconds, and then asked, May I ask? Never seen you worried like this before. Merlin giggled, and Merida finally asked, Last night, how did it go with you? Merlin shook her head. First thrust ripped me open and shattered my hips. The spell worked against me. She then approached her. You sure you want me to give it to you? Merida nodded. Another spell. The stronger physically someone gets, the duller their senses become. Pain fades away, and with it all others. She approached Merlin and whispered in her ear, Unless he goes all out and a bit violent, I feel nothing. That's how durable my body is. I want something to make him lose restraint and something to sharpen my senses. First spell I already have. The second I have to tailor to your body. If you have some time, we can go do it right now. Merlin waved her hand and summoned a large staff. She sat on it. Want a ride? Merida jumped on the staff and they flew away to the castle. Chapter 1166, The Blood Berserker. The sand got blasted away and the 2 monsters clashed. Arad was still on the defensive and didn't throw a single attack. All he could do now was block Nina's deadly claws and bites in the hope of reducing the damage and impact caused by them. Of course, keeping a monster like her restrained wasn't easy. It was an exhausting and deadly quest. Even Arad was starting to feel its weight after a minute of constant carnage. Would the fight have changed if he could have attacked, probably? But now he must make sure she perceives him as a safe ally, someone she could relax and drop her guard around. Soon, Arad seemed to be winning. Nina's attacks started to grow more hesitant, confused by how he was both surviving and not attacking back. The strategy was simple. Let her rampage until she calms down. And it was working. Even Nina told him that her body is slowly growing more reasonable. Eventually, Nina stopped moving and stared at him for a whole 5 seconds. Arad could feel that something about her eyes looked off. She was thinking, which was a lot for a barbarian. Almost immediately after, her body started shifting, and she turned back into her human form. Arad won, and he too shifted to greet her. But he stopped. Something about her face scared him. Instead of a happy smile or an exhausted face, what looked at him was an emotionless, aloof face. He felt cold sweat down his back, as if he had forgotten something important. And when he realized what he had forgotten, it was already too late. Nina lifted her hand to the sky and kept looking at him with cold indifference. Far, far away past Arad's castle, Alina's large gates, the bustling streets, the guild's old wooden door, and the drunk adventurers there, cheering and having the time of their lives. Behind an old wooden desk, The axe on the wall rattled. All of the guild's receptionists immediately turned and stared at the axe, their faces pale and terrified. The adventurers, the same, most of them, dropped their mugs, their mouth open in horror. Suddenly, the axe flew away and shattered the ceiling as it raced through the sky like a red meteor. Everyone in the guild screamed and rushed out, looking in the direction the axe flew. Someone or something was going to have a really harrowing day. Standing in front of Arad, the axe landed in Nina's hand with smoke still gushing out of its lustrous steel and red blades. A double-edged battle axe that reeked with the stench of blood, Nina's blood axe. Now that he is an adult, Arad could see past the axe's simple enchantment and fully understand its power. In the hands of a powerful fighter, the axe is a deadly weapon that can both cleave enemies in half and shatter their blood. One hit would cause the veins to rupture, and the target would bleed a lot until they die. But that was when it was in the hands of a fighter, a skilled fighter, not a murderous barbarian. The axe's blood enchantment was both simple and deep, reminding him of a certain nipple knife. Double-edged battle axes were stupid. One edge was enough, and the other was better, being a spike. The axe's design itself looked stupid, only if the looker didn't have Arad's eyes. What Arad could see was that each of the edges had a similar but different blood enchantment. One of the sides can shatter blood, the other absorbs it. Even if the axe wielder bled a lot, as long as they kept killing enemies with the blade that absorbs blood, they would keep replenishing their blood. Ser, the noble Ferignote, both edges also grew sharper the more blood was spilled around the axe. Of course, there was a limit to how useful mundane sharpness was, but it also seemed that bleeding enhanced the enchantment's power as well, feeding into an endless loop. There was also another factor. The shaft itself also had an enchantment. The stronger the wielder's blood, the more powerful the axe itself grew as well. This made Arad certain that this weapon was built for a vampire to use, not a human. No wonder the bastard fought barehanded. This axe was built for Vlad to use, and somehow it ended up in Nina's possession. Arad could imagine Nina wielding this axe and facing a whole army alone. With each kill, and with each drop of blood spilled, her power would grow, her rage and frenzy would reach a new level, and no matter how injured, stabbed, or how many arrows stuck to her body, she would never bleed to death. The only saving grace was that the axe is not in the hands of a vampire. But Arad could argue the opposite. Who says that a Tarasque's blood is weaker than that of a vampire? He bets Nina's Tarasque blood might be stronger than Vlad's blood. Even when she didn't have much Tarasque blood, she could still move slightly in his presence, which only speaks to her power and density of the Tarasque's blood. That woman was now standing in front of Arad with the axe in her hand, pointed at the sky. He could see the axe pulse like a heart. The Tarasque's blood is fueling it with power. That's right. The thing Arad forgot was that the more he fed Nina, the stronger she got. That was phase 1. Who says that trying to calm her down won't get her stronger as well? The calmer she got, the more reason started to seep into her mind, the more her loss and barbaric battle style took shape into something deadly. Now she has enough mind to summon her axe instead of blindly swinging at him. She had become an even deadlier threat, and Arad wasn't happy about it. Things are going to get really painful for him. Yeah. Since the first time I've seen you, you were a unique and deadly threat. Arad took a stance. He won't use weapons. Weapons are used to deal damage, and he can't do that. Nina, can't you do something about your body? That axe is dangerous. I mean, really dangerous. He called Nina's mind, and he almost got an instant reply. The more sentient the body got, the easier it was for her to influence its decision. But all she could do now was watch and try to calm herself down. Try to survive for at least a minute or two. Her voice rang back in his head, and he growled, "I'll survive, but it'll be a painful one." And at that moment, he barely managed to dodge a swing of the axe by leaning back. But at the same time, Nina grabbed him by the belt and jumped on top of him, turning the axe down like a shovel and pushed it down at his neck. Back at Alina, Abel was the first one to reach the guild after the axe almost destroyed it. He looked inside and saw the shattered ceiling and the missing axe. He shivered. Nina had once broken his legs in a fight, and from that day he was afraid of her like everyone else in the guild. He had heard that Arad was going to fight Nina from his sister and knew that she had to be fighting Arad now. He quickly turned back and left with a somber face. "I wish you luck, dear friend." Chapter 1167, One Step Ahead. Arad was trying his best to dodge the storm of violence Nina was throwing at him. Each of her strikes, moves, and charges had significantly changed by now. She had even started throwing feints and setting traps for him to open his guard. He had never expected a heavy battle axe to be that nimble or versatile. Nina used the blade to slash, the back end of the shaft to pierce, and the flat to smash. And unlike most fighters, she wasn't shy of using all of her limbs in combat. She used both her hands and feet to grapple and shift her weight. Arad counted countless times when she stepped on his foot to hold him down, or grabbed him into a tight hold to stab him with the shaft or try to bite his nose off. But luckily for Arad, he didn't need to worry about the axe's enchantments, because as long as she doesn't hit him, he won't bleed. The axe she is swinging is just a weapon after all. And a weapon designed for slaughter, it works better against large numbers of enemies. Sir Tho Novel Firanyot, if there is something he is glad for, it'll be that their fight no longer causes mass destruction to the desert. But with how fast the two of them move, they had already caused enough chaos for several kilometers. Before long, Nina had started mixing Earth Glide with her harrowing speed and strength, swimming through the ground at supersonic speed and emerging like a hungry shark, swinging a massive battle axe straight at Arad's torso. But now it was Nina's time to start feeling that something was off this man, thing that she is fighting. Something was utterly wrong with him. No matter how fast she moved, no matter how strange her attacks were, he just kept dodging them, sometimes even sparing the time for a friendly smile or to pat her on the head. While attacking, she shifted her footwork. Now she started to only keep her weight on one foot while allowing the other to just barely touch the ground. That was for a Smipal reason, tremor sense. With the base of her soul on the ground and barely letting her toes touch the ground, she could sense the faint vibrations in the ground and their direction based on which toe sensed the vibrations first. For a human, the skill was nothing short of impossible to learn, but for a monster like her, it made her seem like she did have eyes everywhere. In the same way elephants can detect vibration in the ground for miles, she can now do the same. No matter how far Arad ran away, she could still hear him land on the ground and chase after him. One jump after another, she wasn't losing sight of him and always made sure to be on his trail. But that wasn't enough. When the two of them clashed, he always looked to be one step ahead of her. Nina's senses were growing sharper, the calmer she got. The faint hair on her body, too small to see, was now a vital weapon for her. Those tiny hairs would dance at the faintest disturbance, and if that disturbance wasn't caused by Nina herself or the general wind direction, it was Arad. No matter how he moved, he always disturbed the air around him, and she started picking up on that. Her moves grew sharper, and quickly she started predicting Arad's moves, slashing at where he would void step and dodging before he could attack. For a while, she seemed to have gained the upper hand, and Arad was shocked by the level she was able to fight at without Nina fully regaining control. Arad couldn't have that. She was supposed to see him as safe. That needs two things, him not harming her, and him being strong enough to protect her. And with that, he started doing the same as her. She had taught him both skills when he first appeared in Alina, and just like that, Nina's sudden advantage disappeared. No matter how fast she moved, how much power she used, or how much cunning she managed to come up with, Arad was always one step ahead. He felt so close to her, yet infinitely far away. After a while, she stopped attacking and just stood there staring at him. Arad didn't drop his guard, of course, rampaging or not. Nina was still a power he couldn't underestimate. It was then that she clenched a fist and punched herself in the face. With blood streaming down her nose, she looked at him, rubbed her eyes, and punched herself again and again. She was still a bit away from regaining control, and this wasn't her trying to regain it either, As mad and drowned in primordial rage she was, what she was doing now is a sign of primal intellect, since she wasn't able to hurt Arad, and he didn't hurt, even though they fought for a while. She now started suspecting that he was but an illusion now. She was trying to break out of it. A male Tarisk shouldn't exist, and even if she can see you, she can't hit you. She thinks that she is hallucinating. Nina's words came to his head as a surprise. He didn't expect her to be able to think that far in this state. But that was her true nature. While Nina's brain is still hers, the collective consciousness that was born through all of her nerves is the one controlling the body now. Arad didn't have any reason to suspect that it was inferior to a human intellect. Back at the castle, words about Nina calling her axe across the world spread like wildfire. Some were happy, thinking that she regained her mind, while others were afraid that she might have become something else. Around the village's cemetery, a group of people gathered. A hunter had died in the forest, killed by a wild monster. The poor man had left both his wife and 2 kids alone, and now they stood in front of his grave, crying. Standing behind the grave was a beautiful elf with pale skin, long brown hair, and glowing red eyes. She didn't pray, but stood there silently. She had just finished cremating the man, and they buried his ashes. What killed him was a rot worm. He would have turned into a zombie if they hadn't burned him. Strangely unfitting, a pink-haired little girl was standing beside the kids with a happy face, patting them on the shoulder. The mother ignored her. What could a little girl like her know? But strangely, Lady Eris, who stood behind the grave, seemed to keep an eye on the little girl. The little girl's gaze shifted, and she quickly rushed back to Eris. "Leave them to me." Eris was taken aback by the girl's words. She looked at the woman with a stoic face. "Head to the castle. Tell the guards your name and your husband's name, and make sure to tell them that I sent you. They'll get you to my office." She then grabbed the pink-haired girl by the ear and dragged her away. "What are you doing?" Eris growled at Kali when they were out of sight. The little girl looked at her with a passive face. "You don't want to know?" Eris sighed. "I want to know. What is it?" After a moment of silence, Kali replied, "That woman doesn't have much time left either. She'll be dead in a couple of months. We can't help her. That's why I want her to work at the orphan. Her children would have to live there in the future anyway." She tapped Eris on the thigh since she was too short to reach her shoulder and walked away. "You aren't a full god yet, so don't try to be one. It is not fun to be one." Kali suddenly stopped. "By the way, who do you think would win?" Eris sighed. "You're a bit weird, but Arad would win. I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about who would win, the Nina you know, or the blood in her veins." Kali's face suddenly looked grim. Chapter 1168, Back to Sleep. One punch after another, Nina kept trying to drive away the illusion. The man standing in front of her wasn't real. If he were, she would have already killed him. But no matter what she did, he didn't disappear. It was then that her hands got caught. Taken aback, she noticed him already standing by her side, both of her hands locked in his palms. "Enough. There is no need to hurt yourself. I'm real." She halted for a second, staring at him with a confused face, and then, without a second of hesitation, she grabbed the shaft of her battle axe with her toes and swung it at his neck. Such a move didn't even look human, and no fighter could have ever predicted it. Arad didn't move. He stood there looking at her with glowing purple eyes. The axe stopped just an inch away from his neck, trembling. Nina didn't stop her attack. She was even pushing with enough force to make her toes bleed, but the axe never managed to reach his skin. He was an illusion, that's it, but he wasn't. Gravity magic was at play here. Even if affecting her was hard, affecting the axe itself was possible. It was indeed only her skin that reflected magic. All of this time that Arad dodged her attacks, he didn't really need to do it unless she was attacking directly with her body. Arad put her hands together and grabbed them with one hand. He then threw his other hand to grab her foot from the ankle and sat down, putting her on his lap. She tried to get her hands free, but his fingers refused to budge, locking both of her hands like they were welded together. She tried to kick him in the face with her free leg, and he didn't try to stop her. Her foot landed on his face, stopping at his cheek without doing any damage. She stared at him with a terrified and baffled face. That kick should have ripped his head to pieces, but it didn't. Arad was doing a simple trick. Nina's leg can generate enough force to propel her 100 kilometers into the sky, but that was when jumping. She won't use all of that force when kicking. He had covered his body in a layer of reversed gravity, and anything that approached would face a push with relative strength to its speed. The faster Nina's foot approached his face, the stronger the gravity was, and the more strength her attack lost before landing on him. The kick still landed with enough force to make him feel it, and it was more than enough to rip a normal dragon's head, but he could endure it, thanks to Caden's barriers that protect against bludgeoning damage. Nina lashed out, trying to kick him again and again, but all of her attacks failed to harm him. Now that he had caught her and she was this close to him, she couldn't produce any momentum. Arad chuckled, looking at her with a smile. "You're still this energetic, aren't you?" He pulled her close to him so she couldn't move. "But isn't it time for your nap? I've just finished feeding you. We even played for a bit now. It's time for you to rest." After a while of struggle, her movements finally started to grow sluggish. She can't harm him, and he isn't harming her. Attacking was useless, a waste of energy. It was better for her to rest and wait for him to leave on his own. Like storms, like earthquakes, and the harrowing heat of the burning sun, living beings can't do anything but wait and bid their time, awaiting the natural disaster to pass. Soon she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Arad looked at her with a smile. She finally calmed down, or was given up. Either way, it was the best time for Nina to regain control, and he could see that she was doing just that. With the body fast asleep, the brain was now regaining control of it, putting a conscious chain on the bestiality of her blood. It was the same for all, even for him. The brutality of their violent nature is subdued by a human mind and soul. The ego takes hold over instinct and desires, putting rationality over monstrous behavior. That is what differentiates humans from beasts. Arad teleported with the sleeping Nina into a nearby cave to shield them from the burning sun and sat her down on a soft silk bed, no less. He had a whole furniture shop inside his stomach, all from demonic pieces into the marvelous creations of his lovely wife. As he put her on the soft bed, he looked around. Even though they were hidden in the dark shadows of a cave, the heat of the scorching desert outside still reached them. It won't do to leave Nina sleeping in such a suffocating heat, would it? The two of them had also hurt the desert so much with their fight, so he had better apologize, and what's a better apology than a gift? Arad lifted his hand, and the desert's blue sky started getting clouded. Meshara's weather magic was quite useful, and a bit of rain would do this dried land a lot of good. As cold rains poured down from the sky, giving the desert a once-in-a-thousand-years blessing, cold breeze flew through the cave's entrance and into its depths, finally dropping the temperature to an acceptable level. Not too cold and not too hot, just perfect. With Nina peacefully asleep, Arad shifted his attention to another matter. He had to cook her something good to eat. His arms sure tasted like shit. And he somewhat didn't want her to get used to eating him. That would be painful. Seconds later, a large black scorpion the size of a house crawled into the cave, confused by the sudden rainfall. The creatures of the desert had never seen such a thing, and to them it looked like the end of the world, especially after those two monsters fought. It was then that the scorpion looked inside the cave and smelled meat being grilled. He crawled deeper and found himself staring at Arad, who was sitting beside the fire. Behind him, a woman slept in a strangely expensive-looking bed that had no business being in such a damp and ugly cave. Arad looked at the monster with a smile. Metal exoskeleton, deadly poison, powerful muscles, huge size, and enough intellect to not attack immediately. S-rank monster, I guess only the strongest of the strongest survives here. He was right. If the scorpion showed anywhere near a city, it could decimate it. The A-rank adventurers won't stand a chance, and only the best of the best S-rank could stop it, but that monster wasn't attacking. Looking at Arad, it knew, a bug like it had no right being anywhere in this man's vision unless it wanted to be crushed. Arad extended a piece of meat to the monster. Want some? You must be hungry. The monster reluctantly obliged Search, the novelle here. Net, Chapter 1169, Guard Scorpion. Hell, I'm the black scorpion of the desert. The black scorpion stood at the entrance of the cave, staring at the burning red sun in the sky with a somber face. His mandibles rubbed on each other, and he used his stinger to scratch his back. All around it stood several dead monsters, large black beetles, drakes, large lizards, spiders, and even a long serpent that was almost 100 meters long. The scorpion sighed, cleaning his claws from the blood in the sand. For the first time in decades, he had eaten a full meal, and more importantly, drank enough water to almost throw up. He looked back at the cave entrance. The woman didn't wake up yet, but the man sitting by the fire was still there, unmoving. The scorpion had to be honest with himself. He saw the two fighting from afar and didn't expect that he would remain alive now that he stumbled on them. The large man had even offered him food and water, but he knew that was no man, but a horrifying, massive black dragon. What are the chances? But the poor scorpion had another problem to worry about. All of those monsters he killed while guarding the cave's entrance, all of that blood had attracted the attention of something nasty. He crawled forward, clicking his claws with vicious bloodlust. Soon the sand shifted and dunes rumbled. A massive maw that's at least 20 meters wide slowly emerged. A brown sandworm. The titanic creature was almost 200 meters long and boasted brown scales of unimaginable durability and could swing through the sand like water. Those monsters hunt in the desert and lung at their prey from the depths of the sand, killing countless caravans and travelers. Search, the nofearfear.net. The worm looked at him, showing no signs of backing away. The scorpion looked back at the cave. He could call the dragon inside to help, but he would be leading the worm to the sleeping woman as well. Even a monster understood it. If a male and a female that looked similar were together, it's quite dangerous to approach them. He has to fight, and thus he did. Charging forward as fast as he could, his tiny legs raced across the desert. The worm shuddered, and its body lunged forward, its maw ripping through the surface of the sand as it approached the tiny monster daring to stand in its way. But while the worm was absolutely monstrous, the scorpion was far faster. He dodged the maw and climbed on the worm's back. He quickly started running across its back and stabbing through the scales with his stinger. The worm immediately dove into the sand to throw him off. But the scorpion didn't budge, latching onto its scales with its powerful claws and mandibles. He might have been an S-class threat, but this worm is a whole disaster. Usually he would run away, but not this time. I already survived an encounter with two monsters far bigger than you, worm. Driven by rage and madness, the scorpion latched onto the worm with its legs and stinger and started ripping its scales out with its claws and mandibles, trying to burrow its way inside it. That was a gamble, a deadly one. The worm was better suited to fight under the sand than him. If it managed to shake him off, the next thing he'll see is the angry maw. But that bet, he lost it. His legs failed to hold onto the worm's scales, and he was thrown off into the sand. Immediately, he knew this was the end. He could feel it. The worm had pivoted and was now heading toward him with its maw open. But just before that, the sand shook and exploded. The scorpion rolled on the sand, disoriented. What had happened? He couldn't tell. His vision was still a bit blurry, and his senses were all in shock. He had just been violently pulled out of the sand, and all of his body hurt. He looked around, noticing that he was in the shade. There weren't that many shades in the desert, let alone one big enough to cover him. That immediately sent alarms through his mind. The worm's shadow. Jump aside as fast as he could. It only took him a second to throw his stinger at the source of the shadow. As if hitting steel, the stinger deflected with ease and sent a jolt of pain down the scorpion's tail. That pain finally pulled him back to his senses. The thing he tried to sting was black and massive. Looking up, the scorpion saw Arad in his draconic form slurping the titanic worm like a noodle. The worm didn't even stand a chance. He had pulled it from the depths of the ground with ease after finishing the worm. Arad looked at the scorpion. Should have called me if a large monster showed up. You're powerful, but not enough to defeat the true horrors that dwell in the desert. The scorpion stumbled and fell on the sand, exhausted. It then dawned on him that he tried to stink Arad and stared at Arad's leg. There wasn't even a single scratch on it. Don't worry, you can't pierce my scales, and even if you did, your poison isn't enough to harm me. Arad shifted back into his humanoid form and patted the scorpion on the head. Back inside the cave, Arad and the scorpion sat beside the fire, waiting for Nina to wake up. With how much death surrounded the cave, most monsters were too terrified to approach, especially now that Arad transformed and everyone saw him. No one would dare approach the lair of such a dragon. The cave is now relatively safe, not that it matters. Arad is now supposed to be powerful enough to venture into space and liberate whole worlds from the abominations. There's no chance that anything in the mortal world can be a danger to him, since if they did, they would be a danger to the world itself. But thinking about that for a few moments made Arad freeze. What if someone like Gammond came after him? Countless powers are hiding in the shadows of the mortal world. He is powerful, but he shouldn't get arrogant. Now that he is powerful, it is time to hide and build his might in secret, so he won't draw the ire of the unknown. It was then that Nina woke up, her nose sniffing the air for the grilled meat before her eyes could even open. Back at the castle, Isdis was looking at a black orb with a pale face. This is bad. In that orb, she saw the image of a burning hell, the silhouette of a single devil flying through it. Chapter 1170. Awake Arad stood up and stepped between the scorpion and Nina. Immediately, a black sphere engulfed the poor scorpion, scaring the living hell out of him. Arad didn't pay the monster's terrified screams any attention and focused on Nina. Nina's eyes moved beneath her eyelids, her nose twitched as she smelled the meat. Her toes and fingers curled, and soon her muscles started tensing one by one. Arad could see her body slowly waking up, and he clenched a fist. Her eyes burst open, and she immediately sat up with a confused face. In just a fraction of a second, her eyes moved at lightning speed, looking at every corner of the room, and Arad could see her feet shift, so only her soul was planted on the bed with her toes listening for tremors. She even seemed to stop breathing, fully focused on her surroundings. 1 second passed, and she rapidly turned toward the fire where the meat was slowly roasting, and beside that she saw Arad standing there. "Where are we?" Nina asked, and Arad looked down, a relieved smile on his face. "A cave close to where we fought. I brought you here after the fight." She touched her chest, her arms and legs, grabbed her face, and opened and closed her mouth. Her stomach wasn't rumbling, and her mind wasn't burning with murderous rage and madness. "I'm back to normal." The two of them sighed, and she fell back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. "Whatever was your plan, it worked wonders." Who would have thought that such a simple method would work? Arad looked at her with an amused smile. "I admit it's simple, but I might be the only one crazy enough to attempt it. Feeding a gluttonous Tarask my flesh, then having to beat it without harming her." He shook his head, released the scorpion, and then sat beside the fire and flipped the meat so it won't burn. Nina looked at him in silence for a few minutes, slowly pulled her legs from the bed and stood. After taking just a few steps, she dropped beside the fire and stared at it. Now that explained it like that. It's definitely crazy. Arad checked the meat. It was good enough for him. But for her, who is he worrying about? She ate his arms raw, as fresh as they could be, dripping with blood. Want some? Still not cooked fully. Nina's eyes were focused on something else, the terrified S-rank monster hiding behind him. What is that doing here? Him? Arad looked at the scorpion with a smile and patted it on the head. "He came here after you fell asleep, so I had him guard the cave entrance so I could cook some meat before you woke up. You," she covered her face with her palm, used an S-rank monster as a guard dog. "You know that this thing is mad? It'll slaughter a whole city if it gets the chance." Arad looked at the scorpion. Nina was right, and monsters were monsters. The scorpion is an actual horror to the humanoids and will kill them at sight for food. The only reason it's acting reserved is that Arad and Nina are two monsters with far greater strength. And it is not like the monster is intelligent, it is just that Arad's innate ability to understand thoughts allows him to decipher and culminate a semblance of thoughts. Wizards and even druids won't be able to speak to such a monster, even with power spells that allow communication with animals and monsters. This means only one thing. This scorpion he is keeping as a pet isn't a suitable creature to be a pet. It would lung at the first thing weaker than him the moment Arad and Nina aren't around to scare it. Arad threw a glance at the scorpion, making it shrink back in fear. For a moment, Arad thought the scorpion was just a small monster, but now that he looked at it closer, it was massive. Arad stood at 3 meters tall, and the scorpion was double that at 6 meters tall. It only lowered its head to Arad to pat, which made it seem smaller for a moment. Sir Thonovel@fire.net. Nina was right. There was something wrong with Arad's view of the world now. He had grown far too powerful that even a horror like this scorpion seemed like a cute little pet. Understanding this caused Arad to look back on the few hours. He must change his perspective on many things. Souls. I can see them, but I must have misunderstood something. He glared at the scorpion and could see its soul glowing darkly inside its body. The poor monster took a step back, terrified by Arad's gaze. The scorpion was in way too weak. It was far more powerful than someone like Tina. In fact, even if 100,000 Tinas tried to attack, they'd end up losing. On the other hand, this scorpion wasn't stronger than someone like Clog or Merlin, who can probably kill it in a single move. It is not that weaker people get scared from having someone look at their souls, and strong people can't feel it. That feeling must be relative to Arad's strength, and if the target is far too weak, the mere gaze of a powerful being like Arad could make its soul shudder. Until now, he only looked at people who were weaker than him, some stronger than others, but they were still weaker. Can he see the souls of those stronger than him? Someone like Callie or Caden, Arad? "What are you doing?" Nina asked, as she noticed him staring at the scorpion for a bit too long. "I didn't say anything about killing or eating it if it isn't doing us any harm." Arad quickly snapped back to reality and shook his head. "No, I was thinking about something else. Those who are far weaker than he is feel a sense of fear and dread that fear can't be coming out of nowhere. There must be a reason why Arad looks at their soul as scary. He needs to experiment with that to find how it works." Nina took a piece of meat from the fire and sank her teeth into it, juices flowing down her lips and chin. "Eat before it gets burned." Arad looked at her with a smile as he took a piece, biting through meat and bone with ease. The poor scorpion remained still and didn't dare move an inch. It had just seen death. Its life flashed before its eyes. Chapter 1171, Cracked Soul. Arad put his hand on the scorpion's head and closed his eyes. The monster froze and shuddered, sensing something immense touch his soul. It was a strange feeling. It was neither painful nor pleasant, just it felt like nothing drifting into a slumber. The monster's body fell to the ground, soulless. Arad was surprised. He had just tried to reach forward and touch the soul, not consume it. But before he could feel sad about killing the little scorpion, he could feel something stir inside his soul. Closing his eyes, Arad quickly looked at the massive black hole that was his soul, orbiting it. He could see the scorpion's soul, just like how he could put food inside his stomach and not digest it. He could now also put souls inside his soul without consuming them. He flew closer and looked at it, seeing a faint crack on the scorpion's burning soul. The extraction must have damaged it a bit. Arad then opened his eye and extended his hand forward, testing if he could drag the soul out. If he could do that, then he might be able to just put she and Doma in something that isn't his soul. To his surprise, at that moment, a black wave of nothing rushed from his fingers, consuming the air and ground, erasing everything until a black silhouette of a massive scorpion appeared. Both Arad and Nina stared at the scorpion with open eyes. This was the same thing he did earlier when he stored Kusuth's flame in a sphere of void before giving it to Mira, but he didn't expect that it would take the shape of a scorpion if he put the soul of a scorpion inside. With the cave being crammed now that 2 towering scorpions were inside, the poor void scorpion looked at its dead body. Another crack immediately appeared on its soul from the sheer terror of seeing its soul-evacuated body. Before the scorpion could start panicking, Arad snatched its soul again and took it inside his soul. He then touched the scorpion's corpse and shoved the soul back in it. Quickly, the creature came back to life, plagued by a harrowing agony, and its soul cracked. The scorpion wheezed and dropped to the ground. He glared at Arad with a sad, terrified face. He at least wasn't dead, and he had suffered worse before. "Doma, what do you think?" Arad immediately asked the only one beside him who knew anything useful about magic, and she replied after a long pause. "You were first able to consume souls. Now you can take and give them back. You can also give souls a body made of the void, but I doubt that thing would feel like a real body, more like a shell of nothing." She paused for a while. "I take that back. I don't think I understand that shell well enough, but one thing was clear. Everything you did had damaged the scorpion's soul. The monster is strong and its soul is powerful, but it was still damaged. Either you're clumsy or it is just a fact of the process. This means that if you tried this with the soul of a mundane human, you'll end up shattering it. You're strong enough to withstand it, right? I won't risk it. At least until we find a suitable way to repair the soul and understand what the damage might do in the future." Doma was right, but they have a case of someone whose soul got damaged and he is now fine. Arad himself. He stated that, and Doma sighed. "Arad, do I have to tell you that you're abnormal? I'll sleep on this and see what I can think of. You have another pressing matter to attend to." Her voice quickly faded from his mind. He blinked and looked back at the fire. "What did you find?" Nina asked, and he came back to his senses. After a long pause, he explained everything to her, and she gave him a long look. What he did indeed sounded like an extension of his ability to consume souls, but that power still didn't look like something that anyone should be able or allowed to do. The two of them remained silent for a while, thinking about that power, but after several minutes they both calmed down, and a realization came to Nina. "I lost the fight." Arad looked at her and thought about it for a moment. "Depends on how you see it. I defeated your body, not you. Even as cunning as that was, it wasn't driven by a human's mind and desire. You can say that you still haven't lost to me yet. Search the Novalier." Nina looked at him in silence, and then a smile appeared on her face. "No, I've lost. This is a first in a long, long time." She looked at the fire. "How many years has it been?" Her face then turned toward him. "I know I promised, but we should go. You know the others?" A smile covered Arad's face. "They already know a lot happened." As Arad explained everything that happened since they headed to the Beast Land, Nina rose from the bed and slowly approached him and sat on his thigh. It was then that she interrupted his story with a pale face. Arad couldn't tell if she was excited and blushing or if she was terrified and pale. But he understood one thing. Something had stunned her for a few seconds. "I'm a pretty huge woman, you know," Nina gasped. She was indeed tall and muscular, standing at almost 9 meters, 6 feet 2 inches. Yet she somehow looked small on his thigh. How? It was then that Arad remembered that he wasn't making himself smaller with size magic. The barbarian clothes he had were flexible enough to stretch and fit him. He was now a 3-meter-tall giant, 10 feet. She jumped down and pulled him by the hand to stand there. She finally got a look at him. Her face was right at his belly button. Several thoughts raced through her mind, some scary and some confusing. But one thing made her giggle. Is this how Betty sees normal people? Arad smiled and his body grew smaller. Soon he was as tall as Nina, and then he grew even shorter until he was the height of a halfling. He looked up at her with a smile. "You're right, this is a strange view at the world. By that time, the scorpion had crawled outside to feast on the corpses of the dead monsters. He also needs to rest and recover after Arad ripped his soul out of his body. Nina sat down on the bed and closed her eyes, thinking, "Give me a few moments. What is it?" Arad grew back to Nina's height and sat beside the fire. She looked at him with a serious face, a matter of pride. Chapter 1172, 1172, a compromise. Arad didn't understand what matter of pride Nina was talking about, but she quickly explained it to him. There were two things barbarians took pride in, and especially she who was the strongest of their clan. The first was the vow of strength might ruled all for the barbarians, and her relationship with Arad was but the same, usually in marriage, or how the barbarians called it, the nesting. One of the two approaches the other with a challenge. The second party can either refuse the challenge or accept it. In Arad and Nina's case, she accepted his challenge long ago that only left fighting, which now Arad had won. So technically, she is already his wife the moment she woke up, unconscious after their fight. The pride is that even if he were to kick her out, she'll never look for another partner. This pride was already fulfilled, and she could boast about marrying one of the most powerful men in the lands. The second pride related to Arad's other wives. She, as a barbarian, refuses to lose to them in anything that relates to physical might. She won't cry about not being the smartest. Barbarians were never known for their brains, after all. Merlin had told her stories about the others, about Lunara, Clog, Callie, and the others. Nina herself knew how enthusiastic Merida could be, how active Eris is, and how enduring Aella was. So even if it was only once, she didn't want him to hold back, just him, her, and their strength, no magic or tricks. She wanted to accept Arad as he is, the 3-meter giant onyx dragon. She knew that eventually those of the wives on the larger side would be able to take him on, but she didn't want to lose to them. Nina also made it clear that she doesn't have much of a say now that she lost. It was her pride, and she was the one who should work to protect it. If he didn't think she could take him on, it was because she was weak, and since she lost, she had no way to argue back. Arad looked at her in silence for a few moments, baffled at the complexity of such a simple matter, even when it had all started with a barbarian. He didn't want to use his full size. He didn't want to use his full strength. He didn't want what happened to Merlin yesterday to repeat itself. Nina, on the other hand, would rather get hurt physically than damage her pride, and Arad thought that dragons were annoyingly prideful. It seems that barbarians still challenge them for that title. Nina understood that none of them could get what they wanted without the other having to let go. Nina of her pride, and Arad of his protectiveness. She wanted a strong and domineering husband while he just wanted a lovely wife. It was then that a smile appeared on Arad's face. He looked at the entrance of the cave, feeling the wind coming through. Nina looked and saw nothing. She didn't even feel anything coming from the outside. "A monster?" she asked with a worried face. Arad should have a wider range of senses than her, but he shook his head. "No, I just remembered what a wise woman once said." A wise woman. Nina tilted her head, and Arad nodded. A palm-sized fairy. The essence of relationships is compromise. Zephyr knew what she was talking about. Zephyr? All Nina could remember about the peculiar little spirit was seeing her drunk, fooling around, or dancing with the squirrels. She didn't see any wisdom in her. She giggled and looked at Arad. He quickly explained another thing about Zephyr. Zephyr just wanted to live a happy and peaceful life. She doesn't have any grand goals or ambitions. She probably feels as much fun dancing with a squirrel as a demon lord destroying the world or assuming their throne. They sat there in silence for a few minutes, contemplating their memories of the humble fairy. Soon they understood what compromises each of them had to make. Arad has to let go of his protectiveness and go all out on her, and she has to loosen the hold on her pride and agree that they should stop if she is harmed. They didn't forget that she was now a powerful Tarask with an unmatched durability. It was just that Arad was that powerful, if not more. With a concerned sigh, Arad released his size magic and returned to his true size. towering over her already huge body. Nina was a giantess among humans. Not many were as tall as her in the whole of Alina, even among the barbarians. But to Arad, she almost looked a bit shorter than he. When she looked up at him, she quickly noticed a frown appear on his face, and her heart sank. Arad, is something wrong? Arad looked at her with a smile and turned around. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I need to say anything? He tilted his head and stared at the empty air. Suddenly, a voice replied, and it was a familiar one. Sorry. It was Merlin's voice. She had been using a scrying spell to watch their battle, and that one had stayed with them even now in case something bad happened. I don't mind if you watch, but Nina must agree as well. Arad sighed, and then his voice grew deeper. And you three? Any last words? Clog's giggle boomed through the cave. Please don't worry about me. I just wanted to learn some new moves. She too was spying on them with her scrying magic. Then Gaia's voice came. You're the ones who shattered the desert. I was just sitting around fixing it. But then the last one appeared. Zephyr lay on Nina's chest. Please don't mind me. Must have been the wind. Arad grabbed the fairy. You don't say. He lifted her up and stared at her. Cert the novel fear, it. Come on, don't get angry. I was just worried about you two. One awkward dragon and an awkward barbarian, a recipe for disaster. She turned back to Nina. Say, can I stay to give you my blessing? Chapter 1173, Wisdom 11, Nina sighed. She didn't want to even bother. From what she heard, this little fairy was with Aela for a while. Even though her intimate life with Arad, Zephyr would usually be around, albeit asleep most of the time in the corner of the room. When Nina thought about it for a while, that was a bit strange. Zephyr had no reason to stay close, like Doma did. The latter is locked inside Arad's body without a way out. No matter how Nina looked at it, an ancient spirit like Zephyr must have a reason in the back of her head. What is the reason for her to show up with Nina as well? Aela was certain that Zephyr stayed close to her because she was her herald, but it seems like there is a deeper reason if she wants to stay by Nina's side, but the more Nina thought about it, the less sense it made. There were no similarities between Nina and Aela. This had left Nina with one logical conclusion, that she can't understand anything. What was left is one old tradition of the barbarians to trust in nature, the ancient, the old, and the wise. Zephyr was of all four, so Nina sighed and replied, Fine, do whatever you want. Zephyr looked at her with a surprised face. Really, well, now that I thought about it, the barbarians have that tradition and such. Zephyr flew close to Arad's head. Hearing her words made Nina certain that Zephyr isn't acting without a reason. She even guessed why Nina decided to trust her, Zer, the novel Firanyot. Arad, you've got many wives. It is a tall ask to want them all to change for what you want, but not that hard for you to be the one changing. The void is nothing, if not malleable and ever-changing. It always twists to fit whatever space it's in. Zephyr spent several moments explaining how Arad should try to be the barbarian husband for Nina, as she might not like a gentle one like Aela does, or a passionate one like what Mereda might prefer. After that, she flew to the corner of the room and conjured a bed of green winds. There she fell asleep without saying another word. Arad checked her thoughts, and she was indeed fast asleep. The only thing that'll wake her up is a violent clash of monsters. While Nina still didn't understand why Zephyr was already here, Arad already had a guess. The stages of freeing Nina were to feed her, give her a safe place, and the last one that a Tarrasque would look for is mating. Arad had no idea what would happen afterward, whether Nina would remain in control or not. To be honest, he didn't expect her to regain her sanity after the second stage. That's why he is still here and not in the castle with her, just in case she went on a rampage again. But if she went on a rampage in the middle of it for some weird reason, he would be caught off guard. Zephyr was here for that reason. And she probably isn't saying anything to not put stress on any of them. But anyway, this wasn't the time for worries. It was Nina's time, and he had better focus on it. It won't be easy for her or him. For a moment, Arad remained frozen. This wasn't just anyone. Nina was one of the first women he met. No, she was the first. At that time, she was far stronger than he, so strong that he couldn't even see himself winning against her. But here he is now, after months sitting somewhat alone, with her in a desolate cave in the middle of a faraway desert. She was just sitting there looking at him and waiting with hopeful eyes. Arad had won their fight. She expects him to take the lead. But to be honest with himself, he now suddenly can't figure out where to start. The fact that she kept staring at him was driving him mad. Can't she look away for a second and allow him to think for a bit? The burning light in her eyes shimmered for a bit. Her gaze remained fixed on his face. Arad has an inkling that what she wanted was for him to just do anything he wanted. He wasn't sure about it. What if he was wrong? That might put her off by a lot. It'll have far bigger. But before he could keep thinking, Nina giggled. "What? Are you flustered now?" She leaned on him, putting her ear on his chest and listening. She could hear them, two hearts beating like an engine. Arad sighed. "A bit, yes, sorry. I know I should take the lead and start, but I'm not sure if you'll like it or not." He scratched his chin. "Especially when you say, do whatever you want." Nina looked at him with a chuckle. "Sorry, I just remembered when Merlin got in a bad mood and I asked her what she wanted to eat. She just said, whatever. But when I brought the food, she got angry. You're in the same spot, so fine, I'll pick." Nina thought for a second and replied with a blush. "I'm quite strong. Not that many things can hold me back, so if you can, pin me down and get at it. It might be fun to be unable to resist once in a while." Arad smiled and grabbed her by the hands. "If that's what you want." He then helped her stand, lifted her up, and suddenly the bed disappeared. "That's quite an expensive one, so I'd better find a more durable alternative." And with a flick of his fingers, a larger black bed that he picked from the abyss appeared. The large bed was made of dark brown wood and obsidian. The fluffy sheets were of black hide that's both soft and rough. It smelled slightly of smoke and firewood, and the pillows seemed to be made of a strange leather that Nina didn't know. Considering she was a veteran adventurer and a guild receptionist, she thought she knew monster parts well. The bed, on the other hand, was made from demon parts, ones so rare and durable that probably no one else would afford or find. It was in Solace's castle, after all. Thus the night started, chapter 1174 through the grinder. It was a mistake. A huge mistake that Arad didn't expect. He had gone with her wishes and didn't hold back anything. He had feared that he might harm her, that he was too big or took too strong, that what happened with Merlin might repeat itself. He was wrong. Too wrong, that it wasn't even funny. And now he was the one suffering. Nina wasn't that far away from his physical strength, and sometimes she was even stronger based on the situation. Arad had spent enough time caressing her, gently skimming her whole body from her hair to her lips, plump bosom, chiseled abs, and down to her mighty thighs and sharp toes. He didn't leave a single path of skin unexplored, but that was where the pleasant time ended. After the first thrust, the one he put all of his power into, the one where he managed to fit all of himself inside her while he had used a lot of strength to force himself inside, her body pressed back on him with equal force, threatening to rip his thing apart, and that was understating it. With one hand pressing her hands to her back, and the other wrapped around her neck, Arad pushed with all he could, gritting his teeth at the ordeal he found himself in. With each thrust booming like thunder across the cavern, he noticed that one of the reasons Zephyr was here was to seal the sound. Nina, on the other hand, looked to be drawing in bliss. She had lived long years thinking that she was already a forgotten apple, that her days were long past her. Her power had become a curse that prevented her from finding a partner, from finding happiness. But now she finally managed to settle down, and not just with anybody, but with someone who could fulfill her dream, a man stronger than her. Now she couldn't wipe the large smile from her face, and she couldn't keep herself from showing how pleased she was. But to Arad, a huge problem was dawning on him. He had to keep up with her. He is stronger, so where is the problem? It is in the details. Arad's thing, while massive, wasn't made of muscles, nowhere as durable as his arms, where muscles and bones existed. Arad was stronger than Nina. He could keep her pinned as she wanted. He could thrust with enough force. But Nina's insides were now crushing down on his poor thing, with the muscles of a Tarrasque, and one that is drunk in heat at that. With each thrust, the pressure on his thing was so great that it forced the blood back into his body, causing him to feel a sharp jolt of pain each time. It wasn't his thing that forced her insides to grow wider. It was her insides that forced and crushed his thing into a smaller size. But even with that, Arad wasn't going to give up. He was a proud dragon as well, and he wouldn't lose to a barbarian using most of his prickleachy powers. He forced the blood to flow and harden, trying to reinforce himself. The poor thing had already cracked several times by now, and he had to heal it. After several minutes, that rough hell was over as they both reached their limit. Arad pulled out, leaving her insides filled to the brim, and he fell down, exhausted. Nina plummeted on her face, twitching and giggling on her own. He could see her hips still convulsing and twitching with each chuckle that escaped her droll, dripping lips. Arad took this chance to catch his breath. This round was over, but looking at Nina's red face, she wasn't done. He should expect at least several more rounds, and by this time, Zephyr wasn't even pretending to be asleep. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, watching them in silence with a stern face. When he looked at her, she smiled and signaled at Nina. "Chop, Chop, soldier, your mission isn't over yet. But worry not, I'll knock her out if you can't hold out any more." Arad growled and looked at Nina, who was already turning around, her eyes staring at him with an insatiable lust. It was obvious, and he should have expected it. All of the Tarrasque's 3 needs were vast and powerful, just like her hunger, just like her need for a safe place, just like her sexual drive. So who was he with now? Nina or the monster inside her? The answer was simple. Both are the same. When Nina saw his tired face, she suddenly frowned, looking down with a sad yet satisfied expression. "Should we stop here?" She looked at him. Arad shook his head. "No. We'll keep until you can't do it anymore, and then we'll do it even more until you faint." Hearing his words, her face grew redder and redder. She looked down and gasped, "If you want to." She wasn't completely oblivious to his struggle. While during the process, she tends to lose herself to the pleasure the moment they stop. Her mind seems to clear quickly. She always felt refreshed seconds after stopping. She had been told that doing it felt refreshing, but it wasn't like this. What Aella or Eris described was something, and the fairy beside them wasn't hiding anything. When Nina looked at her, she was quickly told that it was indeed Zephyr's that was waking her mind each time they finished. What Zephyr was doing was depriving Nina's body of oxygen right after they finished and sending it to her brain instead, thus quelling the monster and walking her up. The reason she was sitting so close and staring at them with an intense gaze is that doing such a thing to the body of a Tarrasque was quite hard, especially since she had to get through the reflective skin. Of course, Arad asked how she could get past the skin, and Zephyr replied with a simple word that sent Arad for a loop: nose. Zephyr's magic was getting into Nina's bloodstream in the same way normal air would get in, Serarch the Novelier. Arad took a deep breath and pulled Nina closer. He wasn't done yet. Nina was the first woman he met and probably the first that he started developing feelings for. Now she is the first to put him through the grinder and test his limits. The two stuck together, and the night kept going. Chapter 1175, drained to the bones moments became minutes, and minutes became hours. As time slowly crawled, Arad found himself being the one to start falling first. Nina's lust seemed insatiable, even more so than her hunger. While she could have eaten before and attempted to suppress the hunger, her thirst was genetic, inherited by blood. She'll bed him for herself and for every poor Tarrasque soul that spent a lifetime of abstinence. It didn't matter what he tried, it all ended up exhausting and painful. He tried to switch up and try the back end, only for Nina's sphincter to end up clenching so hard it severed his thing. That was a bloody mess, and recovering from it took a lot. But luckily it wasn't a big problem, albeit painfully horrifying. What scared him the most was that no matter how much he unloaded into her, it all seemed to disappear into the depths of her body. At the start, he hoped that she'll get filled and he'll use that as an excuse to stop, but that now doesn't seem possible. What Arad was afraid of the most was her mouth, but luckily for him, she could control the terrifying muscles of her jaws. He could see her neck bulge all the way down to her chest, and she didn't seem bothered at all. And now that he thought about it, she swallowed his whole arm, but instead of a painful crushing, her throat was pulling on his flesh so hard it almost ripped it off from the base. It felt like she was trying to swallow it whole, eat it, and not just suck on it. To Arad, this was both the best and worst night he had had. On one hand, he finally found something that he could fully let loose at, and on the other hand, he is always on the edge of pain. And strangely enough, what he found most pleasant wasn't the act itself, but playing with her bosom, caressing her back and enjoying the supple skin of her body. At the end of it all, Arad was on the bed, exhausted and drained. For the first time in his life, his proud jewels were screaming in pain. He was tired, so tired, and Nina was curled on his hips with a satisfied smile on her face, fast asleep. It was finally over, but this won't be the last time. He needs something to make his thing able to endure the harsh punishment of her powerful body. Zephyr was standing on his chest, looking at Nina with a serious face. She then sighed and stretched her arms. She is fine now. With that, she turned to Arad with a smile. Zephyr had been watching them the whole night without saying a word. But Arad knew that without her magic, Nina would have turned into a horny Tarrasque and finished him off, while he won in fighting. Nina seemed to have won in bed, and won by a lot. Zephyr approached Arad's head, stepped on his chin, and walked over his nose to sit on his forehead. He could hear her feet tapping at the side of his head as she dangled them down. So, is there any risk now? Like, next time, if we did it in the castle? He asked, and she quickly explained to him that while it is possible, he doesn't have to worry about it. By that time, Nina should be able to control her power better, and even if something were to happen, Zephyr would be there at their side. By the way, Arad finally remembered something. How do spirits do it? Zephyr looked at him for a second, and then smiled. She explained that there are 3 types of her kind. Pixies are the weakest, fairies come next, and lastly, spirits like herself. Pixies reproduce sexually, like humans. There are males and females. The same is for fairies. Spirits, on the other hand, are different, since they are all females. There are no male spirits. Spirits split off through their magic, the same way Yuaku was born between him and her. Plum, for example, is in a state of being that's between a fairy and a spirit, and she is already reproducing through dimension by creating new saplings for her tree. She also explained that it is the reason fairies, and especially spirit queens, are against living in a world inside his stomach that he created, like how Plum, Undine, and Salamander are doing now, since they would be swimming in his magic. She said that to them it's the same if he asked them to start living in his underwear. Arad immediately asked if that was the case. Then how could she be living inside Allah through a contract? Zephyr simply shook her head, saying that is the reason no other spirit other than her is doing that. It's somewhat weird for their kind. Arad sighed, and she quickly asked him to let her inside his stomach to see what kind of job Allah did in it. He looked at her with a baffled face. You just explained how improper that is for a spirit. She jumped on his lips and forced them open with her legs. If it is you or Aella, then I won't mind. It is my duty to her, and you, I kinda like you, so it is fine. She turned into a gust of wind and flew into his stomach, soon finding herself inside the small batch of land he had the spirits create. She was right. This place needed a lot of work. After resting for a while, Arad managed to sit up, still battered, and he yawned and looked at Nina. She, too, was waking up. She looked at him with a smile and yawned. "You're up for more?" He shook his head with a defeated face. "We've had enough. Anything else would have to wait. He now needs to let his poor little thing recover. He feels a bit sad for Nina, but until he finds a way to endure her, she'll have to be content with 1 time a week, maybe once every 2 weeks. See the novel, Fire." Note, back at the castle, Isdis was in a meeting with most of Arad's wives as they looked at a crystal ball with worried faces. Matilda, Lunara, Gamond, and Sarah were lost in the 9th layer of hell. The only way they know they are still alive is the archdevil that Merlin summoned. She is with them, and the magic hasn't been severed yet. Isdis could only look at the crystal with shivering hands. She was the one who decided on the formation based on the 4 fangs left by the Maharaja. Matilda was sent so she can get the Rakshasa's help. Sarah went since she is a priestess of Asmodeus, the ruler of the 9th layer of hell. Gamond and Lunara went for strength since they are both heavy hitters. The mission was simple, to find Mira's father and snatch him back, but now things are looking bad and she isn't looking forward to when Arad learn of this. Chapter 1176, A Trip Through Hell. Matilda walked through Hell's gate and winched, immediately bursting into a painful cough. She could feel her lungs burning, her eyes refused to open, and her ears started ringing. Behind her, Gamond Lunara suffered from the same pain. Sarah was the only one unaffected, but today she didn't look like she normally did. She instead had 2 long black horns on her head and massive red and leathery wings. Maharaja gave them 4 fangs, so 4 people can withstand hell's punishment without dying and being chained by it. Soon, the 3 of them seemed to recover as the fangs' power started rushing through their bodies. The first to sigh in relief was Lunara, followed by Gamond, and lastly Matilda a while later. The last fang was left for Mira's father. They can't bring him out with the chains still binding him. That would just cause Hell's Gate to open and shatter the whole castle to snatch him back. They have to break the chains here, and the key to doing that is the fangs. Right now they were standing in the middle of a nightmarish forest of black, charred trees, embers still burned in them. Upon a closer look, those weren't trees but ancient black bones. The soil beneath them was red, searing hot to the point that Matilda thanked the living gods that Sarah advised her to wear fire-resistant boots. Their mission is to find Mira's father in this hell, the 9th layer of hell. Asmodeus's domain, this is the place where the worst of the worst get punished. Ancient villains, primordial evil, men so vile that speaking their mere names can land a mortal a spot in the upper layers of hell. The sinner here are special. Sarah looked at them with a worried face. "I'll walk in the front, and you follow me. Look only at my back. Don't look at anything else, especially the sinners. They won't approach us." Everyone looked at her with worried faces, but soon Gamond sighed. "Aren't they chained sinners? What could they do? I bet that I can kill a few of them." Sarah shook her head. "Evil dragons, those who surpass twilight, are usually devoured by Tiamat in the 1st layer of hell. But that isn't because they can't be punished here." She looked up. "Someone of your power might end up being imprisoned in the 8th layer above us. The horrors in this layer weren't something that Gamond and Lunara could face. At best, they could grab everyone else and run." The girls followed Sarah's advice. She was a devil, and her knowledge was the reason she was now with them. The 4 walked slowly, and soon Sarah took a step out of the bone forest, followed by Gamond. Immediately, Gamond called everyone, ordering them to stop. Sarah looked back and saw that Gamond had closed her eyes. Then Gamond turned to the other 2 girls. "Close your eyes." She grabbed Lunara's hand, and Lunara grabbed Matilda's hand. The 2 were confused, asked her what the matter was. She simply shook her head. What she saw, she would rather not remember, and she is sure the 2 of them would rather not see it as well. Sarah grabbed Gamond by the hand and guided everyone through a desolate hellscape, wails of tormented screams, searing flames, begging cries, the sound of flesh being crushed and bones shattered. They walked and walked for what felt like eternity. The sinners' pleas assaulted their minds, and with each passing second, The desire to take just one peek started building up in Lunara and Matilda's heads. If not for Gammon's constant growls reminding them to keep their eyes shut or she'll freeze them, one or both of them would have looked, as they walked, and to keep them busy and wash away the thought of looking around, Sarah used a magical necklace of hers to talk to them directly into their minds. She went on explaining some of this layer's features that they should be aware of. Asmodeus, the ruler of Hell, is actually a twin. Two women with long, flowing blonde hair and azure eyes. Some rumors say they aren't twins, but the same person. No one was able to confirm it. The devils here don't know much about Asmodeus's powers or personality, but she could describe the twins with one word: it'll be aloof. Sarah herself is a priestess who worships them, and she has their blood, which means that they are her grandmothers, or at least one of them. Using her lineage and status as a priestess, getting a few devils to assist them shouldn't be a problem. She'll try to get an audience with Asmodeus, but they shouldn't get their hopes up. She doesn't even know whether Asmodeus is in the layer's capital or not. The forest they landed on earlier was called the Forest of Bones, and it was the corpse of an ancient god. That god is alive, awake, and aware, just forced to endure his body rotting away for thousands of years. Here in Hell, the devils torture the sinners like how humans cultivate the lands. Now, as they walked, there were thousands and thousands of creatures, people included, being tortured and tormented on each side. That harrowing sight is why they shouldn't look around. The reason they could look around inside the god's corpse because they couldn't see it being tortured. They walked and walked for hours. Every now and then, a devil would stop, ask Sarah if those behind her were new sinners, and she would tell the devil that they weren't. The devil would then fly away with a disappointed sigh. Matilda even heard a devil asking Sarah what kind of heinous crime someone as pathetically weak as her committed to be sent here. She was both appalled and terrified. 4 hours later, and they finally reached the first city. Sarah told the girls they could look around, and they all opened their eyes. They were now standing in the middle of a black gatehouse. Several devils stood around as guards. The devils' weapons looked strange, made of some black metal and glowing with a menacing red inferno. None of them looked friendly and gave the girls disgusted glares, except Sarah, whom they treated with enough respect to be passable in human manners. It took the girls a few seconds to understand that the devils didn't respect Sarah herself, but the blood of Asmodeus that she carries in her veins. But the devil's attitude quickly changed when they saw one of the fangs. Their faces were drowned in horror. Chapter 1177, the 1177. The capital of Hell. The Maharaja, the dreadful queen of the Rakshasa, was both feared and respected by everyone on the layer. A mind-bogglingly massive jaguar of titanic proportions. Her maw is large enough to swallow the heavens, and her claws plow the ancient lands of the layer. Death doesn't work the same here as everywhere else. He traps souls and resurrects everyone in it, sinners and devils alike. Maharaja hunts in this layer, feeding on the ancient sinner gods and daemons. If Caden was known as the God Slayer, then she is known as the God Eater. All devils in the 9th layer know about her and her power. Devils who carry Asmodeus blood aren't rare. They are respected but not treated much differently. But this was the first time someone came carrying Maharaja's fangs, that dreadful hunter. The devils immediately understood what this meant. Those 4 women are under her protection. The devils' red faces paled and drained of blood as they guided Sarah and her party into the city, the capital of Hell, Holy Devil. The devils then let the girls head into the city uninterrupted and sent a message to the Temple of Treachery and informed them of their arrival. Devils worshipped Asmodeus in the Temple of Treachery, and countless priests and priestesses trained there. Sarah is one of them, albeit her entrance was a bit peculiar. Her rank isn't that high. She can be called a lower priestess at best, but she still managed to get that rank despite her father being a human. That's how her entrance was peculiar. Sarah was supposed to die there. But in the end, her mother managed to pull some strings and got a signed pardon from Asmodeus. She looked at the girls, warning them that they shouldn't expect the warmest of welcomes, but at least they'll get help. But despite Sarah's worries, the other three were busy observing the city of hell, their faces pale and terrified. This place didn't look like any human city. It was harrowing at what looked like a street stall built of black stones. A naked woman was being cut piece by piece alive and slowly grilled to feed a long line of bored, starving devils. Mortals of all races were treated like cattle here, but the devil made a point of making them suffer before killing them. Wherever they looked, they heard someone screaming, begging for mercy as they were either slowly killed, tortured, or worse. At another corner of the street, they saw a large, gaunt man being dragged around with a chain on his neck like a dog by a devil in what looked like a suit. The girls threw glances at Sarah. That man was the first mortal they saw here with clothes on. She immediately explained that he must be a warlock, a mortal who signed a contract with the devil and ended up here. That man might not suffer like the sinners, but he is still at the mercy of the devil holding the contract. Sarah explained the difference. It is akin to a cow sentenced to slaughter and a house pet. Mortals would try to put the cattle out of their misery faster and treat their pets with love and care. Devils are the opposite, since this is hell where mortals come to suffer. But just as mortals sometimes don't follow that rule and make their pets suffer, devils are also prone to showing kindness to their slaves. But it is rare. Many devils approach them in the city as well, far more than the few who checked on the outside of it. This time, some were asking if Sarah is willing to sell one of them, and some even came trying to pick a fight since they didn't like seeing Lunara's face. Devils and demons are at war, and a demon like Lunara isn't welcome here. Gammond noted that the heat of the lair is so oppressive that it can suppress her cold magic. Even if she started using temperature magic to absorb the heat and store it, she'll be full in minutes. The devils were all too powerful. Lunara didn't look so happy about her chances here, while the abyss had many layers, each with a demon lord and countless armies of powerful demons. The devils also had as much military power. Almost every devil they saw in this city was as powerful as a pseudo-demon lord. The guards at the gate were all at a demon lord level of power, and inside the city, Lunara had counted over 50 devils that could defeat her. What was horrifying is that most of the powerful devils of the city live in the inner circle. And there are 9 circles here. They are in the circle where the weakest of the devils live. They still didn't see any of the really powerful devils. Those are the devils of the 9th layer, the jailers of the gods. After a while of them walking through the ghastly city, Matilda asked a question. What did those sinners commit to end up here? Sarah looked back at her and then turned to a pale blonde woman who was in a steel cave, looking at them from the side of the street with a terrified face. Sarah approached the cage and then looked at the door beside it. The girls followed her in silence as she knocked. Soon, a devil walked out and looked at them. What do you need, priestess? A simple favor. Her eyes shifted to the blonde woman. Will you let her live in peace for a day if she answered one of my questions? The devil looked at Sarah, then at the girls behind her. He then sighed, Fine, ask her whatever you want, but he walked inside and then came with a lantern. If you fill this out for me for free, a favor for a favor. Sarah touched the lantern and it burned with divine magic. The devil's face contorted into a grin and he kicked the cage. Heard them? Answer, and you'll have a peaceful day. The woman flinched and started shaking uncontrollably in terror. Sarah looked down and asked with a terrifying smile. Simple question. What did you do to end up here? You don't look like that bad of a sinner based on your smell? The woman remained silent for a while and then cried out, realizing that she might be late answering. I was the queen of a small kingdom. I led the army to kill and conquer neighboring kingdoms for resources and land. I managed to expand the kingdom by a lot, but she looked at the cage with a sad face. I ended up here after I died. Everyone that my army killed, plundered, and violated under my order was my sin. Sarah stood, millions of dead souls on her neck, tens of thousands of suffering souls as well. She looked at the girl, and she is one of the better sinners around. Who counts them? Matilda asked. The gods? Sarah shook her head. Death counts them. She was there collecting the souls of the men her soldiers killed. The woman looked at the devil, who still stood at the door, and he waved his hand. Aren't you a lucky one? Got yourself a day of rest. He grabbed the cage and dragged her inside. For some reason, the woman grew pale, and she started screaming, begging Sarah to tell him to let her go. The girls looked at Sarah with pale faces. She turned to them with a somber face. It was then that a loud bell rang. The day is over. As Sarah walked away, they followed her in silence, hearing the woman's wails inside the house. Sir, the Novel Evernote, chapter 1178, the Temple of Treachery. Temple of Treachery, the place where devils worship their overlord, Asmodeus. This wasn't a place mortals were allowed to enter, yet this day Sarah was standing at the front door, 3 women behind her. The temple guards, 2 large horned devils that looked like massive minotaurs, glared at them with fire burning in their eyes. After a moment of silence, one of them snorted, fire escaping from his nostrils like a flamethrower. Priestess Sarah of Alina, he said in a deep growl. You're welcome, but not your guests. I need not explain why. The other one quickly added, a white Dracaena, a vile demoness, and... He looked at Matilda with a surprised face. A black tiger with the stench of the void? The other devil gave Matilda a look as well. Now they don't look like your simple slaves or sinners. If you came to offer them to Asmodeus, you can pass. Lunara's hands were slowly moving. She was ready to slash the 2 devils in half if they needed to, but suddenly Sarah sighed. Gorigor, Flabroni, you 2 don't know how to joke, do you? The 2 devils looked at her with angry glares and suddenly burst into laughter. You're right, we never learn. She knew the 2 from ages ago when she was first brought here to be executed. Those 2 devils were tasked with guarding her cage, a large bird-like cage built of black steel and fire. The 2 devils had just returned from the blood war and were still injured. That's why they were granted such a meaningless task. At the time, Sarah was certain she wouldn't live another day, so on her way out, she healed the 2 from their wounds. To her surprise, the 2 of them later barged into the execution room and smacked the headsman in the face. They were ready to fight the whole lair at the end. Asmodeus's letter arrived just in time before the 3 of them could be swarmed by thousands of devils. Gorigor and Flabroni are both pit fiends, powerful devils that have survived countless wars. They only take orders from their arch-pit fiend General Spindle, or Asmodeus. Right now, they seem to be on their vacation from the Blood War, and so they are posted as guards. Those 2 are also the help Sarah was looking for. I actually came for you 2. We're looking for someone, a sinner who entered hell by mistake. The 2 devils stared at her with confused faces. First, they had their job, and 2 pit fiends like them rarely leave the war, and when they do, it is usually because of injury. Gorigor was the first to speak, scratching the back of his head. You know that if we're standing here, then we're injured. We can punch a devil or 2, but not much else. He looked at her. I know you can heal us, so our injuries aren't a problem. See the ovilfire.net. Flabroni was the one to finish. The problem, if you want to free a sinner, Asmodeus will heat a steel rod and impale you on it, you and us. So, unless you've got someone powerful to back you up, I suggest you forget about that sinner. Very powerful. Not many can dare stand up to Asmodeus. Our General Spindle should be able to speak to her in our stead, but that will take time. As Gorigor spoke, his eyes opened wide. Wait, you came to us so we can speak to General Spindle for you? Sarah shook her head and pulled Maharaja's fang that she was wearing as a necklace and showed it to them. This is the one who sent me on this mission. The 2 paled the moment they saw the fang. By the hells, Sarah, where did you get that? From the huntress herself. We've got a powerful backer. Are you 2 coming with us? Sarah giggled as she saw their terrified faces. The 2 looked at each other. Words are that Asmodeus and Maharaja are in bed together. This is as good as getting Asmodeus's approval. Nothing will stand in our way. They laughed, and Sarah nodded. The 3 women behind Sarah finally felt relieved. With 2 devils that know the lair well, the search would get much, much easier. But it was then that something felt odd. Standing beside Sarah and the two devils was a tall, pale woman in a tight red dress. Her long hair flapped with the arid wind, simmering with light. One of her eyes was as black as the darkness of the abyss, and the other as blindingly bright as the sun. Gammond was the first to see her, and she couldn't sense any power at all, but even with that, she could feel all of her senses screaming of danger. The woman stood like a statue aloof, and her stern face betraying any kind of emotion. She then spoke, her voice sweet and gentle. "You're right about Maharaja and me." Silence fell. The two devils didn't even dare breathe, and Sarah's face drained as her whole body started shaking. The woman reached forward and grabbed Sarah's necklace, giving the Fang a short glance. "Follow me inside." The woman turned to the massive door and pushed it open with one hand. Everyone followed in silence, no one daring to even speak. The inside of the temple was massive, built with bones, obsidian, and black steel. All of the priests and priestesses inside immediately prostrated themselves, hitting the ground so hard that their foreheads cracked. The only sound that could be heard was the woman's clicking heels, the faint steps behind her, and the sound of bone cracking as the worshippers swarmed around them. Soon, they reached the middle of the temples. The priestess and priestesses rushed to bring a massive obsidian throne. Their hands bled, and their backs cracked as they dragged it. Soon, the blonde woman sat down and looked at Sarah and her companions. "So, she sent you to find someone." She turned and looked at one of the priestesses. The priestess looked a bit strange. Her blood-red skin seemed too clean and soft compared to the other devils. Her long raven hair was silky smooth, and her nails, albeit black, didn't resemble claws. Even her build resembled that of humans, except for the two black horns. What was most strange was that her eyes were covered with a mask, only leaving the lower part of her face exposed. What are they looking for? The priestess twitched and suddenly turned her head. "A half-dwarf, he should be east in the dark region." Chapter 1179, Seer Haru. The priestess twitched and suddenly turned her head. "A half-dwarf, he should be east in the dark region." But she was looking away from Asmodeus, with whom she was speaking. In the next second, she corrected herself and looked at the Devil Queen. Asmodeus looked at Sarah. What a place for the fellow to land in. "Take her with you. I'm sure you'll need the help of a seer." Sarah remained silent for a while, looking at the priestess with a complicated face, but it was then that Lunara, of all the people, growled, her eyes glaring at Asmodeus. "We're scrapping the bottom of the barrel now, aren't we?" Sarah froze at Lunara's remark, and Asmodeus remained as emotionless as she was before. She looked at the priestess and then at Sarah. Her eyes then shifted back at Lunara. "The better seers are busy, making it easier for my army to kill demons and angels." Lunara threw a glance at the priestess and sighed. For seers, all oracles, for that matter, they must throw away what they receive. An oracle that can see vision will lose their sight, and those who can hear whispers are deaf. The priestess finally moved again. This time she looked directly at Lunara. "Speak another word and her devilish lordship might snap and try to kill me." Everyone fell silent. They didn't understand what the priestess meant, wasn't she, meaning that Asmodeus would kill Lunara. She is as strong as a normal human, and you call her a seer? She is both blind and deaf. If he is stuck in the darkness, then we'll go grab him ourselves. Lunara was sure of one thing. While oracles like this priestess can see and hear the future, that's far away from their power. Since the oracle is a priestess, there is no way she isn't sharing her visions with Asmodeus all the time. The devils had used that trick many times to spy directly on the demons. It had taken the demons over 1,000 years to learn that the devil seers and oracles that they imprisoned or managed to force to switch sides were still sending visions to Asmodeus, even the ones who turned into demons. Those oracles are Asmodeus's senses even in death. The Devil Queen's plan was clear to Lunara. The oracle isn't going with them to help, but to spy on them. Lunara doesn't know why Asmodeus would want to spy on them, but nothing good ever comes from making a deal with a devil, let alone the devil queen of the 9 hells. Asmodeus sighed and lifted her hand. The seer took a step aside, and a flash of light flew past her, missing her shoulder by a hair's breadth. The flash of light cracked at the temple's wall and shattered into many sparks of light. All of them flew back at the seer. The seer started walking without a care in the world as all of the flashes of light missed. When the seer stopped, all of the sparks of light faded away. She looked at Lunara with a pout. "See? I've told you." The seer started walking toward Lunara with a passive face. Each of her steps echoed in the temple, and the other priests and priestesses moved away. When the seer was just a few meters away from Lunara, she stopped. The seer stared at Lunara, and Lunara stared back at her. Tension slowly built up, and the only two who could understand what was happening were Asmodeus and Gammond. The white Dracaena could feel it, bloodlust in the air. The seer had the power of an average human woman. Her curse is her power to see and hear the future, and the price of that curse is her eyes and ears. As she stood in front of the severing demon lord, something strange was happening in this staring contest. The seer's face started growing paler and paler, sweat dripping from her forehead, and faint twitches could be noticed on her body. Everyone thought the seer was terrified, but only Gammond and Asmodeus understood the truth. Soon the seer moved a single step toward Lunara at that moment, and like a great spring, Lunara burst forth with a lightning-fast kick. But the seer had also taken a step forward. Lunara's kick missed her, and in the next moment, Lunara was on the ground. No one understood what happened, not even Lunara, but Gammond saw it. The seer took a step forward, and Lunara cleaved her head. The seer tried to move her hand, and Lunara kicked her chest open. A slash to the neck through the eyes crushed skill, ripped apart over and over hundreds, thousands, if not tens of thousands of deaths. The seer saw herself getting mangled by the severing demon lord in those few seconds of staring, and she picked the only future that she won in. You can't traverse the dark regions without a seer. The horrors that dwell there are far too horrid. Stumble on one, and not even her devilish lordship can save you. Lunara tried to kick the seer, but missed again. The seer had moved just a bit, enough to get out of the attack's path. The seer then looked at Gammond. "Also, sorry about that," Gammond laughed. "So this is what you do. Share your vision with one person. No, you allow them to grasp a fraction of it in exchange for using their senses." Gammond was right. While the seer was both blind and deaf, she could see and hear through the eyes and ears of another person that isn't too far away from her. The magic of the curse was complicated, but nothing that Gammond couldn't see through. For poor Lunara, the devils seemed to have taken measures with the seers they sent to the battlefield. For this seer who stayed here, she doesn't seem to be able to directly contact anyone besides the one she is using as her eyes and ears. Seer Haru would follow you. As she said, the horrors of the darkness aren't something any of you could face. I might stand a good chance against them, but with all that I need to do, I don't think wasting energy dealing with them is worth it. Maharaja can save you on her own if she wants. Asmodeus stood and lifted her hand, this time pointing at Matilda. "Sieur, the no-fire at eat. If you don't show up, I'll have to humiliate you in front of everyone." And seconds later, an archdevil emerged from Matilda's shadow. She was the devil Merlin summoned to stall Arad before, and she had a troubled look on her face. "How did you find me, your devilish lordship?" The archdevil replied in a shaking voice, and Asmodeus finally smiled, his grin directed at Lunara. "I can see through the eyes of all devils. I hear all and feel all." And it was then that Sarah and the archdevil started moving toward Lunara, and they looked at her, evil grins on their faces. "I can even control them." Then her voice rang in Lunara's head, and whispers to all, chapter 1180, Suppressed Rage. Back in the future, Arad opened a beautiful door crafted by the most talented carpenter in the kingdom, his wife Mira. He looked inside the vast room, and his face grew grim. Something wasn't right. Most of his wives were inside, sitting around a large round table, their faces contorted with worry. He threw everyone a glance and walked to his chair, obviously the biggest one, and it was also the only empty one. As he took a seat, he could see his wives slowly shift, and he even caught a glimpse of Isdis gulping, her fingers twitching, and her eyes struggling not to look away. Sea Arch, the Novel Fire. Something happened, something bad, really bad. It didn't seem to help that Isdis's chair was right beside him at arm's reach. Each time he moved a bit, she would flinch a bit, throw a worried glance at everyone in the room, and as if trying to speak, her lips would move a bit but fall silent. After several deep breaths and a long minute of silence, Isdis was finally about to speak. But before she could open her mouth, one of the maids walked away from the walls and stood between her and Arad. The maid was tall, well-built, and her raven hair dripped behind her back like a river of pure darkness. Her brown eyes fixed on Arad, looking him straight in the eyes. It was just for a split second, but Arad noticed that all the maids threw her terrified glances. Even the maid herself. He could smell her fear. She was moments from breaking down, but nonetheless, she kept a calm face. We found Mira's father in hell. Sarah, Gammond, Lunara, and Matilda went inside and were lost. I was the one who sent them after saying those words. The maid fell silent. She didn't even breathe. Her eyes narrowed and her body tensed, but she remained still, waiting for Arad to reply. Countless horrors flashed in his head, but soon they were all pushed down. Fury burned in his soul, but that was also drowned. Arad looked at the table, held his head, and sighed. The maid fell to her knees, shaking on her own. His hand moved and tapped her on the head. Calm down. He already guessed what the maid was doing. She was trying to take the blame for Isdis. Hearing that the four were probably dead in hell was bound to send him into a rage. The maid stood between him and Isdis, claiming that she was in the wrong, so that if he was going to hit or kill anyone, it would be her and not Isdis. From what Arad could see from the other maid's reaction, she was acting out of order, but nonetheless trying to preserve the integrity of the royal family by throwing herself into the fire of his rage. She failed to understand one thing, though. Even if he was seething, there were things that he wouldn't do. He needs to think of something, but first, the maid still isn't breathing. It was then that Arad noticed that only a second had passed since she had fallen to her knees. His thoughts were too fast. He looked at her with a smile which looked horrifying to her. Calm down. First, a maid can never decide such a thing except Tina, maybe. And besides, I thought no one could die in hell. His eyes then burned with an ever-consuming black void. Merlin, open a hell gate to wherever they were lost. This dragon was about to go on a rampage in hell, but Alla's shaking voice reached his ears. Wait, it isn't that simple. Arad turned toward her. The wrathful void in his eyes faded away, and was replaced with incandescent purple flame. He took a deep breath, looked at the maid standing beside the walls, and waved a hand. Take her to rest a bit. She has seen enough for today. Soon, the maids carried the terrified maid away. Your Isdis was about to speak, but he stopped her. First, I'm indeed angry, but not at any of you. If I lost 4 people, it won't make sense to kill another one in a fit of rage. I'm not that stupid, and if I were Doma, would have stopped me. He leaned back on his chair. So, does anyone care to explain to me what happened? In detail, while Merlin built the Hell Gate after taking a sip of water, Isdis explained everything that happened in detail. Arad listened carefully. They landed in Hell, spent several hours there, and then suddenly all their signals disappeared. Merlin was keeping an eye on them using a wisp of her magic. She lost contact with those wisps, and that's how they knew something had happened. There is also the archdevil that fought Arad before. Merlin summoned and sent her with them. That contract didn't burn away, so the archdevil is still alive, but not much can be figured out. First, I doubt they are dead. There aren't that many things that can one-shot Gammond or Lunara, certainly not both at the same time. He looked at Isdis and patted her on the head. So calm down, you didn't send them to their deaths. He looked down with a dark face. Even if they died, hell would bind them as well. Just instead of having to only save Mira's father, I would have to pull them out as well. His voice then grew deeper, but not before I burn hell down. Soon Arad's roar would boom across the 9th layer of hell. Long before that, while Arad was still busy with Nina, the girls were finally about to leave the Temple of Treachery. Asmodeus sent Haru with them, the blind and deaf seer to be their guide, but she also gave them a golden soul coin. On one side of the coin, a brilliant sun burned with furious flames, and on the other side a dark eclipse engulfed the world in pure darkness. The girls didn't trust anything that Asmodeus gave them. But strangely enough, the coin was an artifact of Amaterasu. Since they were venturing into the maddening darkness, the soul coin could be used to bring forth light and dispel the darkness. Their next stop would be the Palace of the Rakshasa, chapter 1181, Massive Craters. Matilda's eyes opened wide as she looked at the massive golden palace of the Rakshasa. Towering wall of ivory stone and radiant gold, countless domes and towers riddled with siege weapons, and the loud bestial howls filling the air. Standing guard in front of the golden gates were 2 tiger people like her, only those 2 were more bestial, with tiger head fur covering their bodies. Each of them held a black spear and started forward with burning malevolence in their eyes. Just looking at their towering golden bodies striped with black onyx made Matilda understand one thing. Beast people are just an inferior version of the dreadful hunters of hell. As if sensing her gaze, one of the Rakshasa spoke, "A mortal? How curious. I do smell the Sultan on you. Strange." Sarah walked in front of Matilda and pulled her claw necklace. "We're on a mission by the Sultan of the Rakshasa, Lady Maharaja." She gulped as their gazes grew sharper and their eye burned with evil bloodlust. It took Sarah a second to realize that their bloodlust wasn't directed at her. Those 2 tigers were, in fact, excited to hear that Maharaja had a mission. Soon one of them gasped, A beautiful hunt awaits. I can smell it. The prey's fear. Even Gammond felt a cold chill running down her spine under their gaze. Those 2 monsters weren't something that the mortal world should ever see, and they were just gate guards, evil and devilish fiends in the form of humanoid beasts. Their eyes burn with hunger, thirst, and a disturbing, inhumane intellect. She can kill one, she can probably kill 10 of them with ease, but she knew those weren't brawlers. They were hunters, stalking their prey from the shadows for months, years, even decades, and waiting for that opportunity to spill blood. If Gammond were a massive mammoth, those Rakshasas were the cunning humans who hunted them to extinction. What a vile race, Gammond growled in her head. If she found any of those Rakshasas outside, she would kill them at sight. Such dreadful killers shouldn't be allowed to thrive. One of the tigers turned and walked inside. Everyone followed him in silence, taking in the dreadfully beautiful city of the Rakshasas. A massive ivory marble city with countless forts and castles behind its walls. The sky strangely turned blue when they walked inside. While it was red outside, the air also felt clearer, and they could even see water filling countless silver ponds. Siarch, the novel Af-Ire. Net water didn't exist in hell, only gut-ripping acid. Everyone could clearly see the pit fiends and the seer gulping as the murmur of water. 1 cup could cost them a fortune here in hell. Lunara found it amusing to see the seer's mask of indifference crack, albeit only a bit. Soon they walked across the main street and noticed something strange. The Rakshasa's city was built beside 2 massive craters of fur, each at least several thousand kilometers in diameter, and spread into the horizon. The craters were so deep that when the group looked down, they could only see darkness and fog. Horrified by the sight, Matilda asked, "Those holes, they extend below the layer? Is there something down there?" Her words made the 2 Rakshasas stop. They looked at her and laughed. "Of course not. Those 2 holes you see are the Sultan's beds." She froze, one for the king and the other for the queen. She could imagine what kind of titanic horror would sleep in such a bed, but what she heard next shook her even more. "King, what, hear see, We've got two queens, twins, like that pale devil of her kind. He pointed at Sarah. Just like how there are two Asmodeus, identical in appearance, there are also two Maharajas. None could even start to comprehend what that means, only the horror of knowing that there is not just one monster of that size, but two of them. And then Matilda quickly froze again, this time stumbling and falling on her face from shock. Everyone rushed to check on her, but she was dazed, unable to think straight. All she could see was the image of Arad running backward with her in his arms. The woman he was racing, that cheerful black jaguar, wasn't she, Maharaja? One of them? That was merely a humanoid form, and this is her bed. Such a massive one. Arad was racing this horror backward? No, 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 no. How come she met Maharaja and is still alive? She trained her for a bit, didn't she? Slowly, she started to realize what kind of titanic monster she brushed with, how close she got to death, how close the whole beastland got to destruction. She had growled at Maharaja countless times, thinking she was just a rowdy impostor, and taunted her to go all out. Maharaja had even looked shaken by a few of her insults at the time. Looking at the massive bed, Matilda realized one thing. All that Maharaja needed to do for the whole beastland and the neighboring kingdoms to get destroyed was turn into her true form and sit down. Looking at Matilda's startled face, the others slowly understood, and the only one who remained unshaken was Sarah. She already knew that those who live in the 9th layer of hell aren't beings that mortals should know about. The first to speak was Gammond as she turned to the beds and sweat started dripping across her face. Wait, I'm several kilometers long as a dragon. How this bed stretched to the horizon? It's at least several thousand kilometers wide. One of the tigers replied, Our sultan's beds are 7,000 kilometers wide each. Nobody dares ask about their length, but a rough guess would be around 10,000 kilometers without the tail. They are two massive and beautiful black jaguars with onyx fur and golden eyes. The group stared at the two massive craters with terrified faces. What awaited them here in hell shouldn't be worse. Soon they were led into the main palace when they learned that both sultans weren't in hell. So the next in command received them here. They should get the last bit of help they need to brave the dark regions of hell. Chapter 1182, Maddening Darkness. Inside the inner rooms of the Rakshasas there were no chairs, only large, soft pillows to sit on. The air was cold and refreshing, the walls were clear and decorated with silver, and precious stones and gems made the floor sparkle with alluring light. Matilda found herself confused. The difference between the harrowing outside and the beautiful and serene interiors of the Rakshasas' city was like night and day. If she woke up here, she'll never suspect that this place is hell. Even Sarah found herself getting a bit worried. She had never had the chance to enter the Rakshasas' city before. They aren't exactly on friendly terms with the devils, and would usually kill each other at sight. That enmity was the reason the rumors about Asmodeus and Maharaja started, so the two could insult each other, but somewhere in the middle, neither one of the two lords seemed to care or deny the horrifying rumor. Right now, the Rakshasas seemed to be ignoring the enmity for the sake of the Maharaja's will, and Sarah didn't want to do anything to break the negotiation. They already got a seer, but they must get a Rakshasa that can see in true darkness. To their surprise, the Rakshasas' representative, a woman who looked like a lizard woman, seemed quite friendly. But for some reason, her sweet words seemed to be getting under Gaymond and Lunara's nerves. Of course, Sarah doesn't have the senses that those two wield. They can see past the mask of friendliness and pristine beauty of those fiends. Gammon could hear the faint, pained wails in the distance, muffled by the thick stone walls. Lunara, on the other hand, heard more reports about those repulsive fiends that her ears almost bled. Those Rakshasas are man-eating fiends, and they enjoy nothing more than a screaming and agonized poor soul on their plate. Sinner who end up captured by the Rakshasas are eaten alive over and over as their flesh regenerates. They hunt both the sinner, devil, and nameless abomination of hell for fun, and capture their prey alive to feast on it. Seer the Novelaire, The white stone their city is built from is made from the bones of the titanic abominations they hunted. The water they made is extracted from their blood, and the blue sky is maintained by a hive of still alive sinners suffering countless nightmares under great magic. The hospitality, the generosity, and extravagant splendor they are showing them is nothing but a mirage of their true selves. They show it to the sinners to give them hope, respite before munching on their terrified bones. Soon, the conversation reached its end, and the Rakshasas granted the group a powerful night stalker, a black goat Rakshasa with glowing golden eyes, long twisted horns, and a maddening gaze. The black goat was called Solace, a name unfit for the fiend, but the group didn't have an option but to take him with them. Without eyes in the darkness, even their seer is unable to peer through its secrets. The expedition group was now complete. The two Minotaur devils, Gorogor acts as vanguard and Flabroni as the rear guard. Haru is the group's oracle and hand at the future, doing her best to predict any attack or disaster. Solace is her eyes and ears in the blinding darkness and deafening silence of the land they're going to brave. Sara is the group's healer and leader. Matilda is her reliable helper and the connective tissue of the whole group, delivering messages, scrolls, and anything between the members. Gammond and Lunera are the heavy hitters, standing in the middle of the group ready to kill anything that dares get close to them. But even their powers pale compared to the horrors that dwell in the forsaken land where the vile corruption of the world is punished. The archdevil that Merlin sent with them remained hidden inside Sarah's necklace, a trump card that'll strike anything that manages to breach their defenses, but neither of them understood the dreadful land they were walking toward. They walked into the darkness, and the tether between the archdevil and Merlin shattered, obscured from all watchful eyes. The seer flinched, looking back at the darkness surrounding them. Something is gone. She said in an even tone. Her face grew paler as she slowly turned to everyone. Someone was watching us? I didn't sense them, but now I sense them when their watchful gaze faded. It was then that Sarah gasped, quickly pulling the necklace and trying to summon the archdevil. She could still feel her inside, but the archdevil wasn't responding, slumbering into deep sleep that nothing can pull her from beside death. After several moments of silence, Sarah decided that they might have gravely underestimated this area and that they should turn back. Everyone agreed to retreat, and they did just that, turned back and walked the same way they came from. Seconds passed, then minutes, then hours. The darkness surrounding them never gave up. It had just been half an hour since they entered the darkness when Haru noticed Merlin's gaze fade away. But now they spent hours walking back and couldn't get out. They are lost. Goat-head, I thought you could see through the darkness. Flabroni roared at the goat-headed fiend, and the latter didn't take it silently. He growled back. You're the one who is supposed to watch our backs. Sarah jumped in and stopped them before the two could start killing each other. Just like demons, devils were prone to violence, and spilling blood is in their nature. She then took a step forward and stopped on the ground. Her whole body burned with divine magic. The darkness surrounding them was forced back a few meters, and Sarah could feel an immense pressure on her. Heavy. Like being at the bottom of the ocean, she could barely breathe and felt her whole body being crushed. Everyone looked at her and then got closer so she wouldn't have to suppress a big area of the darkness. Then, in a 20-meter of illuminated land, they were stuck. Their only beacon of light was slowly consuming her energy. Something huge is moving in the shadows. Solace, close your eyes, she shouted, and the goat fiend immediately plucked his eyes and threw them away with a splash of blood. He then let them regenerate and heal while closed. What is it? He glared at Haru, and she shook her head. I don't know, but we shouldn't see it. It'll drive us mad. The goat stared at her. Don't scream here, he whispered, but she froze, looking at her own hands, then closed her mouth, terror seeping into her bones. She already saw it. Chapter 1183, Lost in Darkness. An hour had passed, and the group had decided to stop moving for a while and hide inside a large crack in the ground that seemed shallow and empty. While everyone was fine for the time being, The Archdevil and Haru seemed to have suffered from the darkness. The Archdevil's tether with Merlin got forcefully severed by the darkness, which knocked her out, putting her into a coma for now. Haru, on the other hand, had seen the horror of the darkness. It was but a glimpse through Solace's eyes. See the novel fire. Note: the goat fiend had a high tolerance for darkness, and he had even gone as far as gouging his eyes out and washing the memory with pain. But Haru had suffered much more, since what Solace saw had been sent straight into her brain. At first, she was screaming each word, but now that Sarah healed her with divine magic, the only effect remaining is an irrational fear of the darkness. Her mind refuses to face whatever harmed her in there. She is a powerful and resilient devil, so, albeit hard, she still could swallow her fears and force herself to move through it. The others couldn't understand much of what had happened, except that massive shadows were slowly crawling around them in the tenebrous, dark lands. They came here to save Mira's father, but ended up stuck instead. The first to suggest taking a drastic measure was Gammond. The powerful Dracaina wanted to transform into her draconic form and drown the area in her frozen expansion, instantly freezing several tens of kilometers around them in ice and snow. She could then carry them and leave. That suggestion was quickly refused. If she did that, then she might end up killing Mira's father. She argued that since he is already chained by hell, he'll resurrect anyway. Of course, the devils knew a lot more than what Gammond did and quickly informed her that hell itself decides when a sinner resurrects. It could be immediately or several years later. The location also differs as long as the sinner isn't chained by the devil. Hell will resurrect the sinners in different forms and locations each time, so they can taste several different types of agony instead of just one. So they waited for a bit for their seer to regain her composure before venturing again into the darkness, carefully avoiding the huge shadows around them. It didn't take Gammond and Lunara to understand the true danger of the darkness. Even if they can kill 1 or 10 horrors, hundreds and hundreds of them would swarm right after and overwhelm them. The creatures of darkness, as everyone started calling them, weren't just powerful but also numerous, nefarious, ancient, and cunning. Evading them slowly became harder and harder, and Haru the Seer had started getting exhausted. Avoiding fights was necessary, as any clash would eventually end up in a flood of creatures, drowning them beneath a river of flesh and blood. Nonetheless, they kept searching. Hours accumulated into days, and days into weeks. Now they've been lost in the darkness for over a month. Food wasn't an issue, but exhaustion started seeping into them, and it was then that the first problem arose. Out of nowhere, they heard a thud behind them. When they looked, Solace's lifeless head was rolling on the ground, fresh blood slowly painting the ground. The fiend's body was nowhere to be found. What scared everyone the most is that whatever killed him, it had gotten past Haru's senses and even snuck through Gammond and Lunara's sharp instincts. It takes a lot of power and skill to snatch a soul from between a past Twilight Dracaina and a demon lord like this. With the only person capable of seeing through the darkness dead, the group was faced with a difficult decision. It was clear that something stronger than them was stalking them from the shadows. Should they risk it and keep searching? Or ride Gammond and flee? Can Gammond even flee from whatever the horror that is stalking them? It had managed to sneak a soul past her after all. They couldn't make that decision on the move, so they camped beneath a large boulder and rested with Sarah sitting in the middle, illuminating the darkness with divine magic. Solace should have resurrected back in the Rakshas's city. There's no way he wasn't anchored there. All hunters do it. Gorogor sighed, looking at the darkness surrounding them from all directions with a worried and exhausted face. His large body slumped on the boulder, and his eyes wandered around as if he were dizzy. I hate dying. Flabroni sighed and shifted his gaze toward Sarah. You're a devil, so you'll be fine. But what about them? I doubt those fangs would protect them if they died. They are supposed to prevent hell from eating them alive. Even so, Sarah shook her head. We devils are used to death and resurrection. Lunara here shouldn't have a problem either, but I fear Matilda and Gammond never died before. It was then that Gammond laughed. Me? I died in my twilight and came back with my sheer will. The last test for dragon's might is to transcend death, she sighed. What worries me is that we don't know where we'll pop back up and that we'll be chained to hell afterward. Sarah nodded. Matilda might go insane if she died as well. She looked at the girl sitting beside them. Matilda puffed her chest, as painful as it was. I'll endure it. She then looked at the darkness. But what worries me is that we've been here for a while, and no one has come to look for us. Do you think we're that lost? Gammon started thinking as she leaned on Lunara, knowing Arad he'll probably dash here the moment he gets done with Nina. It would take at least a day, at the longest a week. Silence fell, and soon Haru's voice broke it. What if he can't come here? What if he came and is lost, same as us? They all looked at her, and finally Lunara spoke. You don't know who we're talking about. He'll burn the whole lair if he wants to. I dropped a whole moon on his head, and he survived. Haru shook her head. Then why isn't he here? Her words faded into the shadows. This dark land was supposed to be just an area plagued with darkness and powerful monsters and sinners. It shouldn't have been able to trap us here. Haru hugged her legs. We might have been unlucky, stumbling upon the torment of a sinner god. Chapter 184, 1018-4, Challenging the Darkness. The torment of a sinner god? Gammon gasped. Wait, that forest of bones we landed on first? Wasn't that the corpse of a rotting god that is suffering there? Hell is ancient. It had existed before the first soul was ever born. Certainly, long before Asmodeus took the throne. Even she didn't know everything about the sinners chained here. Hell itself torments them, and we devils are just their jailers. Haru looked around through everyone's eyes, listened through their ears, and her body swayed a bit. Seer, Tho, oval fire. Yet this darkness never behaved like this before. It was just a dark place that's hard to traverse, not something that could mystically trap people in. Someone among us had woken the dreadful god chained here. She looked around, and soon her eyes landed on Matilda. Among us all, you've got a dark spark in your soul. Matilda gasped, her eyes opening wide and her hair standing up. The ancient god tormented in this hell, or whatever it was, had its eyes on Matilda's soul. She who carries the void blood, darkness that is deeper than its own. They didn't know why, they didn't know how, but the seer was certain that the shadows danced when Matilda walked, eyeing her tenebrose soul. She could sense the creatures of darkness moving around them, keeping their eyes directed at the black tiger girl with hungry growls. Gammon growled and stood. Then it's decided, we're lost here, not because we can't get out. It's because those things aren't allowing us to get out. White scales started to appear on her pale skin as cold mist rushed out of her mouth as she spoke. Lunara stood as well, the muscles of her legs rolling like steel wires. She stretched a bit, lifting one of her legs up until her chin touched her face. She then put it down with a crack. Gammon and I will clear a path. She'll then carry you and fly away. Lunara walked to everyone and touched them, marking each one with her demonic magic so they won't get killed by her demonic attacks. Everyone looked at her with terrified and confused faces. You two are going to fight. Whatever is there. Why won't we? We'll die anyway, so we'll at least take them down with us. Lunara approached Gammon and stood in front of her. For some reason, everyone felt a cold chill run down their spines, and it wasn't because of Gammon's cold. Lunara sighed. As much as I hate it, it is the only way. She scratched the back of her head. If you manage to get out, I'll need you to be able to pull me out as well, but I'm sure the darkness will get in the way, so this is the only option. Give me your hand? Gammon did just that, and Lunara took her hand and kissed it, creating a black tattoo in the form of a slender rabbit holding a sword, dancing beneath the crescent moon. Gammon looked at her hand with a surprised face. Demon servant seal? You know that giving me this means I'll control everything you do and think, Lunara sighed. Right now I'm lower than a slave to you, but that seal is a single use only. Once you get out, use it to pull me out. Not even the gods would be able to overwrite that seal." Gammond looked at her with a grin and nodded. "You can trust me with it," was then that Haru gasped. "Wait, we've seen demons break the shackles of hell before." Lunara looked at her with a frown. "Your leaders should know about the seal. That's how we protected the most important demons from getting snared by hell." She scowled. "Of course, lesser demons surrendering their lives to me is one thing, but me surrendering my life to someone else is another thing. It's called a demonic mark by the humanoids." Sarah sighed. "You'll mostly see it with cultists who serve powerful demons, while devils offer contracts. Demons want servants. As long as a mortal surrenders their everything to the demon and bears their seal, they can call on some of that demon's power." Gammond cracked her neck. "If everyone is ready, then pull your weapons and stand still. It'll all happen in a split second, so be ready to move." She looked at them and smiled. "Also, I'm not that good at controlling my power when fighting powerful dead gods. You'll leave the skin of your arses on my back stuck in ice, so be ready for some pain." Everyone nodded. The devils were used to pain. Even Sarah didn't seem bothered. But Matilda rubbed her butt. "I'll stand." She sighed, knowing that she would spend at least several days crying in pain later. But just maybe, if she managed to bring Mira's father back, Erad might look at her a bit better. Unlike most of his wives, she isn't that powerful or talented, but here in hell she can prove herself. "What about Mira's father?" she asked, and Lunara shook her head. "Let's hope he dies by Gammond's ice or my slashes, and let us hope that he'll resurrect soon, and hopefully in a safer place." Sarah looked at her with a faint smile. "That's a lot of hope for a demon, and you're too generous for a devil." Lunara's wide grin covered her face as she took a step forward, slowly lifting her hands. Gammond cracked her neck and shoulders. "Here we go." And in a cold gust of wind her body expanded and exploded into a storm of snow and ice. From the blinding hair a massive draconic figure rose. Her claws crushed through the darkness like massive pillars, and her great wings flapped, sending a wave of ice magic to consume the shadows. Elemental expansion, winter storm. In the blink of an eye, the darkness was pushed several hundred meters away from the dragon. As they expected, this darkness wasn't natural but magical, an extension of the power of the being living here, a kind of expansion. When Gammond's expansion overlapped with it, she could now assert dominance over an area. Everyone was ready to climb on Gammond's back, and Lunara walked through the ice, ready to start spilling blood to cover their retreat. But something horrifying happened. Tentacles made of countless skinless humans flew out of the darkness and wrapped around Gammond's wings and ripped them off. Chapter 1185, Stalling for Time. Everyone fell silent for a moment as Gammond's wings got ripped off. It took them a second to digest it. The white Dracaina's tenacious and mighty wings were powerful and durable enough for her to use as weapons, yet they were just ripped off like paper as her cold blood splashed on the frozen ground and solidified into red pillars of diamond ice. More horrid tentacles of skinned humans flew out of the darkness and wrapped around her limbs and neck. At that moment, a wave of demonic magic washed over Gammond's body, and the tentacles got ripped apart, slashed into tiny pieces as Lunara stood there, her eyes burning red. There was no moon here, so she couldn't use her expansion. But if it is throwing slashes, then she can still wreak havoc. Gammond growled and spun around, engulfing everyone beside her, and Lunara in a massive frozen egg of her blood. She then immediately switched back to her humanoid form, so she isn't such a small target. "Thanks. They ripped my wings so they are powerful. Probably would have snapped my neck if you didn't help." She looked back at the ice blood egg, and that would probably last for an attack or two at most. At this moment, they were surrounded by the tentacles from every direction, and those were powerful enough to harm Gammond. Whatever being is hiding within the darkness probably wanted to just wait for everyone to starve to death. If anything, the sinners of hell had it was time. And out of everyone in the group, Matilda was the weakest, especially in endurance. Those gross tentacles, skinless humans hugging one another and moaning in pain, all moving as a massive, appalling tentacle. Those aren't the creature's main body, but an extension of it, like limbs or, judging by the size of the area, hair. Even looking at them is making the two disgusted. So what would they feel if they saw the monster's real body? Lunara gulped and looked at Gammond. We'll have to fight this blind. Both of them could fight very well without relying on sight, but it'll be extremely hard, and this doesn't look like an opponent that they can defeat with ease. Gammond nodded and sealed her eyes with ice. I know, damn it. I hate those who rely on mind. Hex. Lunara didn't have anything to block her eyes, so she just slashed them. And with blood streaming down her cheek and tentacles slowly approaching with malice, she took her thigh-high boots off. Her horns disappeared, and her ears shifted into long bunny ears. The muscles on her legs grew tight, and her toes dug into the cold ice as she took a running start. She then jumped forward. The ground shattered beneath her steps into a shockwave that rushed toward the tentacles. But Lunara was even faster, already having kicked one of the tentacles in half. Then from her round kick, 5 slashes flew out and ripped more tentacles into pieces. Gammond, on the other hand, stood still, a smile on her face as blood streamed from her back. 2 wounds were left there, as that's where her wings should be. Unlike Lunara, she had another fighting style in mind. Gammond's clothes started fading away into sparks of light as she stored them away. Instead, shards of opal ice started covering her delicate pale skin, growing thicker and thicker to form an elegant ice armor of layered scales and 2 mighty white wings on her head. 12 long ice horns formed a crown that sparked with radiant magic. She looked forward with a large grin. The ice mask covering her face glowed as she lifted her hand, showing the ice gauntlet that ended in long and sharp claws. There was no need for words, and she flew at the tentacles, ripping them to shreds with her claws, each wound freezing into ice and slowing the tentacles down. Lunara's ears twitched for a second. She can hear wings, Gammond's wings flapping, but those sound like they are made from ice. She didn't expect the white Dracanid to be able to use ice wings for flight. Her control over cold magic must be second to none, but that won't help there. Those tentacles seem endless. The two rushed through the tentacles, ripping them to pieces and trying to protect the blood egg. At the same time, they formed a simple plan. The creature wants Matilda. That's why he'll keep attacking the egg. Gammond will throw Matilda out of the egg and take everyone else and run, leaving Lunara and Matilda in the darkness. Lunara will then defend Matilda for as long as she can. In the meantime, Gammond needs to reach safety and teleport them away using the seal. The problem with that plan is that they aren't sure how smart the thing controlling those tentacles is, and they could feel it drawing near, so they can't waste any more time. Hey, Bunny, once that thing arrives, we're dead, Gammond said with an amused smile. I don't think I'm up to the idea of being chained to hell. Neither do I. This place reeks, Lunara replied with a growl as she kicked several tentacles away. Make me a moon and throw it as high as you can. Listen, Bunny. I can't make a whole moon. Gammond flew past several tentacles and froze them in place. But I'll make you a small one. Gammond turned around and flew at the egg, and flew right through the frozen blood. Her magic is what made the egg, and it won't stand in her way. Inside the egg, the exhausted and bloodied, Gammond looked at them. Sorry, Kitty. We need you to act as bait with Lunara. Just stand at her legs and don't move. After receiving a quick nod from Matilda, Gammond shattered the egg and grabbed everyone. She threw Matilda toward Lunara and conjured a massive 100-meter-wide sphere of ice and sent it flying into the sky. Matilda rolled on the ice and finally used her claws to stop right beside Lunara's mighty legs. I hope she explained. Stick close. Lunara lifted her hands, and Matilda leaned against her legs. That was the only safe place from what Lunara was about to do. Elemental expansion. Moon rain from the fake moon. 1,000,000 slashes rained down on the tentacles, ripping them apart. A wide grin appeared on Lunara's face. Her slashes won't harm Gammond thanks to the seal she gave her earlier, so she can use her draconic body to cover everyone else. But even with all of those slashes cutting the tentacles to pieces, Lunara could sense the monster's true body approaching. Suddenly, even bigger and stronger tentacles rushed at her and Gaimond, who was trying to grab everyone else and fly away. Demonic release, Oni. No, Hera Lunara finally unleashed the full power of her demonic blood, ready to stall for time as long as she could and keep Matilda safe. With her foot, she drew a 2-meter-wide circle around Matilda with a single swift spin and then lifted one leg up. With a wide smile and a body burning with demonic magic, she growled, "Stay inside. Circe the Nouvelaire Nate." But at that moment, a sonic boom exploded above their head, and both Lunara and Gaimond, who were relying on their ears and other senses to fight, fell down, blood gushing out of their ears. A massive swarm of titanic bats appeared above them. Chapter 1186, Soul Coin, Lunara and Gaimond fell down, their brains reeling from the sudden impact. The two have been focusing too much on their hearing so they can fight the harrowingly fast tentacles, but now that enchanted sense has been used against them. Blood streamed from their ears, and they found themselves both blind and deaf. The situation was bad, really bad. It took Lunara and Gaimond just a second to get back on their feet and get ready to fight. They felt an impact a bit further away and sensed demonic magic wavering. The two minotaurs had engaged either the tentacles or bats in a fight. Neither Lunara nor Gaimond was good with their other senses. Gaimond might have relied on her nose in the outside world, but here in hell everything reeks like rotten flesh, so her nose can't help. But at that moment, they felt something strange, a new sensation. Gaimond lifted her hand. A shockwave was going to crush them in the next second. She immediately conjured an ice barrier above them and felt it tremble from the impact. Lunara suddenly sensed her ribs crack and her left arm shatter, and with that sensation she jumped up and dodged a fast tentacle. A shiver ran down her spine as if her whole body was caressed by someone. Something was crawling over her whole body. With a round kick, she shattered the tentacle that was about to wrap around her body mid-air and then landed on the ground, a deep frown on her face. Gaimond, on the other hand, smiled. "Lunara, you better apologize to that seer, Haru." The blind and deaf seer stood in the middle of everyone, her hands extended forward as she spread her mental link with everyone, giving them vision of their bodies a second before anything happened. If Lunara knew that her left arm would get shattered in a second, she would dodge the attack. Thanks to the seer's power, the two could keep fighting, but that won't last long. Soon, Haru saw her own death, crushed by a tentacle so badly that her skull rested in the bowl of her hip bone. The pain, the agony, she felt everything, and sent that vision to Gaimond. A second later, Gaimond flew above Haru's head and punched the tentacle away, cursing under her breath. Damn it, he found out about her. Indeed, whatever the creature was in the darkness, it now started targeting Haru to weaken them. It even stopped aiming attacks at Matilda. Intelligent monsters are more dangerous than strong ones, and this horror is both strong and smart. The battle kept raging on for another few seconds as Lunara and Gaimond struggled to kill the bats and keep the tentacles at bay. But they were fighting a losing fight. At this rate, more of them would start dying. Solace had it easy, dying before he could see this terrifying battle. Lucky goat. As Sarah heard the two minotaurs crying in pain as they fought the terrifying bats, she finally pulled the soul coin that Asmodeus gave her. This soul coin had a sun engraved on one side and an eclipse on the other, showing that it's an artifact of Amaterasu and not Asmodeus. As a priestess of Asmodeus, she knows a little fact. Asmodeus is Amaterasu's strongest archon. Yes, that devil queen is a fallen archangel. Sarah lifted the coin and threw it to the ground. There was no place here to exchange the coin, so this was the only way she could think of using it. And she was right. The soul coin bounced off the ground and flashed brightly before shattering. Nothing happened. Sarah stood still, stunned. She looked around, but nothing appeared or happened. She waited a second, 2, 5, 10, a minute passed, and nothing happened. The fight was growing more dire by the second, and she couldn't keep healing everyone like this. She can't even heal Lunara and Gamond, since they are far too strong to be healed in a second or two. But then the darkness suddenly shuddered after 2 minutes of dreadful nothingness. Someone was standing where the coin had shattered. Everyone froze and looked. A woman in full plate armor with flowing blonde hair, alabaster skin, and 2 eyes burning like incandescent suns stood there, her whole body glowing as if on fire. The soul coin must have been used to summon a champion of Amaterasu, an angel perhaps, and that's what the devils here thought based on how much divine magic the armored woman seemed to have. But Sarah and Matilda froze. Lydia, their voice sounded both startled and confused, but at the same time hopeful. They saw what she could do and knew that Lydia might just be able to at least heal Gamond and Lunara so they can fight. What they didn't expect was for her eyes to be staring straight at the darkness. She lifted her longsword and pierced the ground with its tip, causing the ground around her within 100 meters to start glowing with divine magic. All of the tentacles and bats that flew close caught on divine fire and started burning to ash. The seer quickly screamed, "Don't look at the monster's true body. It is too abhorrent and twisted. I believe it's also infused with the will of an ancient sinner, God. It'll drive you insane." Haru's words were true. The creature's gruesome and disgusting body was far too appalling for a mere mortal to see. Lydia's eyes were fixed on the darkness, coldly staring at its limitless void. They burned with divine magic as she slowly lifted her hand up with an open palm. How could I slay evil if I can't look at it? Her body roared with divine magic. What foolish god dares touch my will? My will is Amaterasu's will. A small incandescent sun appeared above Lydia's palm and started burning with enough heat to melt Gammon's ice. So, I ask you, ancient evil god or whatever you were, do you dare gaze upon the sun? Do you not fear the blinding light? Sarth, the novel fire net. After several seconds of silence, Lydia sighed, guessed so, and she flung the sun at the darkness and dashed after it. Soon the ground trembled as the two started fighting. Blinding flashes of light started sparking in the darkness, and waves of divine fire rose to the sky. Lydia was fighting whatever was in the darkness. Her mind and soul protected by her unbreakable will and solid faith, the link between her and Amaterasu shielded her. Paladins are weapons in the hands of the gods, and unless this evil god can wrestle her from Amaterasu's hands, he can't do anything. Sarah fell to her knees as the ground shook. She crawled toward Gamond and Lunara to heal them, now that the evil god is busy with Lydia. I should have known, she cursed. Paladins are nutsacks, diving headfirst into fire. They are already mad. Chapter 1187, Incandescent Soul. Lydia ran across the darkness, her sword flying like a haze of fire through the darkness, ripping it apart. The corruption ran away, cowering in fear as the radiant sun rose amongst them. One tentacle after another, tens of them flew toward the incandescent paladin like hungry snakes. They were fast, terribly fast. No mortal could see them approaching. The mortal paladin braving hell shouldn't be able to resist such abhorrent power. Lydia dodged one tentacle, plaguing the horror's mind with confusion. She couldn't be able to dodge, yet here she had done it. Her sword flew upward, a simple, efficient, and fast swing, and the tentacle flew away, severed and burned, twisting like the severed tail of a lizard from pain. With each swing, Lydia's muscles ripped apart, her bones cracked, and her nerves screamed with unbearable pain. Her body was pushed to its limit and beyond to keep up with the horror, but her divine magic rushed through her veins, healing the damage before the swing could even finish. Sarth, the novel, fire. The remaining tentacles already knew she could dodge, so they'll drown her with numbers. Over 20 of them flew at her. She can dodge one or two, she can cut one, but the rest would impale her, sap the life out of her body. Lydia's blade flashed with divine magic as she took a step forward and swung down. The divine magic flew out of her burning heart and rippled through her blade, exploding forward into a massive crescent blade slash of divine magic. Divine Cleaver. The immense and burning divine magic of Amaterasu burned through the tentacles and slashed at the darkness, ripping it in half. For a split second, Lydia saw the thing, a black mass of corpses, drowned in tar and carnal desire, twisting and contorting on its own, horrid, foul, and appalling. Lydia didn't know what kind of thing it was, but she knew one thing. That thing is what she should slash. But there was another thing taking root in her brain, formless, black, and evil, a seed of madness, desire, and abhorrent lust for pain and suffering. That seed was immediately burned away by the searing agony of her flesh, being torn apart and mended by divine magic. Those desires withered and died. Her mind was an unfertile land for such accursed thoughts. The seed of madness clawed back, gripping at her brain, trying to wrestle control. The pain of her broken body, the seed tried to weaponize it, turn it into pleasure. And the suffering of hell looked appealing. If she would just surrender to the evil creature and die, she would enjoy the pain of suffering for eternity. Paladins are always deprived of their pleasure in the pursuit of goodness. They are like monks in some regard. That could be a power, but also a weakness. Their will to avoid the pleasures of the world is otherworldly, but their tolerance to it is far too low. With the creature's power, he could force the desire into her mind through magic. She'll fall even if she doesn't want to. But it was there when the creature made a mistake, a huge one. Lydia already had an anchor in her heart. The creature's magic fell on a deaf ear and burned into ash within her fiery soul, fanned by Amaterasu's power and Jack's existence. All of those feelings happened in a fraction of a second, and Lydia was only left feeling disgust, appalled and grossed out by the vile creature. The creature had wanted her to surrender, but ended up fueling her hatred and will to slay him. Lydia's hand moved forward, and a second sun emerged on her palm, a fraction of a second. That sun flew like a beacon of light toward the monster and exploded in a brilliant pillar of light. The darkness shuddered and receded away, but never faded. The horror was still alive. It survived and crawled back into the depths of hell, and still it never gave up. Its power never dropped, and its hunger only grew stronger. Lydia's eyes flashed with divine magic as she looked around. The creature's main body had gone into hiding, and now only the tentacles were attacking her. That sun failed to kill him. What a mistake. Now it'll never show its body in front of her again. She needs to draw it out. But the creature was smart. His goal was never Lydia. As much as it would love to see such a pure and fiery soul drown in pain, its target is another one. The spawn of the void. The bats in the sky flew down, aiming at the injured party. Their goal is to snatch Matilda and bring her to him. With her soul, it might be able to free itself, just maybe, but then something strange happened. When the bat's claws were just a few meters away from Matilda, it exploded. All of the bats in the sky exploded, all hundreds of them. And those weren't small bats. Each one was at least 10 meters tall. Matilda fell to the ground, looking up with a terrified face. She thought she was dead for a second. She was sure that something had leaked out, but it was the bats that scared her. A massive mass of pure darkness fell from the sky. She thought the horror was falling from the sky on their heads, but it was something else. Something larger, so large that she could throw up just by looking at it. Her head was already spinning. A titanic dragon of pure onyx and purple haze, its burning eyes, long, sharp claws, and muscular body towered over the darkness. All of the tentacles were pushed to the ground and flattened like paper. Matilda had never seen Arad in his draconic body before. With how exhausted and terrified she was now, she couldn't even focus on magic to recognize him. After being left trembling for a few seconds, her eyes finally opened wide when Arad shifted into his humanoid form and stood in front of her. With a forbidding face, his eyes glared at the darkness with burning malice. He could already smell Gamond and Lunara's blood, and that was about to drive him mad. He had seen her severed wings lying motionless in the vast darkness, and he was about to snap. Haru didn't know who he was, but since he killed the bats, he had to be on their side. Hopefully, that is. Her hands can't stop shaking when he is around. She can't see or hear him. but she can feel Erod's oppressive presence. Using her power, she looked into the future, trying to sense where Erod is looking, and before she could finish, she spoke. Don't look at the darkness. That thing would drive, but she went silent. Something was in her mind. Erod's gaze was upon her, and she regretted ever opening her mouth. In a second, she saw herself die 1,000,000 times over until her power ripped itself off. There was no escaping death in front of him, and he is pissed off. She didn't know what prevented him from killing her at the last moment, but she won't complain. What saved her life was Erod himself. If he doesn't control his rage and defuse the situation, he might end up going on a rampage again, and he is sure his new powers would leave a scar on hell. Ha! Gammon sighed, falling down gracelessly. Good you're here, switch, switch, she waved her hand. Lunara also seemed to relax. Be careful, that thing is tough and strong. Also got some weird mind hex. Chapter 1188, Darkness, Pain, and Madness. Erod stood in front of everyone, staring at the darkness with 2 burning purple eyes. His face betrayed any emotion, but they could sense that he was about to blow up. Unlike when the darkness got pushed back by Lydia's divine magic, now the darkness itself is keeping away at a distance to avoid him. His eyes followed Lydia, who danced in the darkness and clashed with the abhorrent monster. He could see the ugly thing, a mass of horrid flesh, deformed bodies, and psychic magic. It was powerful, far too powerful for it to be anything normal. But it not the thing that he should rip apart. It's not where this darkness is coming from. Erod's eyes slowly moved and looked at the ground. Almost immediately, hell shuddered. The dark clouds surrounding them froze like an animal trying to avoid a predator. But it was already far too late. He could see them, 3 massive souls buried beneath the ground. A soul so dark it bleeds true darkness, a soul that derives pleasure from pain, and a fragmented soul of pure madness. The remnant of 3 old gods forgotten to the ages and left here to suffer and repent. Erod could see their souls twitching and writhing with power, far bigger than his soul by a lot. Their eyes were fixed on Matilda. Her void blood might be strong enough to withstand their corruption, turn her into their avatar in the mortal world, the same as that abhorrent mass of flesh Lydia is fighting. Can he win a fight against them? Probably not. Does it matter? No. Lydia, who was swinging her sword at the abhorrent avatar, suddenly came to a halt. She gasped, and her body got flung back toward Erod, where she stopped at his side. I'll take it from here. And before she could reply, Erod sucked her and everyone into his stomach. Everyone fell on the soft grass, heard the faint murmur of water, and gasped for air. It was clean and clear, unlike the rotten stench of hell. The 2 Minotaur devils looked around with puzzled eyes. Where are we? They gasped as their wounds bled. They were just fighting the massive bats and were about to end up dead. Thud. Lunara fell on the ground with an impact and smiled. Erod is here. We can rest. Her demonic release started slowly fading away as she relaxed a bit. Gammon did the same and fell at her side. The ice protecting her body shattered, and she took a deep breath. Bad luck for hell. She chuckled. Who? Haru mumbled. Who was that? She turned her head around and looked at everyone through Matilda's eyes and listened to them through her. My dragon, Gammon replied, and then paused for a second. Our dragon? She corrected herself with a giggle. That poor darkness, it's about to get violated beyond reason. She could feel the burning pain of her ripped wings. Gorigor approached with a confused face. That darkness hid true horrors. You must tell him to run away. Sorry to break it to you, but even a god might not survive fighting whatever is there. Lydia looked around for a few seconds and then started by healing Gammon. Sarah took care of Lunara as they thought about what was going to happen outside. They are now inside Erod's stomach. He should be able to hear them. If they could just talk some sense into him, he should be able to teleport away and run. But he won't do that. And no one understood why better than Gammon. As she looked at the darkness of his stomach, she sighed. They had to come and rip my wings off. Now he won't let whatever inside live, even if hell makes them immortal. No, it doesn't matter how powerful he is. Haru gasped. That which lives in the darkness will resurrect over and over. It'll kill and bind him to hell. Winning is impossible. Gammond looked at her with a stern face. Haru seemed to have heard Gammond's words before she even said them. They ripped my wings off. They dared touch his wife. Not even the gods are going to calm him down. Cirth, the noveler net, this is madness, Flabroni growled. Sarah. You know this white Dracaina? Get her to talk some sense into her dragon. He'll get himself killed and bound to hell. Gammond looked at him, her face somber and cold. What will you do if someone ripped your wife's nipples off? Flabroni froze, blood rushing to his head. Gammond sighed. Exactly. Outside hell was going to witness Hell Arad remain still as the three massive souls beneath the ground quivered. Then he lifted his hand, forcing a massive wave of gravity to rip the ground apart. As massive chunks of stone and bone floated into the black sky, the three souls buried beneath the ground pulsed. The chains of hell rattled and their ancient energy flew down like floods of black curses. Hell itself was a massive curse generator, and its curse is to keep everyone inside it alive by force. Death just can't claim anyone here. Arad waited, letting the three ancient souls fully resurrect, and the darkness around him started twisting and moving. The avatar that Lydia fought disintegrated into ash as its power returned to the souls. Soon, three skeletons started forming in front of Arad, all of them chained with black ancient chains that predate most of the world. Organs filled the skeletons, followed by flesh, blood, and skin. In the matter of a few seconds, three figures were standing in front of Arad, two women and a man. The first of them looked like a porcelain doll, her skin pale, her eyes like two pools of endless darkness, and her long raven hair dangled as low as her hips. She looked at Arad with a smile, her gaze unable to shift away from the endless darkness in his eyes. For a moment her cheek turned red, and she giggled. How lovely, I have never seen such an attainment of darkness before. The other was a bit shorter than the darkness one. She had long auburn hair, pale skin filled with scars and bruises. Instead of looking at Arad, she was busy, clawing her skin and moaning in pleasure. For a second, she spared Arad a glance, saw him towering over her at 3 meters, and twitched. She licked her lips and spat on him. Next time, I'll skin her alive instead of just ripping her wings. Arad didn't bother wiping the spit from his face. This woman clearly is taunting him to hit her, and judging by looking at her soul, she'll get stronger the more pain she feels. He'll give her pain, but in a second or two, the third of them, the hunched, slender man, didn't even notice Arad. He was looking at the ground and mumbling to himself. His pale skin was already dirty. His hair looked like a bird's nest, and his mind didn't seem to be stable at all. Pure madness. Arad took a step toward the darkness goddess and slowly lifted his hand. She looked at him with a gentle smile. Call me Golan. I was a goddess of darkness until, you see. She looked around but was immediately distracted as Arad gently pushed 2 fingers into her mouth. She gasped with an excited smile, but in the next moment, he ripped her jaw off. Chapter 1189. 1189. Frenzied Beast. In Hell's capital. Asmodeus had finally returned to her castle. She slowly walked through the ashen-gray walls of her inner quarter, followed by several devils. All of them the best of what the 9 hells could offer, powerful and beautiful maidens that can rival the Layer's lords. She reached her room, threw her mantle away, and sighed, exhausted from keeping the queen's stern and aloof mask on. She dropped onto the bed with a pained groan. Too much work. Sitting on the desk beside the bed was another woman, an exact copy of her. No, they looked too similar to be copies. This one was brushing her hair, getting ready to get out and get to work. The 2 of them took turns ruling hell in shifts. Alice, you've really exhausted yourself today. Whose thought Lunara would dare show her face here? The one brushing her hair giggled. Thanks to her, I had to go out of my way to make sure no one attacked her on sight. Alice, the queen who was now on the bed, growled and hugged her pillow. Damn it, Selena! I'll rip your tail off when I see you. The one brushing her hair laughed. Come on, it wasn't that bad, nothing like the outer war, and you know Selena and Maha are out there fighting armies of abominations on their own. Give them some slack. Alice sat up and threw the pillow at her. Slack, they are footing the bill for their food. At least they can eat those monsters instead of sowing chaos here. They treat hell like a respawning dinner table. Sir, the novel F.net, wasn't it your idea for them to eat here? The one on the desk finished brushing her hair and stood, a fresh, silky red dress embroidered with golden threads, switched with her sheep pajama. Anyway, I'm off to work. Anything I should know? They headed into the dark area. As long as they follow the seer's directions, they should be fine. But she looked at the window. I can't help but get a bad feeling. That place had been like that long before we took the throne. The other one sighed. Are you spying on them? Give me the spellbind. I'll keep an eye just in case. The one on the bed looked away. I'm not. Silence feels for a second. Wait, you aren't? This is hell. No one knows what horror awaits them. You should have been watching them. They seemed to be wary of my gaze, especially that demon Lunara. She looked away with a guilty face. I don't care if they like it or not right now, they could, but before she could finish, the ground shook and she fell on the bed. Her hair, which she spent a long time brushing, had now gotten messy again. The two stood out and looked out of the window, noticing a massive surge of hell's curse toward the dark area. Asmodeus, the one that was about to leave for work, grabbed the other by the neck and shook her like a doll. See, who's going to clean that now? She looked sadder and more miserable than angry. The ground cracked, and fire rose into the sky. The darkness failed to keep hold of the world as Arad flew through the inferno and grabbed the madman by the face. The two flew through the fire, one panicking and the other glaring at him with an emotionless face and purple eyes lusting for blood. A whip cracked through the fire, aiming for Arad's exposed back. But before it could taste blood, Arad lifted his forearm and blocked it. The whip wrapped itself around his wrist, and the pained woman glared at him with lustful, horny face from a distance. At that moment, the shadows beneath him and the madman swirled into a storm and wrapped around him like a snake. The darkness one appeared around his torso. Her lower half shifted into a snake of darkness while her upper half still human. Her bloodied tongue licked Arad's cheek, her lower jaw still missing. Arad tensed all of his muscles at once, causing a small shockwave around his body that pushed the darkness woman away, but only her humanoid upper torso. The snake's lower half, which was made of darkness, couldn't be harmed with physical attacks. To push her away, he spun his torso and cracked her skull with a backhand, so heavy that the shadows trembled in fear. Her whole face seemed to disintegrate into blood as Arad teleported away. Landing on the ground, he saw the madman chasing after him, burning with psionic energy. Instead of directly fighting Arad, he is trying to harm his mind and drive him mad. But that doesn't seem to be working well. Arad ran away at first on his legs, but then on all four as dark magic quickly engulfed his body. Arad was aiming for the pain woman. She is annoying. Her attacks don't deal that much damage, but they are quite painful, and pain could make it easier for the madman to get into his brain. She needs to go down first. When she saw him rushing at her like a frenzied beast, a large smile covered her face. She shuddered and opened her arms. Come, beat me, make me squeal, give me a hug. Arad lunged at her, but instead of a powerful collision, he phased through her like a ghost. She looked forward with a disappointed gaze, but then her face twisted, paling in horror. She didn't get hurt. No, she isn't feeling any pain. Arad turned himself into nothingness to avoid hitting her like he avoided Nina's attacks, but not fully the same. Goddess or not, she still is using a body to attack, and that body has nerves. As he passed through, he damaged her spine so she won't feel any pain from below her neck. She turned as fast as she could, and at the same time the madman and the darkness woman arrived. but they were both too late. What faced them was the massive jaw of a titanic dragon, burning with nuclear energy ready to burst forth. A massive energy breath blasted the whole area, shaking the nine hells to the core as a pillar of fire ash, and radiation birthed a grim shadow over the dark area. Arad was flying above the mushroom cloud, his body glowing blue with radiation. He didn't need to hold anything back in hell. He had even scanned the whole area for a signal of magic similar to Mira's and found nothing. Those three must have killed Mira's father to send him away, so Matilda's group can never find him. All of the devils of hell watched in horror as the massive dragon flew over the destruction. His massive wings burned like the radiant night sky, and his whole body hurt the eyes like the limitless void of the abyss. The two Asmodeses were watching, both named Alice. The one who met Matilda and the other was the first Alice, and the other was usually called Asmo for short. But that didn't matter. See, he's pissed off, and we don't even know what happened there. How am I going to mend this now? Asmo grabbed Alice by the hair and started swinging her around. Alice also fought back, biting Asmo's arm. Chapter 1190 Liffling Tides. As Arad flew in the sky and looked down, trying to find the three of them, a mist of darkness flew past him, and he could feel a sharp pain through his chest. The darkness woman was standing above his head with her whole body covered in burning, irradiated blood. Arad didn't know what she did, but expected that she had somehow attacked him for now. He still can't understand how her powers work, but even if he were to die here. Those three are in for a nasty surprise, and even before he dies, he has a trick he wanted to try, now that he can control souls a bit. The darkness woman laughed. My friend, even I didn't replace my organs with darkness. Where are yours? Arad didn't care to reply and turned back into a human form, spun around and sent a flying kick at her face. She blocked the attack with ease, but her forearm bones shattered. It seemed that Arad wasn't the only one who wasn't used to his full power. The three horrors are the same. See the novel fire.net. After spending several centuries chained in hell and without their divine portfolios, they seem to be having some troubles with their power, but they are still far too powerful. Albeit weakened, they were still masters of their elements and are slowly getting back in shape. Just from observing them, Arad could tell that each of the three horrors is at least a bit stronger than him. To win this fight, he must play it smart. As the darkness woman spun through the air, Arad flew after her, growing half-dragon wings as his whole body ignited with a spark of lightning. But before he could reach her, the madman and the pain woman appeared at his sides, one at the left and the other at the right. One plagued his mind with abhorrent whispers, and the other's touch sent waves of indescribable pain through his whole body. They are trying to gang up on him 3-on-1, fine. He too knows how to gang up on people. Such a mental strain would have dropped even the strongest of monsters and warriors, but Arad couldn't care less about pain and madness. His wings twisted and flapped. With one hand he grabbed the madwoman by the arm, and with the other hand he grabbed the madman by the face. With a spin, he sent the two flying in different directions and kept heading toward the darkness woman. Arad had one reason for going after her instead of the other two. She was the only sane one. The madman was just that mad and insane. The pain woman was just a pervert who wanted to feel agony. She'll probably sit down if he asks to torture her. But this darkness woman can think. She is the only real threat among the three. No wonder the area got engulfed by darkness and nothing else. The darkness woman looked up with a grin on her face. Come at me. Her body burned with darkness that solidified into a long spear without wasting a second. She hurled it at Arad. The spear exploded the moment it got close to him and engulfed the sky in blackness. 3 at 1? No matter how powerful you are, we'll end up winning. She giggled with an excited smile. Forget the cat, your body is far better. But then her smile quickly faded away. Standing around her, 4 tall and muscular Arads were glaring down at her. He had 3 souls inside him. The human soul, the dragon soul, and the slumbering third one. They were all his souls, but the last one didn't seem to reply, no matter how much he tried to use it. And now that he isn't linked to the system and limited by it, all of his abilities may rely on his soul and its power. Gemini created a clone for someone to use, but how does the constellation determine what a single person is? Of course, based on the person's soul, using one cast of Gemini to separate the human and dragon souls, and then each of those two uses Gemini again to clone themselves. Arad was left with 4 bodies to play around with. Now this isn't fair at all. She only managed to say that before the 4 started mercilessly beating her down. One punched her in the face, the other kicked her in the stomach, one shattered her spine, and the other stomped on her. At that moment, the other 2 were rushing to help her. The madman curses under his breath, and the pain woman fuming with jealousy, screaming at the darkness woman to switch with her. She could already feel her body tingling by thinking about how painful it would have felt to be jumped by those 4. But to their luck, they were facing a monster. From the ground, a black mass of nothing burst beneath the madman's feet and bit him like a shark out of the sea. He gasped, trying to drive the strange thing into madness, but his head almost exploded with a backlash, faced with madness and primal fury almost equal to his. The thing looked like an undeveloped bloodied fish, but as if made of liquid ink. The 2 of them disappeared into the ground. The pain woman who was rushing to Arad suddenly found herself embraced by a black silhouette of a woman. From the long ears, she could tell it was an elf, but at the same time, something strange happened. The pain woman had healed her spine and could feel pain again, but now that pain had faded away again. The silhouette woman giggled in her ear. Curse of the painless. The pain woman burned red with rage. Damnable witch, and the 2 of them disappeared into the distance to fight in peace. Those 2 were she and Doma. Arad had given them bodies made from void just like he did with the scorpion. The darkness woman finally managed to dissipate into darkness and escape the brutal beating Arad gave her. She growled and glared at him. 4 at 1. What kind of gentleman are you? I'll take 3 at max. That was also a mistake. She wasn't facing a man but a dragon. And now 2 dragons were staring at her, a werewolf at the side and a vampire on the other side. The 4 glared at her with malice. Arad wasn't going to let any of the 3 live another day. Even hell can't save them from him. I'll make the 4th whole. The werewolf Arad growled at her, and she felt her blood dry. What terrified her more was that he understood her underlying meaning earlier. That means that he wasn't a mindless, rampaging beast, but was listening and thinking calmly through all of this. "Listen to me, we can talk this over, right?" she yelled. But Arad wasn't replying. Instead, the vampire lunged at her and gave her a solid punch in the face, and then bit her neck. The werewolf also lunged right then and clenched his jaw on her thigh. The 2 were trying to pull her apart and rip her in half. All while the 2 dragons flew up and started charging their breaths, ready to bathe the whole area in radiation and fire. Arad had discovered how to hurt true darkness by burning it with pure light, and nothing was brighter than his radiant energy breath. As another mushroom cloud, even bigger than the first one, dawned on Hell, the whole layer quaked, and all of the devils looked at it in horror. The madman growled as he flew back, dodging 2 black blood shark-looking monsters. She, too, was using Gemini from Arad's soul, making 2 of her. He was already insane, but he was now fuming at the monster that he couldn't drive insane. But it was then that his bad day turned from bad to worse. 4 Arads showed up around him, and they weren't alone. A dark woman stood there with them, emotionless like a statue. It didn't take the madman a second to understand 2 things. She was the darkness woman, and now she has a body like that of the shark he is fighting. Arad had already consumed her soul, and to add salt to the injury, she became 2 as well, using Gemini. Everything was born from nothing, and to nothing everything shall return. Chapter 1191. The Emperor of Nothing. The madman looked around his face. Even his madness wasn't enough to cover the reality of facing Arad. 2 massive void dragons, a werewolf and a vampire lord, now added 2 black blood sharks, and now the darkness goddess that was with him, 2 of her in fact. You monster! The madman growled, seeming to have returned to his sanity. No matter what he wanted to do, there were just too many adversaries that running looked like the only option. Or that's what it seemed. The mad smile hid beneath his frowning face, hiding the trump card hidden in the depths of his rotten brain. The madman jumped away, his body barely threading through the storm of chaos unleashed by Arad. Claws, darkness, fire, radiation, and several lightning bolts, and even more. He felt like he is facing a whole army instead of one angry monster. His chaotic and uncontrolled moves made him extremely hard to hit. While more rational people dodged, he took the hit and relied on Hell's power to heal himself. Sometimes he even refrained from attacking when he got the chance. All of his actions didn't make sense, but that was where his power laid. Predicting anything from this madman was nearly impossible. Soon the madman clapped his hands. Everything had fallen into place, and the craziest of plans were put into action. All he had to do to win was throw himself and Arad into the maw of an even stronger creature. The madman uttered some strange words. Even Arad couldn't understand what he was mumbling, but something else seemed to still and react violently. Hell started to rumble and ground shook. Arad could hear the sound of millions of chains clanging as they crawled from the depth of Hell, aiming at him and the madman. As strange as it seems, Hell hates smug sinners. It needs them to cry, to suffer, and curse the day they were born. It'll lash out violently if taunted just right, and the madman had figured out how to do it after spending several thousand years imprisoned here. His mad plan was setting Hell on himself and Arad, dooming them to centuries of pure suffering, but that's fine to him. He has already spent several thousand years, but to Arad such a thing is a disaster. Or it should have been a disaster. As the unbreakable chains of Hell rushed out of the ground like starving snakes and wrapped themselves around the madman and all of Arad's bodies. The madman laughed. Welcome to Hell, but his smile quickly died when one of the two dragons bit the chains and shattered them. The madman started with a pale and terrified face. Soon the other dragon started shattering his chains, and so did all of Arad's bodies. Asmodeus sighed, looking at the chaos in Hell's capital. He really thought Hell could chain him. Well, that was a sane thought for a madman, but Hell can't chain him, or should I say doesn't want to chain him. Alice, who was beside her, frowned. That darkness woman is also breaking the chains. She could see the black silhouette of a woman slipping through the chains and cracking them. But I guess he already retrieved her soul. Now she belongs to him. Let's hope he doesn't overestimate the capacity of his soul. As the Hell's chains shattered and all of Arad's clones flew at the madman, the crazy fellow ran away. If there was someone who could break the chains of Hell that imprisoned him for untold ages, he sure wasn't capable of defeating such a monster. We need to run. We aren't his. The madman suddenly stopped, seeing a black elf that seemed to be made of darkness and ink rip the pain woman's heart out. He couldn't see it, but what Doma ripped was her soul, and she sent it straight into Arad's soul. Soon a black silhouette of the pain woman appeared beside the elf. The madman paled, cursing the gods for letting such a horror live. Just you wait. Once Hell resurrects us, we'll hunt you down. But at that moment he hit something. Arad was already standing in his path like an unmovable wall. Sorry, madman, I don't play by Hell's rules. He plunged his fist into the madman's chest and grabbed his soul. Hell, this horrid place of suffering, chains the prisoners by binding their souls to itself. When Arad takes someone's soul, that soul is removed from Hell. They will never resurrect. Soon Arad was sitting alone on a large stone, staring at the three void creatures standing in front of him. Pain, darkness, and madness, former gods, lesser gods, demigods. He didn't know what they were, but he sure knows now, as they are bound to his soul. Most of their memories, personalities, and powers were far too damaged by Hell's torment, and their souls being damaged by his unskilled hand. But at least they could work as dolls. Arad looked at Darkness dance. She started dancing, awkwardly, and with unbalanced moves. She didn't look like she didn't know how to dance, but she couldn't follow the orders well. With that, Arad understood that those void creatures have a low intelligence that is enough to follow simple orders. but nothing else that is complicated. So I can control souls to a degree. What does that have to do with the void? Arad doubted that this power belonged to all void dragons, but for some reason it seemed awfully easy for him to use. The world was born from nothing, so the souls of living beings must have also come from nothing, from the void. Now they returned to it. He smiled. Did my family have a lineage that controlled souls? Maybe we dragons are the same as humans with bloodlines. I should ask Mom when I find her, or Grandpa. Would my grandparents even be alive? Why do I feel like finding them is easier than finding Mom? Your grandma lives in Alina. Alcott's mom is still alive and well there, and there Doma reminded him about why he felt like his grandparents were closer. Arad stood, stretched his arms, and summoned a dark cloak. It was time for him to search for Mira's father. Since they knew he was in this lair, then he won't hide forever. If he can't find Mira's father while knowing where he was, then he has no hope of finding his mother or her parents. But as he walked for a while, Arad stopped and looked at his shadow. He then summoned one of the clones to look at himself. For a moment he shivered. For some strange reason, while draped in the long black cloak and with his face not visible, he looked awfully similar to Nayar. Just instead of a yellow cloak, his cloak was jet black. They are even the same height, almost. Nayar was a bit taller, but then Arad figured it out. Using gravity magic to float just 1 foot above ground, he managed to glide forward, the same height, and could even move the same as Nayar Seer, Tho Novel Fire Nyot. The Emperor of Nothing moved through the world once more. Chapter 1019-2, 1192. The Black Shadow. A walking black shadow clad in a dark shroud as he glided through the desolate and barren hellscape like a ghost. If anyone saw him, they would think death itself prowled hell at blinding speed, but those who saw the real death knew that it was an emotionless maid who harvested souls with a sickle and sometimes with a knife that came out of her souls. Devils, sinners, monsters, and horrors all run away from his path, allowing him to pass without anyone daring to stop him. Of course, at the start, a few did, but once those got obliterated just by him crashing into them, none dared to challenge him ever again. Rumors started spreading among the devils and sinners alike. Some thought that he was a powerful devil. Some thought that he was the son of either Asmodeus or Maharaja, and some even speculated that he was an angel in disguise sent by the gods to find someone. The goddess of magic used to do that in the past. No one knew what the Black Shadow wanted or searched for, but they were sure getting in his path was a death wish. That, until one day, almost 4 days after Arad's fight with pain, darkness, and madness, he had finally stopped at the top of a rocky black hill, Search. The caravan of devils was transporting a few new sinners that were found in the wastelands, a usual procedure, but now their caravan came to a sudden halt. The powerful pit fiend standing at the front immediately sent a call for help to Asmodeus. The Black Shadow, he is standing in our way, motionless. The pit fiend expected her to send reinforcements, ask him to fight until death, or at least explain what the Black Shadow wanted, but all he got was one simple order. Don't move, don't resist, not even hell can save you. The devils stared at the Black Shadow, afraid and confused, and soon the Black Shadow moved, approaching them. They felt a chill run down their spines. The thing moved weirdly. It didn't seem like he was walking or running. His head remained still, and he moved toward them at a constant speed. What terrified them more was that they couldn't hear his footsteps or sense any magic coming from him. Nothing. It was as if he wasn't there at all. The Black Shadow approached the pit fiend and looked at him. Without even knowing it, the pit fiend's knees were shaking. He was looking straight into the Black Shadow's hood, but he didn't see anything. Just pure darkness, infinite and unfathomable even to a devil of his power. The Black Shadow didn't speak, but the devil could swear that he heard something rattling inside his brain. Once the Black Shadow left him and went to inspect the carriages. Asmodeus's voice rang in his head. He checked your memories. You're lucky none of your comrades have harmed his target. The black shadow flew past the cages of sinners, looking at the people inside. Some paled and cowered in fear, some cried, some begged for mercy, some daring women even tried seducing him. But the black shadow ignored them all. Except for two men. One was tall, gaunt, and glared at the black shadow with a terrified face, and crawled to the edge of his cage. The black shadow looked at him in silence for a few seconds and uttered a single word: pity. That man was one of the bandit overlords whom Arad killed around Alina. This is where the bastard ended up. It seems there was quite the lag, as he's sure the man died months ago. Or perhaps he was lost in the wilderness of hell for all that time before being picked up by devils. He didn't know for sure. The next man was what Arad was looking for. A short and shriveled man with a long, bushy beard, curly hair, and bright brown eyes. The man was hugging an old and broken violin. He rocked his head back and forth, mumbling to himself in a fit of madness, and didn't seem to notice the black shadow standing at his cage. The devil, standing at the back, noticed that the black shadow wanted something to do with the half-dwarf and rushed to open the cage. But before he could, the black shadow reached into the cage, touched the half-dwarf's shoulder, and teleported him outside. The half-dwarf still didn't respond, mumbling to himself with wide-open eyes. The black shadow seemed to slouch down with a sad gesture and then touched the dwarf's hand. Soon, clanking black chains appeared on the black shadow's hand. Those chains seemed to be linked to the half-dwarf's ribs. There were many of those invisible chains coming into light as the black shadow touched them. Those were the chains of hell that bind sinners to it. The black shadow then clenched his fist on one of the chains and shattered it. After a moment of silence, all hell broke loose. The devils backed away with terrified faces, and the sinners, even those who were scared of the black shadow, started crying and begging, pleading with everything they had, offering their whole beings. They now learned that the black shadow can break the chains of hell, and he can free them from this place. Their pitiful cries fell on deaf ears as the black shadow broke the half-dwarf's chains one after another. The half-dwarf didn't react at all, but once the last chain cracked, he suddenly disappeared as if he had never been there. The sinners fell silent. Was the half-dwarf really free now, or was he eaten by the black shadow? None of them knew, but a woman among them had already been skinned alive 3 times by the devils. Even getting eaten by an eldritch horror and erased from reality seemed like a better deal. As she begged him to eat her as well, so did all of the other sinners. But the black shadow didn't look at any of them. He just turned toward the devils and approached the pit fiend at the start of the caravan, looked at him for a few seconds, and then flew away. The pit fiend fell on his knees, still shaken from what he saw. There is only one person in the world who can break the chains of hell. That was the over-god Cain Lisworth, but even that needed to cast a few spells to shatter the chains. This black shadow broke them with his bare hands. What kind of monster is he? Asmodeus's voice rang in his head almost immediately. Remember the human spawn, Sarah? This pit fiend was the one headsman who was supposed to execute her that day. Now he has changed jobs to a relaxing one. Don't tell me it's her? No, but she is going to marry him soon. You can say that he is her husband. I told him about you, but he didn't seem interested in your life. You're a lucky one. She giggled in his ear, and he wanted to yell at her. It was his job. He didn't pick who he had to kill. But of course, a pit fiend would never talk back to Asmodeus. Chapter 1193, 1093, The All One. The guards at Hell's capital froze, seeing the black shadow approaching. The caravan still didn't return, but they've already heard the rumors about the black shadow being powerful enough to kill powerful devils and sinners. The 2 guards lifted their tridents and glared at him. Fear was slowly seeping into the bones. The black shadow halted. Just seeing him move like a ghost was enough to make their skin crawl, and their blood froze the moment they couldn't see his face, even though they were staring straight inside his hood. He was over 3 meters tall, standing eye to eye with the biggest of the pit fiends and omen of death. As the devils were about to speak, a voice rang in their heads. Let him in. He has the courtesy of coming through the front door, so don't stand in his way if you value your lives." That was Asmodeus's voice. Even in the deathless hell, the land of eternal suffering, the queen warned them about their lives. The two devils moved out of the way, and the black shadow glided past them without making a sound. And just when he was behind the two devils that they understood something. If they aren't looking at him, they can't sense him. They turned back, and he was there, slowly gliding away. The only thing that can help them perceive him is their eyes. They can't sense magic, sound, or anything. The black shadow doesn't exist until you look at him. If they don't see him, he can't harm them. Or so they thought, finally taking a relieved breath now that he was out of sight. The black shadow floated through the city, watching both sinners and devils gasp and move away from his path. While the ninth layer of hell was filled with horrors beyond mortal imagination, he was the unknown. What everyone feared is what they can't understand, what they can't fathom and prepare for. To them, all they know about the black shadow is that he can kill pretty much everyone. Asmodeus wasn't shy about informing her devils that he would kill them in this deathless wasteland. One touch and they'll get erased, and thus get a title. The Emperor of Nothing, the All-One. The black shadow's hood slowly moved from left to right as he floated past a grill where devils were cooking sinners alive, past a cage where a blonde woman sat, all of her limbs sawn off, and soon found himself standing in front of a massive temple. The black shadow looked at the temple for a few seconds, and the guards there started sweating. But just before they could panic, Asmodeus floated down from the sky and landed in front of the black shadow. The people are the ones who started calling him the Black Shadow, and the queen was the one who addressed him as the Emperor of Nothing. Now that the queen appeared, the devils seemed to regain some confidence around the strange being. It was then that the devils started approaching to look. Did the Queen of Hell come to deal with the Black Shadow herself? They aren't going to blow the whole lair, are they? Some even started running away from the city, waiting for it all to rot away. Asmodeus looked around with a sweet smile on her red lips. "We've got a large audience." The Black Shadow didn't reply for a long moment, but then he spoke, his voice deep and gargled as if spoken by a wraith. "I can make them disappear," and at that moment they disappeared. The Black Shadow didn't kill or eat them, but they ran away the moment they heard those words. The Black Shadow looked at Asmodeus and she giggled. "Neat trick." And she then expanded her wings. "Let's head to my palace. We can talk in peace there, where no one would bother us." While Asmodeus flew to the palace, the Black Shadow disappeared and reappeared in front of the palace's gate. It was like he could exist wherever he wanted, whenever he wanted. The two headed inside, reached the massive throne room, and locked the door. Inside it, the Black Shadow stood in the middle of the Devil Queen's throne room. He looked at the strangely wide throne and saw the two queens sitting them. Exact twins, as if created by Gemini. The two queens sat side by side, their leg intertwined and their arms resting over each other's necks. The Black Shadow looked at them for a moment and then lifted his hand. A gust of fresh air flew out of his fingers, and in the next second, multiple people appeared. The two Minotaur devils, Seer Haru, Sarah, Matilda, Lunara, Gaimond, and even Mira's father. Mira's father was still hugging his precious violin and mumbling to himself. The years of mind hex and whatever he suffered in hell didn't seem like something he could recover from any time soon. But at least he is safe now. Everyone looked at the Black Shadow, and he then removed his hood. Arad stood there and looked at them with a smile, and then his gaze shifted back to the queens. "Now it's better, right?" The two queens smiled, looked at each other, and then one of them spoke. "Indeed, the power to free people from hell isn't something you'd want everyone to know about. Like this, you'll be detached from it." Arad sighed. He can understand what she wanted when she asked him to keep his identity hidden. Just by being a bit powerful, many women came rushing to his castle. Izdis was now having a hard time figuring things out. What if news of him being able to free people from hell spread? Forget just getting several women rushing to his door. The whole world would come crashing down on his castle. So, Arad looked at the two queens. I'll have to rely on you to keep what happened here a secret, but you didn't ask me to come here for nothing, right? Devils rarely work for free. The two queens smiled. Well, of course, I'll start monopolizing you. They licked their lips, but in a good way. First, Seer Haru, Pit Fiend Goragor, Pit Fiend Flabroni. They'll be leaving with you. And before Arad could ask why, the other queen spoke to explain. Pit Fiend Goragor and Pit Fiend Flabroni will be my emissaries from hell to your castle. You're linked to both the demons and devils now. I would love to use you as a neutral place for war meetings. The other queen giggled. But for Seer Haru, you can have her. I'm sure she'll be useful if you ever need to deal with some people. Arad looked back. I can understand the two are going to work. But what about her? Seer Haru. He sighed. That is not for you to decide. The two queens giggled. Oh, but it's ours to decide. They looked at Haru, and then one of them spoke. She is my granddaughter, after all. The two pit fiends almost fell down, and even Sarah choked on air. Wait, what? You're the queen's granddaughter? Sarah looked at Haru with a shocked face, but Haru remained calm. I'm but one out of many. That doesn't mean you'll decide for her. Arad honestly didn't care if Haru went with him or not. He understood what the two queens wanted, and it was the same as everyone else. She wants to get one of her direct bloodlines linked to him. Searth the novel fire.net. Haru turned to the two queens. You said he'll need my help dealing with some people? Do you mean them? Who else would I be talking about? Hearing those words, Haru nodded and looked at Arad. Then I'll go. No, I insist that I go with you. Arad looked at her for a moment, thinking, First, who are you talking about? And you're using Sarah's eyes and ears to listen, aren't you? Haru nodded. Yes, Sarah allowed me to use hers. She then approached him. The people we talked about are the triplets of fate, the ones who took my sight and hearing from me when I got my oracle powers. She looked down. I want to get them back. Chapter 1194, A Trip Around the World. Asmodeus opened a portal for Arad and everyone to leave hell. That one led them straight to Arad's castle in Alina. He did ask how in hell she knew the location of his castle and was able to create a gate there. All she replied with was that she can sense all devils that travel out of hell, so she had seen at least the devil locked inside Sarah's necklace be summoned by Merlin. Seer the Novel Fire. Net returning to the castle wasn't anything like what Arad expected. The whole castle was still calm, but stress seemed to be spreading through everyone like a plague. Merlin knew they were alive because her devil was alive. Eris knew Arad was alive because of their blood link, and she even knew that Sarah was alive because she had left a life candle in Alina, in the Lord's mansion where she lived. But everyone expected Arad to return with everyone in a day after leaving, not almost a week later. But there was also another detail. While Arad spent just a few days in hell, Matilda and the rest had spent over a month lost in the darkness. Either hell's time moved differently, or the darkness had done something to them. Arad himself had found it a bit annoying to enter the darkness at first, and only managed to get in when a sudden spark of divine magic flashed inside. Speaking of Lydia, she seems to have disappeared hours after being summoned by the coin, sent back to university where she was before. Either the coin's power had a duration, or Amaterasu herself had pulled her away. But anyway, Arad couldn't imagine the coin being able to summon someone or an angel indefinitely. But the last thing Arad expected to see when returning to the world was a whole bunch of nobles lined up in the castle's courtyard. It seems they've come to see the new emperor after the news of his return spread, only to be told that he left again. Now he could hear some claiming that Baron Arad didn't even exist, and that he was only a fake created by the Elvish Queen and the Dark Elf Queen to absorb the human kingdom into their lands. Some were even calling Aella a spy for the elves and demanded that she be executed unless she could produce Baron Arad from her pocket. Arad could see Aella and Izdis trying to speak to the masses from one balcony, and Arad could also hear some people mumbling something about a drunk fairy who told them that she'll kick them out of her land. That was probably Zephyr. People tend to forget that she owns the land of Ruris's kingdom, the Elvish kingdom, and even the coastal Dark Elf kingdom. Luckily enough, not everyone seemed to be rising up in arms. The barbarians are about to rampage, not to attack the castle, but to beat the rising nobles and protect the castle. Nina was doing her best to keep them calm. They understood the people's slander of Arad as a slander to Nina herself. And they were more than just offended. The survivors of Riverside were the same, standing against the raging nobles. Arad was surprised that Merida hadn't just killed everyone down there. But she might be a ruthless killer, but she at least understands that she can't just kill them now that she is a queen. Arad hoped that Ayla had at least taught her that much. Out of everyone in the castle, only Zephyr seems to have noticed his return due to her connection to the wind. Everyone else is too busy to pay attention to the magic floating in the air, and Arad himself is keeping his magic low not to scare everyone away. Now he had to think of a way to show up and an excuse for his absence. He is sure the noble might just call him a fake if he just walked in, so he has to do something to prove himself to be real. Arad was a juvenile dragon before and after consuming the Overgod's dead heart. He seems to have jumped ages. Instead of turning into a young adult dragon, he ended up directly becoming an adult. No wonder Caden had to train him on many things. His knowledge about magic and barriers seems to have helped him adjust to the changes the most, but that didn't matter now. What mattered was that his magic range had extended from 40 kilometers to 4,000 kilometers instead of 400 kilometers, which was a massive jump. That had meant he could probably do a stupid stunt across the world in a few seconds. And with that, Arad disappeared. After a single shadow step, he ended up standing at the door of a familiar house deep in the Beastlands. Hattie's house. One of Hattie's saw him and almost dropped the laundry. He was then quickly led to Hattie, who enjoyed her tea in the living room. Soon, the two of them teleported again. After 2 jumps, they were standing in the middle of a vast, snowy field. In the distance, they could see a massive white city and a large temple being constructed by thousands of people. Arad closed his eyes for a moment, and Gojo suddenly appeared in front of him. Little Lucy was sitting on his shoulder in her strange temple clothes. "What brought you here?" Arad didn't need to speak much, and just transferred his thoughts to Gojo's mind. This is how void dragons usually talked with each other in the vacuum of space, through telepathy. A second later, Gojo's clothes shifted into a royal robe and a long fancy coat. A crown of blue ice appeared on his head, and a crystal scepter emerged in his hand. "Let's go," he said with a smile. The 4 disappeared and appeared again in the university, where they picked up tempo. He was training with his sword in the forest north of the swamps when Arad appeared. The Fire Titan Prince didn't even ask Arad what he needed and just smiled. "Need help? I'm coming." They quickly teleported again several times, and now landed in a vast land covered by titanic peaks that spread as far as the eye could see. The peaks were engulfed in an everlasting storm, and Arad frowned. He could sense the person he was looking for inside one of the mountains. Tempo growled, "So it is like this? That shameless bastard." His anger was directed somewhere in the depths of the storm, but luckily that wasn't where Arad was going. After another teleport, they appeared inside the mountain, which looked to be a massive prison cell with a single Titan chained inside. Old Man Zeus, the former king of the Storm Titans, seems to have been overthrown by one of his sons and is now jailed here. I was just about to ask for a favor, but what the hell did happen? Arad lifted an eyebrow and frowned. Zeus giggled. "Now I've lost my mind and I'm seeing things." But before he could figure it out, Arad silently destroyed the chains and freed him. "Do you think they'll check on you?" Zeus quickly came to his senses and replied, "No, I'm supposed to be locked here for the rest of time. They aren't strong enough to kill me, and no one risks opening even a small hole to look at me." Arad smiled. "Then we've got time. I need your help. We can deal with whatever is happening in the Stormland later." Zeus took his human form and smiled, unable to believe how easily Arad came and freed him. Soon they teleported again and landed in the land of the half-angels and found Lucifer drinking wine alone atop a mountain. He looked at them with a confused face. He only saw Arad once, but now Arad appeared at his door much stronger than before, and even with a bunch of old powers. "Need your help? Have time also? We'll pick up the other one, Gabriel." Arad didn't need to explain much as the sovereign of the half-angels stood with a large smile on his face. He was already bored to the bones and wouldn't mind a short trip. They soon appeared in the middle of the half-fallen angels' land and saw Gabriel fighting with two other half-fallen angels, two women. They seemed to be accusing him of something, but the man found Arad's sudden appearance as an excuse and got Arad to teleport him away immediately. Soon they were all standing on the mountain. Arad explained why he needed to find them and sighed. He wanted to make a trip to bring the two draconic queens as well, but he isn't sure if bringing those two anywhere near each other is a good idea, and those two aren't the kind of people he can just go and see. But to his surprise, two women were already standing at his sides. "Do you think we didn't sense someone teleporting all over the world with too much power?" The chromatic draconic queen was standing at his side, her long rainbow hair sparkling with light and her eyes like two mirrors of blinding and rippling hues of colors. The metallic queen was at his right side, her sword already drawn, and I was about to cut you in half. She sheathed her blade soon after. Arad's arms tensed as he explained things. He didn't take his eyes off any of the two queens, as he expected them to last at each other at any moment. But Hattie soon told him that the two don't hate each other. They actually get along pretty well. It is just that their people don't seem to tolerate each other with all of them. Arad teleported back to his castle. He finally found an excuse for his long absence in just 10 minutes. Chapter 1195, supported by the whole world. Aella and Izids were trying their best to calm the crowd, and Zephyr, who was supposed to help them, seemed to have went to take a nap just a few minutes ago. How could she leave them like this? Even Aella couldn't believe it. But it didn't take them long to understand why. The whole sky suddenly turned black, and the stars seemed to shine brighter. It was supposed to be noon, so the night coming so soon sent the nobles into panic for a moment. What is going on here? Arad's voice boomed in the sky, and the sun returned just as it had disappeared moments ago. From the receding darkness he fell, clad in black onyx armor. As he landed right between the crowd and his wives, everyone took a step back, staring at the 10-foot-tall giant. "I'll be honest." Another voice came from behind Aella and Izdis, and when everyone turned back, they saw a tall woman with hair that seemed to be waved out of rainbows. "If my people acted like this, I would be having a nice dinner that night." Not most of the nobles recognized her, but those who did only heard of her in stories, ancient writings, and books. The chromatic dragon queen, Lola. At her side, a beautiful woman clad in steel armor sighed. "Listen, how many times I forget it, speaking with you makes my head hurt." More of the nobles recognized the second woman, or Dracaina. She was Mary, the metallic dragon queen, and the nobles wanted to know one thing. How are those two monsters standing side by side without killing each other? A loud voice laughed beside them. "I see. This looks like a problem." Tempo was standing there with a large old man who looked too muscular for his age. "Humans are fun, aren't they?" That was Zeus. Now the former Storm Titan King Princess Tile was already frozen in her room as one of Arad's clones appeared, sitting on her bed, glaring at her with burning purple eyes. "We'll talk about what happened to Zeus in detail." A gentle smile appeared on his face, but she was still horrified. Serre the Nouvelle Fear. The nobles outside weren't having it any easier as Lucifer and Gabriel appeared. One claimed that the nobles are heretics for rising against their fair ruler, and the other was already sharpening his sword to help them repent. Gojo was also sitting on the balcony, looking down at the people, a literal goddess sitting on his shoulders. Arad approached his wives and asked, "What is going on here?" His eyes then shifted to the nobles. "I just returned from gathering them. Did something happen while I was away?" One of the nobles who could discern lies looked at Arad with a puzzled face. Arad wasn't lying. He had just returned from gathering those people, so the noble concluded on his own. While humanoid kingdoms simply sent their daughters here or opted for emissaries, Arad had to go on his own to invite the other powerful races, which took a long time. So while they were here claiming their new emperor was fake, he was out trying to build the empire's relationships with the powerhouses of the world. Even the eternal queen of the Beastland, who never left her kingdom, was standing there and looking at the castle with an amused smile. Hattie had never left her house in centuries, and was quite curious to see where her daughters were going to live. This was probably the only reason she decided to follow Arad today. She could already feel Astrid and Frida running around the inner quarters of the castle. Arad, on the other hand, looked at the people who had just noticed how large he was and that the sky had turned into night for a few seconds as he arrived. Just what kind of power does he have? It didn't take the nobles more than a few moments to leave the castle with hurried steps. Aella and Isdis approached Arad, both glad to see him and confused about where all of those people had come from. I can't really explain to them that I was in hell, and that would cause us a lot of trouble even if I told them. Arad shrugged and looked back at the castle. Anyway, sorry for the long absence. I managed to find Mira's father and save everyone. They were stuck in a dark place in hell. It is a long story. Hell? You went to hell? Gabriel flew toward them. Forgive me for listening without permission, but you survived hell and brought someone back? Arad pointed at Gabriel and sighed. See, I can explain a few things to him. But what if all people had to ask? I can lie to them, but what kind of kingdom empire are we building here? I'd rather at least not build it upon lies. Isdis sighed. You're right. And the reason we had a hard time chasing them away is that some of them could discern lies. You technically didn't lie, and they didn't dare stay longer with all of the powerful people you brought. She smiled. I'm glad you can handle the kingdom's affairs on your own, if need be. Arad nodded and looked at the castle. Now we can rest for a bit, catch up, and forget all of the previous bloodshed, he sighed, and probably get yelled at by Betty for skipping class for weeks. Aella looked at him with a smile. Do you know that everyone in the university already knows about you becoming an emperor? Arad froze. What? And his eyes twitched. The reason you hid your identity there was that we were afraid the nobles and royals of the world would pull their children away. But now it's the opposite. She looked back at the castle. I was horrified when I found out that some of our classmates were the children of rich nobles and merchants, even the royals of small kingdoms, and they are here. She looked at one of the windows with a pale face. Isdis was the one to speak next. She was expecting some girls that she knew from the university to walk into the marriage interview. Those girls were also shocked to see Aella sitting behind the desk. I hope you kicked them away. I'm not fond of having more women around me. I feel like it's getting out of hand. Arad sighed, and Aella seemed just as exhausted by that. Only the strong, and those who can provide a vital role, can have a chance of becoming an official wife. If one of the official wives finds one of the girls interesting, she can take her as a concubine if everyone approves. And there are also several posts among the royal maids and servants. We're building a kingdom from scratch. No, a whole empire that houses several kingdoms. It was exhausting, both mentally and physically. Chapter 1196, The Start of a New Age. Arad was sitting on a large chair especially made for him by Mira. She was now back at her home in Alina, spending a few days with her mother to care for her father. For now, Arad has more things to deal with now that he is back, the political side of the newly growing kingdom. But he'll be lying if he says that he is good at those things. Isdis is doing most of the work, and he is just nodding after her. Great, Emperor. What about the food sources? With how rapidly the population around Alina is growing, we don't have enough manpower to feed everyone. One of the nobles, a large man who oversaw the fields, asked with a worried face. The granaries have been running dry in the late months. Arad closed his eyes and then took a deep breath. He thought for a few moments and then called a specialist. A tiny fairy with a happy grin on her face appeared out of nowhere and looked at everyone. Plum, it is like this, he explained what the noble had just said, and she nodded with a smile. Leave it to me. We've got enough land, so I'll just clear the trees and bushes. For manpower, you'll have to find a solution. Arad looked at the window. There should be a horde of monsters approaching. Don't attack them. They'll help everyone work the fields. He smiled. They should be stronger than cows or horses. The first kingdom to use monsters to farm, Cyrilla, the elvish queen, was sitting across the table from Arad with a faint smile on her face. She was here since it'll also concern her people who can't eat meat. The farming situation would hit the elves the most. Can't we just eat the monsters? Jasmine, the dark elf queen, looked to them with a large grin. Unlike elves, who were herbivores, dark elves are carnivores. Feeding them is going to be an even bigger problem. You've got a coastal capital, go fishing. Cyrilla glared at her, and Jasmine laughed. Arad looked at them for a moment and then looked at the large map. With Rurus's kingdom and all of the elvish land, we've got enough space to farm and sustain ourselves. The problem is, like Sir Alion said, manpower. We don't have enough working hands. He smiled. So I was thinking of hiring some help. The monsters are the first, and then some convinced volunteers. Arad sent several orders to the knights and soldiers to start hunting bandits and capturing them alive to work the fields. Usually, those bandits would either be killed on the spot or imprisoned for years. The problem now is that the kingdom doesn't have food to waste on prisoners, and if Arad wanted to avoid famine, he'll need to make sure that every mouth pays for its food. Leaving Izdis to deal with the small details, Arad headed deep into the castle, where he had a bigger problem to deal with. Everyone he brought from around the world was sitting in that room. Facing them was a terrified Titan, her face ashen and pale as they all stared at her. Tyle found herself standing in front of the most powerful people of the world, and she was about to answer for what her father did. Strangely enough, Zeus was the one to speak up for her. He claimed that while she knew it would be impossible to expect her to change anything, the situation of the Storm Titans is more complicated than what can be solved with fists. Arad walked into the corner with Callie sitting on his lap, watching the discussion as he brushed her pink hair. How far has that name been carried? She smiled, and Arad looked at her. Tial, Seer, Tho, Novel, Firnyo. No, Zeus. It was the name of the previous god of storm and lightning. He was also the god of the Storm Titans. She looked at Arad. While Saloon and Amaterasu raised me like two mothers, he was like a grandpa. After a short pause, she added, Talos killed my father when he was weakened and then tried to kill me in the gods' war. Zeus tried to protect me and died as well. It was then that Caden finally arrived and put an end to Talos's life. She giggled. Caden is technically the god of the Storm Titans now. The divine portfolio is still with him. Arad's eyes opened wide. Wait, what? He is the same like you. Aren't you just carrying the portfolio of the 4 seasons without using it? She looked at her hair. Arad wasn't the best hairdresser, but his moves were quite gentle and precise for his size. She then jumped down and looked at the door. The door opened, and Caden walked in wearing his flower shirt and shorts. He looked like he was relaxing on vacation at the beach before being called here. Everyone looked at him with puzzled faces. Some recognized him, and some didn't. None of them expected to see the god slayer wearing sandals in their life. Caden's eyes shifted back to Callie. You wanted me to return. I hope it is important. He looked a bit annoyed, and why wouldn't he? He was indeed on vacation with his wife Lily, far away. It is important and quick. Can you give Arad the Tempest? We might need it soon, and I won't want to forget it. She knew more about her father's affairs than she cared to admit. Their vacation had just started, so she called him before things heated up. She wouldn't want to call at a bad moment and spoil the moments of peace he has with her mother. Caden approached Arad and shook his hand. Soon Arad felt a jolt of lightning, and the divine portfolio rested inside his soul, slumbering until used. And just as Arad got the portfolio, Caden disappeared like a ghost. Zeus cleared his throat and started explaining his side of the story. The Storm Titan traditions and the rebellion of his son, Tyle's father. And the explanation started grim. All of the Storm Titans now think that Zeus is dead. If he returned, the people would demand justice. Either Zeus would die or his son would perish alongside his children. That meant that by the end of it all, either Zeus or Tyal would end up dead. Chapter 1197, the 1397, The Storm That Is Approaching. The Storm Titans rarely changed their leader, their king. The title was called the Eye of the Storm. That title, akin to the role of a king, was usually granted to their strongest and wisest. For the eye of a storm is both the calmest point and the source of all of the storm's power. A storm without its eye would soon dissipate into mist and fall apart, and so the Storm Titans never spent a year without a leader. Zeus was the eye of the storm, but his son, and Tyal's father, Gale, decided to overthrow his father and take the title. Of course, Zeus was elated. His son finally felt that he was powerful and wise enough to challenge him. He almost threw a party. He could finally retire. But his son wasn't up to the task. He was still bested by Zeus in both combat and wisdom. He lost spectacularly that even Zeus felt ashamed, but that was expected. Zeus, not many people reached his power. But there was one aspect in which Gale surpassed his father: treachery. He conspired, planned, and cheated to defeat his father. Zeus saw through it all. He could have easily exposed his son's misdeed and destroyed all of his vile plans. But he didn't. If Zeus exposed his son, the Storm Titans would have been enraged. They would have demanded that Gale and his family be erased. If the Gale was a treacherous fiend, then his wife must have learned from him. His sons and daughters are the same. Zeus didn't want to see all of them die, so he lost Gale. Didn't have the power to kill his father. He failed to even achieve that, and so Zeus ended up being secretly imprisoned on the mountain, to be forever forgotten. Zeus looked at Tyal with a frown. Do you understand what this means? What does it mean that Arad pulled me out of that mountain under everyone's noses, that no one even sensed him? Tyal looked at Zeus and then back at Arad. Her face slowly twisted as she realized what her grandfather meant. A storm is approaching, and he is that storm. Your father is more than just incompetent. He is far outclassed by him. This is the danger of the world I've been trying to teach him about. We Storm Titans are massive compared to other races. We're powerful. Even a baby could wipe out a human city. But there are powers out there that treachery can't defeat, absolute tempests of wrath that sweep the lands. Zeus's eyes shifted to Arad. If he decided to attack the Storm Titans or occupy them, then your father won't stand a chance. Zeus remained silent for a few seconds, staring at his granddaughter's face, and then sighed. So he sent you here to forge a friendly relationship with Arad. That was smart. But he forgot to mention that you should have accepted any position given to you. With your father's power, you're lucky to be taken in as a maid. And more, once Arad found out about what happened to me, would have ripped your head off and flown to burn your father to ash. Zeus pulled a chair and sat down. You two are so lucky he found me first. He looked at Arad, who leaned on the wall in the back, looking at them with clear purple eyes. Arad finally spoke. And you can't show your face now, since even the fact you're alive would make all of the Storm Titans seek Gale's head. Zeus nodded and added, and his whole family, Tyal, is included. They'll raid his home to rid the clan of the filth before it bears offspring. Hati stood with a gentle smile on her face as her 9 tails danced behind her. Everyone could hear a chime ringing somewhere, but no one could tell from where. She stood silent for a second and finally spoke in a calm, measured tone. Search, the Novelfire net. It means Gale dug his own grave and his family's grave. Her gaze shifted to Arad. You can't just storm in, pun intended, and blow him away. That pun also intended. It is a delicate matter. Mary, the queen of the metallic dragons, sighed. We can mediate, but that would mean we're trying to use our power to suppress the Storm Titan's traditions, which say he dies. As they were speaking, Doma walked out of Arad's back and yawned. Why are you wasting time? Just have the lass kill her dad and be done with it. She might hide it, but I can see her power as clear as day. And you ask well, Zeus. Everyone stared at the witch silently for a few seconds, and Lola, the chromatin queen, sighed. You witches always try to get royalty into bloodshed. Doma giggled. Sorry, but I don't care about the means. What I care about is that she might be one of Erod's wives or concubines, whatever it was. It would be quite nice if she were a queen with enough power to be helpful. Doma's gaze shifted to Arad, looked at him for a few seconds, then turned to Zeus. Her reason can be simple. Her father didn't defeat Zeus, so she'll kill him for the treachery and clean the bloodline from his evil influence. Arad looked at Zeus and then at Tyal. Zeus's soul shines brightly, and so is Tyal's. I'd say she is 4/5 of his power. Zeus laughed. You've got some sharp eyes. I'm level 1000. I've lived enough to max it. My lovely Tyal here is level 8112. Her useless father is around level 500. But Tyal immediately spoke. I'm level 821 now. Father is level 530. Her gaze quickly shifted to Arad. What about you? Arad remained silent for a while and then replied in a neutral tone. None. I'm not bound by the system, so you might as well say I'm above level 1000. Everyone remained silent for a few seconds, and then Hati spoke. The same for me and those two old hags. She pointed at the draconic queens. Zeus thought for a while and then smiled. Well, it might not help much, but my build is quite strong. I've got 20 classes in Fighter, 10 in Lightning Wizard, and 20 in Wind Wizard. This meant that he stacked 400 levels of Fighter, 200 levels of Lightning Wizard, and 400 levels of Wind Wizard, fitting for a Storm Titan. Arad looked at Tyal. You don't need to explain your build. It doesn't matter anyway, as Zeus said. We're not going to fight. Tyal frowned. So, you've got a plan? Arad nodded. I'll go with you to the Stormland and see how it is with my own eyes. Also, the matter of marriage and that stuff? Forget it for now, at least until we solve this problem. Chapter 1198, 1198. Power isn't just in might. Leaving the room, Arad's senses were focused somewhere else as his body walked through the castle. He had already learned a few things about his body now that he had become an adult, but there was still too much for him to learn. To solve the crisis of the Storm Titans, he needs to be able to use his power for more than violence. He needs to be able to gather information rapidly, deceive people, and blend in with the world itself. He needs 1,000 eyes to serve him. He'll also need to prepare a whole royal convoy with him, Tyal and several more people. He can't just pick anyone. He needs everyone to be able to perform a role and help to stabilize the Storm Kingdom. That is, if he wanted to stop their collapse. Why would he need to care about the Storm Titans' kingdom? The answer was simple. They are one of the most powerful races in the world, and having them go rogue would inevitably turn into a worldwide disaster. Right now, not many things can threaten Arad. What he needs to worry about is those he takes with him. It is easy to just pick Aella, Gamond, Isdis, or Eris for raw power and elemental attunement, but that would be a mistake. What he needs isn't raw power, he has enough of that. Hel had proved that when push comes to shove, he can only rely on his arms. He needs people with authority, old and wise, people that the Titans won't dare ignore. As Arad walked down the steps of the castle towers, a crow flew out of the clouds and landed on his shoulder. Looking directly into Arad's eyes with a purple flash, it cawed and then flew away, followed by a whole murder of crows, thousands and thousands of them spread across the lands like a dark cloud. Those are Arad's eyes in his land, watching, forever awake. With the crows, Arad could see every square meter of his land, but it wasn't enough. He took a step and dissolved into darkness. In the next moment, he appeared in a cavern deep underground. In front of him was a massive bed with a woman lying there. She was surrounded by hundreds of other women, all running around with emotionless faces. Arad. The woman was Miriam, the Ant Queen, and those women were her daughters, all of them eerily similar to her. She didn't need a partner to give birth to eggs. and just by being allowed to thrive within Arad's territory, those eggs were soaked in his magic and developed traits similar to him. They could use Void Step and could see magic, and their physical strength had grown drastically. Arad was technically the master of the dungeon where they were born. Each of the worker ants was almost 10 meters long, and the fighter ants could grow as large as 50 meters long with massive onyx mandibles. Currently, there are millions and millions of them hidden beneath the ground, all living their lives awaiting their queen's order to storm forward. Today, Arad came to give an important order, spread and search for a shadow Dracaina. He reached forward, and some blood appeared in his hand. Miriam jumped out of her massive bed and approached him. She sniffed the blood, and then her horns, which were her antennae, twitched. Soon the ground started rumbling and vibrating as the millions of ants started to move. To everyone outside, the newborn empire seemed to lack a powerful army, with all of its soldiers and knights busy working on the castle. But that was wrong. Those ants are Arad's most powerful army, so? Miriam approached him with a grin on her face. Her almond skin seemed to glisten and shine while bathed in the light glimmer of the flames illuminating the cavern. She was one of the rare few who stood as tall as Arad at around 3 meters. Are you going to use me to find another mate? I might just kill her then. She looked at him with a smug grin. Of course, I won't kill my mate's mate, but we didn't do anything yet, so her eyes were burning with fire. Arad looked at her with a gentle smile. I know you've been waiting for a long time, but we should find a quieter place where no would disturb us. He reached forward and put a hand on her shoulder, and they both disappeared. Minutes later, Arad was walking behind the castle, alone and with a distant look on his face. Soon the light of life returned to his eyes, and he grimaced. Well, now that's a problem. He took a step forward and disappeared once more. This time, he landed in the middle of the forest on the other side of Alina. He could already smell blood and hear countless monsters howling, their chilling roars shaking the air. There, in the middle of the trees, he could see Ignis, Agnar, and Yuwaku fighting a group of large monsters. They were surrounded by several armored elephants that could breathe fire out of their long trunks. Yuwaku was powerful, but controlling her power was hard, and making sure not to harm the other two was just as difficult. Agnar was taking the lead in the battle, swinging his sword like a valiant knight. The title of the Blade of the Capital wasn't wasted on him, and Ignis was jumping from one tree to another, gliding with her wings and using her draconic breath to attack the elephants. The problem was simple. They were losing, and fast. Ignis's breath was growing weaker after overusing it. Exhaustion was already eating away at Agnar, and he seemed to have taken a hard hit to the chest. Some of his ribs were broken. And Yuwaku was a hair's breadth away from being forced to turn into her nymph form. Arad was currently hiding behind the trees, completely masking his presence and watching the fight. Arad wanted to just jump in and save his 2 daughters, but Agnar seemed to be just as determined to protect them. Standing there, Arad wanted to see what the little boy could do. Search thenovelire.net. Chapter 1199, 199 Void Crows. Agnar seemed reluctant to use his pact with Maharaja. He could transform into a fearsome black jaguar and face the elephants, but he knew that focusing on attack would leave his allies defenseless, which was good. Of course, Arad wasn't going to sit around and watch a bunch of elephants turn 2 of his daughters and a student into pancakes. He'll help if the situation becomes a bit more dire, but he won't mind letting them test their still further. As he stood in the shadows, hidden by the darkness's woman's power, the one he now decided to call darkness, he started to learn a bit more about his link to souls, of course, thanks to his murder of crows. As he stood there, an old, ragged crow slowly glided down, almost crashing on Arad's shoulders instead of landing on them. The poor creature looked exhausted, spent, and weak. It was looked at with sad, dried eyes. Its body had grown too weak for flight, and it had spent what little power it had to reach him. Arad's void surged from his body like a splash of hungry water and consumed the whole crowd in an instant, sending him into the depths of Arad's stomach. Seconds later, Arad could feel it. The elderly crow has died of old age, peacefully resting in the cold embrace of the void. Say, the Novielier. What was left was a faint spark of light, the poor creature's tiny soul, strangely whole and unharmed. It floated through the void and merged with Arad's soul. When Arad forcefully killed a creature to take their soul, the souls were always damaged, but the elderly crow's soul was whole, untouched. A natural cause of death, like old age, didn't seem to harm a creature's soul as much as killing them did. Arad had already had several crows die inside his stomach from old age. It was just a matter of fact with how many thousands of them he commanded. A few dozen crow souls were now floating in the void, and soon they were reborn from it. Crows were naturally smart, and the older they got, the smarter they were. Now, the oldest of them were coming back to life with bodies of pure void. The void crows, as Arad started calling them, looked like normal crows, but with matte black feathers and glowing purple eyes. At that moment, the battle grew fiercer, and Angar was about to be smacked with one of the elephants. It only took Arad a fraction of a second to calculate that the battle is over. The three won't survive without assistance. He extended his hand forward and pointed at one of the elephants. A void crow appeared on his shoulder, the same one who had just died. It looked at the elephant, and fire burned in its purple eyes. A second later, the crow burst forward like an arrow, several times faster than what a crow had any right to be. Its beak hit the elephant on the head, and the whole bird pierced the monster from head to the other side, exploding it in a splatter of blood and guts. The crow wasn't done just yet. It flew around the battlefield and finished the other elephants just like that. The elephants were B-rank monsters, and Arad assumed that his void crows were the same rank. It was just that their bodies were made of his void, making them much more lethal. Their only weakness was soul attacks, which were rare enough not to be considered an immediate threat. Agnar looked at the dead elephants for a second, then noticed the crow flying back. Yuwaku sighed and sheathed her sword, glad that she didn't need to resort to her nymph powers. Ignis quickly looked back and jumped down from the tree, her tail wagging happily. Agnar was the last one to notice, and he growled, "I could have killed them on my own." He swung his sword, blood splashed on the ground, and the blade turned clean. "I didn't need your help." Arad walked out of the trees with a smile. "You at least understand," Agnar sighed. "Thank you. I might not have needed your help, but we, as a whole, needed it." He looked at the bloodied mess. The quest said nothing about the elephant being resistant to fire. The guild has been a shit show since Nina left weeks ago. He sighed. She was more competent in her work than most. Who would have thunk? He sheathed the sword and approached Arad. Arad, lifted his fist and gently tapped the rascal on the head, which was still strong enough to make him reel back. "If you had just checked the monster manual, you would have learned that if more than 3 of those elephants move together, then there is an 80% chance they are royal fire elephants. Is it my fault now?" Agnar looked at Arad with a sharp glare. "I have to check a book each time. Adventurers are supposed to know monsters as well as they know their weapons." Nina checked the manual and referenced the special trait for monsters, but that was an extra thing she did. You better get used to spending as much time studying monsters as sharpening your blade. Arad approached Agnar and lifted him by the head. "And you've got some guts dragging my 2 daughters out here with you on a death mission." He looked at the little rascal with an evil smile and then threw him back. Agnar twisted his torso mid-air like a cat and landed on his legs. "Sorry about that. A leader should have read the manual and taken every precaution to ensure the safety of the members of his party." At least Agnar seemed to understand where he had made a mistake. This shouldn't be the first mission that got this messy, right? Arad looked at Yuwaku. "I was away for a long time. Surely it didn't just happen when I was around." Yuwaku nodded. "This is the 5th mission we failed, of course. We completed over 50 others. Our success rate is far higher than other adventuring parties. Then, would you have escaped from this mess without me arriving?" Arad looked back at Agnar, who simply replied, "Ignis would retreat first. Yuwaku and I would stall the monsters for a few seconds to give her some distance. and then I'll transform into a black jaguar and carry Yuwaku away. I'm the fastest in that form after all." He looked at Yuwaku with a smile, but she slowly turned toward Arad with a neutral face. That was the plan. Effective, isn't it? Agnar wiped his nose, but immediately fell silent when Yuwaku spoke, seemingly unfazed. Agnar could have retreated with Ignis and left me to unleash my full power. The two won't get caught if they weren't in range, but Agnar seems to prefer having me ride him out of battle each time. Arad sharply turned around, and Agnar was already gone. He almost forgot his shadow on the ground. Chapter 1200. 1200. Arad is everywhere. Minutes later, Agnar and the two girls walked back into the guild, bloodied and battered. A black crow with a bloodied beak was resting on his shoulder, looking around the guild with a curious face. Most of his wounds were already bandaged, but strangely enough, his head was full of small holes that still bled. Agnar scratched his head and then looked at the crow with a disdainful glare. "Care to leave me alone for a bit?" The crow simply cawed and flapped its wings angrily. Yuwaku then reached forward and grabbed the crow with both hands. The crow tried to escape her grasp, but her soft and small hands refused to let go. She looked at him for a few seconds with a passive face, and the crow suddenly burst into a puff of dark smoke. Agnar looked at her. "Your father is quite the handful." But she looked at him, still wearing her emotionless face. "It is for your own good, you know it." Yuwaku was a bit special for being a nymph. The humanoid facade she kept wasn't to hide her power, but to protect everyone from herself. The beauty of a nymph can blind people, even kill them outright. She had trained a lot to be able to keep a passive, emotionless expression most of the time. Just a single smile from her can turn lethal seer. Tho, noelfiro.net. Neither Arad nor Yuwaku knows if Agnar is acting on his own or being influenced by a facet of her power that she still hasn't discovered and suppressed yet. She now lives among humans to temper herself. But she also knows how large a danger she is, especially to Agnar, who is with her most of the time. The red wormling seemed to be fine, unaffected by Yuwaku's bewitching presence, probably thanks to the dragon's natural resilience. The three looked at each other for a few moments and then shifted their gaze back at the guild's desk. They had finished the quest, and they were going to eat well tonight. Yuwaku didn't need to eat food and could sustain herself just on water, but she was fond of delicious food. Ignis preferred raw meat, especially that of monsters she hunted herself, but still found herself enjoying human food, and while Agnar could return home, he preferred to settle in an inn with the two of them and eat there. Arad saw Yuwaku crush his crow with her sharp gaze. Indeed, the void crows still only carried the souls of crows and were weak to anything that affected their minds. The crow, luckily, was just killed and its soul returned to Arad's soul, quickly regaining a new void body. Arad was walking through the forest, heading toward the village entrance. That little rascal. I hope he doesn't get his brain fried by Yuwaku. His daughter seemed to enjoy the company of the Blade of the Capital and didn't want her to end up being his killer. Arad didn't know what he cared about the most, Agnar's life or his daughter's feelings, but he sure didn't want any of them to get harmed. A deep sigh escaped his mouth as he looked at the gate, his body twisted and contorted, turning into a beautiful and tall woman with flowing black hair, purple eyes, and fair skin. He walked through the gate wearing a normal old dress that he picked from some bandits and pretended to be a woman from Alina who came here to shop. He wanted to see how the people lived on the outskirts. White said that Arad was busy exploring the outskirt village and another was busy flying away with Miriam. Another one walked through the halls of the castle alone. To the maids, he looked to be inspecting the castle and seeing how it was built and cleaned, but in reality, Arad's mind was busy inspecting something inside his soul. Arad was looking at the portfolio of storm, lightning, and tempest that Caden gave him, and he compared it to the portfolio of the Four Seasons. He wanted to see if there was a difference between them or not. Most likely, he would end up giving the portfolio of storm lightning, and tempest to either Zeus or Tile based on how the situation would develop. No matter who he gives the portfolio to, it means the other has to die. Of course, that was, unless Arad somehow managed to separate the storm from lightning and from the tempest and turn this portfolio into 3 different ones. The portfolio of the 4 seasons can already do that and be separated into summer, winter, autumn, and spring. If Arad can just take that property and somehow inject it into the portfolio of storm, lightning, and tempest. He knew that the god Zeus had the portfolio of lightning and storms, while Talos had held the portfolio of tempest. It should be possible to separate them again. But that was easier said than done, and thus Arad looked for the nearest maid. The maid froze as he approached her. She tried to speak, but only ended up opening and closing her mouth like a dying fish. She was quite short, standing at only 1.6 meters, 5'3", so he looked like a giant beside her and quite intimidating. "Is there an empty room?" "A spacious one." "I want a quiet place to study something." Hearing his words, the maid remained frozen for a few seconds and then gasped, "Ah, yes." She turned to move and tripped over her legs. The last thing she expected in her uneventful life as a cleaner was to come face to face with the great emperor himself. He was even bigger up close. Her head didn't even reach his hips. Those village girls who called him an onyx, giant demigod weren't kidding. But now she had tripped on her own legs in front of that demigod and was plummeting to the ground. Her already flat nose was about to get flatter. But before she could kiss the ground, her body suddenly halted and floated just a finger above the ground. She blinked, and her body levitated up. Arad carried her to her feet with gravity magic and looked at her. His face didn't change a bit. "Are you all right?" But he did look concerned the moment he spoke. He had never seen someone with such poor coordination before. The maid quickly shook her head and nodded. Then, like a robot, she walked away, making sure to keep her legs moving. Behind her, Arad grimaced. "So how is life here in the castle?" He wanted to know if the maid was overworked or fed poorly. Otherwise, he might not be able to explain her poor coordination even for a human.